The Audioboy Project. A decentralized anti-authoritarian-based initiative focused on creating a library of audiobooks for truth seekers and free speech advocates. All content on this channel is free to download, share, and repost. Your support is much appreciated. Truth, audiobooks, for the people.
Five Families: The Rise, Decline, and Resurgence of America's Most Powerful Mafia Empires. By Selwyn Robb. Narrated by Paul Costanzo. Introduction. Everyone I know in the New York area has brushed up against the American Mafia at one time or another. Most were unaware of it. Over the greater part of the 20th century and into the new millennium, the Mafia, aka the Cosa Nostra, and the mob, generated a toxic effect on the lives of all New Yorkers and untold millions of Americans from coast to coast, surreptitiously rifling our pockets and damaging our overall quality of life. Much of the nation unwittingly subsidized in myriad ways the nation's five most powerful and traditional Cosa Nostra organized crime gangs, all based in New York, who prefer the warmer title of families. From their New York headquarters, the families collectively created a vast domain, establishing outposts along the East Coast and in plum spots in Florida, California, and elsewhere. One of their sweetest financial coups was pioneering the secret acquisitions of big-time casinos in Las Vegas, converting a drowsy desert town into an international gambling mecca. Unquestionably, the gangs known as the Bonanno, Colombo, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese crime families evolved into the reigning giants of the underworld. For decades, they alone possessed the authority and veto power to dominate many of the country's other mafia organizations, reducing some to virtual satellites. New York, the Cosa Nostra's crown jewel, supported them through indirect mob taxes on the purchases of clothing and basic foods like vegetables, fruit, fish, and meat. They siphoned handsome illegal profits when drivers filled up at gasoline pumps. They controlled waterfront commerce in the country's largest port. They preyed on our garbage, inflating the cost of discarding every piece of refuse from homes and work sites. They cashed in on a billion-dollar construction industry, extracting payoffs from major government and private projects, ranging from courthouses to suburban housing tracts, apartment complexes, hospitals, museums, and skyscrapers. They even profited from their arch law enforcement enemies by squeezing kickbacks from the builders of new FBI offices, police headquarters, and prisons. The human cost of the Mafia's depredations and plunder is incalculable. Their chieftains were directly responsible for the widespread introduction of heroin into cities of the East and Midwest in the late 1950s and early 60s. Other less organized criminal groups, witnessing the enormous profits spawned by drug trafficking, followed in their footsteps. But it was the Cosa Nostra's greed for narcotics dollars that accelerated crime rates, law enforcement corruption, and the erosion of inner-city neighborhoods in New York and throughout the United States. My first journalistic collision with the Mafia arose from an unexpected quarter: New York City's public school system. That introduction, however, reflected the mob's insidious influence in so many shadowy areas of big city existence. In the early 1960s, my assignment as a new reporter on a major newspaper, the old New York World Telegram and the Sun, was the education beat. I normally wrote about issues like declining reading and mathematics test scores, attempts to unionize teachers, and racial integration disputes, until I was pulled away by a mini-scandal concerning shoddy construction and renovations that were endangering the safety of thousands of students and teachers in their classrooms. There was stark evidence of crumbling roofs, walls, floors, electrical fire hazards, and one instance of sewage mixing with drinking water in a high school. All of these violations stemmed from inferior substandard materials and installations, provided for years by a small clique of companies. Digging into the backgrounds of the building trades companies unearthed an unwholesome pattern. Many firms had unlisted or phantom investors who were connected to mob families. Much of the low-bidding competition for lucrative school jobs apparently had been rigged by the mafia to balloon profits through a gimmick called changed orders. School officials responsible for construction and contract oversight were fired or abruptly quit, and negligent contractors were banned from future school work. But not a single mafioso involved in the mess was indicted. The reason? Officials retreated, saying there was no clear paper trails incriminating mobsters in money skimming, and no contractor had the courage to testify about the mob's role in the scandal. In short, the mafia endangered thousands of children and escaped unscarred, with its loot untouched. Later, as an investigative newspaper and television reporter, I kept running across the mafia's fingerprints on numerous aspects of government, law enforcement, unions, and everyday life. There were stories of mobsters introducing and overseeing heroin trafficking in Harlem. Without strong police interference, blue-collar neighborhoods were destabilized and turned into drug souks. There was the ordeal of George Whitmore, a black teenager framed for a triple murder and wrongly imprisoned for years, with the help of rulings by a judge appointed through the support of mafia bosses. There was the exposure of perfectly fit mafiosi obtaining disabled driver permits that allowed them to park almost anywhere in the congested city. Their redundant friends at police headquarters authorized the valuable permits. There was the chronic intimidation of Fulton Fish Market merchants, who were compelled to fork over protection payments to mobsters to avoid daily harassment of their business operations. And there were the uphill struggles of honest painters, carpenters, and teamsters, who were brutally assaulted when they spoke up at union meetings about mobsters taking over their locals and ripping off their welfare and pension funds. It required little sagacity for a reporter to determine that by the 1970s, the mafia operated as a surrogate state in the New York metropolitan area, brazenly dominating vital businesses and imposing its farrago of invisible surcharges on everyone. In fact, the mob's economic surge in the second half of the century was astonishing. A government analysis estimated that, in the 1960s, the illicit profit of the nation's 20-odd mafia families topped $7 billion annually, approximately the combined earnings of the 10 largest industrial corporations in the country. The lion's share of the illicit wealth was reaped by the most powerful segment of the Cosa Nostra conglomerate, the 5 New York gangs. For much of the 20th century, New York's municipal and law enforcement authorities seemed indifferent to these criminal inroads. Questioned in the 1970s about the mafia's sway, officials privately conceded that previous attempts to dislodge them had been largely futile, and there was no public outcry for similar meaningless crackdowns. Then, too, the authorities felt that the public largely tolerated mafiosi as unthreatening to the general population, viewing them as a loosely organized group engaged largely in nonviolent crimes like bookmaking and operating popular neighborhood gambling dens. The apologists contended that strict regulatory enforcement of the wholesale food, construction, and garbage carting industries might produce severe economic headaches. City Hall and many law enforcement agencies tacitly subscribed to a laissez-faire accommodation with the mob. Almost everyone in power was content so long as food supplies reached restaurants and supermarkets. Construction projects were completed, and refuse was picked up on schedule. A consensus decreed that so long as there were no incessant complaints, There was no reason to stir up trouble about mobster involvement in producing basic necessities. Far too long, the majority of media editors were of a similar mind with officialdom. They preferred reporting on the occasional sensational homicides or internecine mob wars, in place of costly long-range inquiries to document Cosa Nostra's economic clout and its manipulation of municipal agencies. A sizable part of the media preferred glamorizing mobsters as an integral and colorful segment of New York's chaotic texture. Despite their criminal records and suspected participation in multiple murders, John Gotti, Joey Gallo, and Joe Colombo were accorded celebrity status, and often portrayed not as merciless killers, but as maverick anti-establishment folk heroes. Indeed, a commonly recycled story by newspapers and television subtly praised the Mafia, citing its formidable presence for low street crime rates in predominantly Italian-American sections. With predatory crime soaring, two Mafia strongholds, Manhattan's Little Italy and Brooklyn's Bensonhurst, were presented as safe havens to live in. Unreported and underemphasized were the factors behind these statistics. Significantly, the gangsters relied on sympathetic neighborhood residents to alert them to the presence of probing law enforcement agents and suspicious outsiders trying to encroach on their bastions. These watchdogs helped turn their neighborhoods into xenophobic enclaves, sometimes resulting in violence against strangers, especially African Americans and Hispanics. The legend about security in Mafia-tainted neighborhoods still prevails in the new century. A friend in the suburbs expressed his relief about his daughter's move to New York because she had found an apartment in a safe part of the city, Little Italy, protected by local mob guys. The world of organized crime is totally unlike any other journalistic beat. Accurate, documented data about the Mafia's clandestine activities usually is difficult to verify. The five families never issue annual financial reports, nor do their bosses happily consent to incisive personality profiles. Over more than 4 decades, I compiled information piecemeal, combing through a variety of public and confidential records, court transcripts, real estate transactions, and files from federal and state law enforcement agencies obtained through Freedom of Information laws. There were also interviews with scores of active and former investigators, highlighted by the late Ralph Salerno, whose encyclopedic knowledge and documentation of the American Mafia remains unchallenged. Then, too, there were the grim details of beleaguered workers resisting Mafia musclemen in control of their unions. Facts about labor rackets were gleaned with the aid of Herman Benson and James F. McNamara, two lifelong advocates of union reform, who could locate witnesses to mobster takeovers of their locals. Benson is a founder of the Association for Union Democracy, the principal national civic organization that aids activists battling corruption and organized crime infiltration in the labor movement. McNamara, a former union organizer, became an expert consultant on labor racketeering for several law enforcement agencies. Persuading admitted mafiosi and their helpmates to talk candidly is never easy. I was fortunate in getting several to unravel the Mafia's mysterious codes and culture, and to elucidate the art of surviving in a volatile criminal environment. One breakthrough in learning about contemporary Cosa Nostra lore and traditions came about obliquely in the early 1980s from a New York Times-style rule. A mobster named Pellegrino Maselli was a central figure in a high-profile case about alleged Mafia profiteering from a New York City subway project and a mysterious murder. Most of the press delighted in referring to him by his underworld sobriquet, Butcher Boy. Because the Times prohibits the use of pejorative nicknames, my stories always referred to the gangster with an honorific Mr. Maselli. Obviously unaware of newspaper etiquette, Maselli, out of the blue, telephoned to compliment for exhibiting proper respect to him in print. He also volunteered to be interviewed in his prison cell about the subway deal and the gangland slang of his son. That encounter initiated a relationship that lasted until Maselli's death, from natural causes. Over 5 years, with the proviso that he would never be identified in news stories, Mazzelli offered tips on mafia-related developments and enlightenment on ingrained Cosa Nostra customs. He was particularly revealing about the pathological mindset of his fellow mobsters and how they judged one another's conduct. Committing murder might be a horrific act for a normal person, but Mazzelli explained that a committed mafioso is unperturbed by violence. Moreover, he is applauded by his bosses and colleagues, as long as the piece of work is done professionally and competently, even if a hit requires killing a good friend. A lengthy on-the-record interview with another admitted mafioso, Anthony Asaturo, provided unique insight into a veteran Cosa Nostra's experiences and thinking. A longtime capo, the head of a crew or unit in New Jersey, Asaturo, after being imprisoned for racketeering, agreed to be questioned and to reminisce freely about his mob career and his dealings with important mafiosi. Compelling information about the mafia's white-collar activities on Wall Street and other financial crimes came from a Cosa Nostra associate or helper. Proclaiming himself rehabilitated, he described various schemes inaugurated to fleece investors when the mafia capitalized on the 1990s stock market mania. His explanation for coming clean was a desire to appease his conscience and to prevent future suckers from being snared in organized crime financial traps. Whatever his reasons, the information proved to be accurate. To protect him from retaliation, his identity must remain undisclosed. In the last years of his life, Frank Ragano, a self-described mob lawyer, offered an in-depth narrative of sordid legal and social relationships with prominent mobsters. Before he died, Ragano vowed to atone for ethical shortcomings that led him to defend the Cosa Nostra in court and behind the scenes. Belatedly, he acknowledged that ambition drove him to represent the mafia as a fast track to wealth and recognition as an important attorney. He supplied unprecedented material on the personalities and machinations of his top clients. Two powerful Southern bosses, Santo Trafficante and Carlos Marcello, and their contentious ally, Teamsters Union Chief Jimmy Hoffa. He also knew intimate details of the mob's hatred and death wishes for President John F. Kennedy and his brother Robert. These recent accounts by mafia insiders and a legion of defectors, combined with a trove of intelligence reports from the FBI and other law enforcement agencies, have contributed immensely to the history and comprehension of an underworld phenomenon. The collective goal of the five families of New York was the pillaging of the nation's richest city and region. This is the saga of how they did it. 1. A Fiery Saint. If I betray my friends and our family, I and my soul will burn in hell like this saint. As Tony Asaturo recited this grave oath, the holy picture in his hand perished in flames. A cluster of nodding, stone-faced men lined up to embrace him, kiss him on the cheek, and vigorously shake his hand, a collective gesture of solemn congratulations. For Asaturo, it was the most memorable moment of his life. The ceremony burnt into his soul. His prime ambition was fulfilled. He was now the newest member of an exclusive secret coterie. He was a made man in the American Mafia. 20 years of faithful service, first as a stern loan shark enforcer, and later as a major earner-moneymaker for important mobsters in New Jersey, had paid off bountifully for Asaturo. Earlier that afternoon, he intuitively grasped that this day would be significant. His orders were to rendezvous with Joe Abate, a reclusive figure who rarely met face-to-face with underlings, even though their lucrative extortion, gambling, and loan-sharking rackets enriched him. Abate, a sagacious capo in a borgata or brugard, mafia slang for a criminal gang that is derived from the Sicilian word for a close-knit community or hamlet, supervised all operations in New Jersey for the Lucchese crime family. Abate was waiting for Asaturo at a prearranged spot in the bustling Port Authority bus terminal in Midtown Manhattan. As a capo, or captain, Abate was the impresario for more than 100 gangsters, who illegally harvested millions of dollars every year for themselves, and, as a tithe, sent a portion of their earnings to the administration, the Lucchese family leaders across the Hudson River in New York. Already in his mid-70s, Abate bore no resemblance to a pensioner. Tall, lean, almost ramrod erect, he greeted Asaturo with a perfunctory handshake and walked briskly from the bus terminal. On that June afternoon in 1976, there was little conversation as Asaturo, almost 40 years younger than his capo, quickened his pace to keep in step with the energetic older man. Asaturo, a strapping, muscular 200 pounds on a 5 feet 8-inch frame, knew from a bitter encounter with Abate never to initiate small talk with him. Among New Jersey mafiosi, Joe Abate was a feared presence, a veteran combatant with an exalted aura. He had been a gunslinger for Al Capone in Chicago, when Capone was America's most notorious gangster in the 1920s, and in Abate's presence, it was prudent to answer his questions directly and to carry out his commands without hesitation. Several blocks from the bus terminal, at a clothing factory in Manhattan's Garment Center, Abate introduced Asaturo to a grim-faced man who would drive them to another location. He was Andimo Tom Papadio, an important soldier responsible for handling the Lucchese's extensive labor extortions, bookmaking, and loan sharking rackets in the Garment Center. Like the brief walk to the Garment District, the 30-minute drive was a silent trip until they pulled up in front of a simple frame house. Unfamiliar with much of New York, Asaturo thought they were in the Bronx, the borough just north of Manhattan. Inside a drab living room, several men unknown to Asaturo were waiting, and one of them introduced himself as Tony Corallo. Asaturo knew that in the insular planet of the Mafia, this unsmiling, short, stocky man in his 60s was widely recognized by another name, Tony Ducks. And he keenly understood what that name represented. Antonio Corallo, whose nickname originated from a lifetime of evading arrests and subpoenas, was the boss of the entire Lucchese family. The small group of men were gathered in the living room for one reason: a secret ceremony that would transform Asaturo into a man of honor, a full-fledged made man. Tony Asaturo was aware that the books, membership rosters in New York's 5 mafia families, had been closed for 20 years. Recently, whispers abounded that the rolls finally were being reopened for deserving people. Asaturo had agonized over his future, eager to end his long apprenticeship with coveted membership as a soldier. Making your bones, the mafia euphemism for passing its entrance examination, requires participating in a violent crime, often murder, or becoming a big earner for the family. Asaturo was confident he had made his bones with high marks in both categories. Asaturo had heard older men drop hints about the ritual of getting made. He had a vague idea that it involved incantation of ancient oaths of loyalty, sworn over a gun, a knife, a saint's picture, and validated by bloodletting through a cut trigger finger. Yet when his ceremony was over, Asaturo was surprised and slightly disappointed by its brevity. Without preamble, Tony Ducks rose from his chair in the living room, said, "Let's get started," and then bluntly told Asaturo that he was the boss of the family. Asaturo was handed a picture of a saint on a square piece of paper, told to burn it with a match, and to repeat the oath Corallo somberly intoned. "If I betray my friends and our family, I and my soul will burn in hell, like this saint." Despite the abruptness and informality of the rite, Asaturo glowed inwardly with enthusiasm at its meaningfulness. "I was bursting with excitement. It was the greatest honor of my life. They set me apart from ordinary people. I was in a secret society that I was aching to be part of since I was a kid, from the time I was a teenager. Soon afterward, returning to his haunts in New Jersey, Asaturo learned from older made men, who could now talk openly with him because he had attained prized membership, the reason for the brusque initiation. Abate and other overseers in the Lucchese family thought so highly of his accomplishments and behavior that the trappings used to inculcate ordinary recruits were deemed unnecessary. He already knew the ground rules and was considered far superior and more knowledgeable of the Mafia's code of conduct than most new soldiers. There was no question that he was suited for the life. Over the next 2 decades, Asaturo would himself witness and learn from his underworld cronies how a more typical induction was performed by the American Mafia in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The ritual, modeled on secret practices with religious undertones begun by the Mafia in Sicily as far back as the 19th century, was intended to mark the vital passage from wannabe, an associate in the crime family, a mere striver without prestige, to a restricted rank with extraordinary dividends and extraordinary obligations. While the liturgy was roughly similar throughout the country, in the New York area, the American Mafia's acknowledged capital, a rigid formula prevailed among its 5 long-established gangs. The candidate had to be sponsored by the capo he would work for, and personally cleared by the ultimate leader, the family representante, or boss. The final exam was the submission of the proposed soldier's identity to the leaders of the other 4 borgatas for vetting, to determine if there were any black marks or negative information against him. To maintain the fixed sizes and strength of the families, and to prevent unauthorized expansions, a prospective member could only be added to replace a dead mafioso in his borgata. Although probably surmising that his induction loomed, the recruit was never specifically told what was in store or the date he would be straightened out, promoted. On short notice, he was instructed to get dressed, meaning wear a suit and tie, for an unspecified assignment. Made members picked up and escorted the initiate to the ordination. Driving to the site, a process known as cleaning or dry cleaning, was often employed to evade possible law enforcement surveillance. The passengers might switch cars in public garages. They also drove aimlessly for as long as half an hour, and then squared blocks, driving slowly with abrupt sharp turns or reversed directions, to shake investigators who might be tailing them on routine surveillance. The special precautions were intended to conceal the meeting place from prying eyes, mainly because the family's boss and other high-ranking leaders would be in attendance, and protecting them from law enforcement snoops was a paramount consideration. Unlike the ceremony he conducted for Asaturo, at most inductions, Tony Dux Corallo officiated with greater pomp and formality. "Do you know why you are here?" he would ask at the outset, and the candidate was expected to reply untruthfully, "No." This charade was enacted because the induction was presumed to be a closely guarded secret to prevent leaks to law enforcement investigators and outsiders about the identities of the family's leaders and its members. Continuing, Tony Dux explained, "You are going to be part of this family. Do you have any objections to that?" Another member of the group, circling the ceremonial table, would then use a needle, knife, or safety pin to prick the candidate's trigger finger, dropping blood over a picture of a saint. As the candidate held the bloody image aloft, someone put a match to it, and Tony Dux directed the new member to repeat, "May I burn, may my soul burn like this paper, if I betray anyone in this family or anyone in this room." After scattering the ashes of the saint's holy picture, Corallo, or one of his lieutenants, warned the newly made man that henceforth the borgata's needs, including committing murders, came before any other obligation in his life. The initiate no longer owed allegiance to God, country, wife, children, or close relatives, only to the crime family. Decrees from the boss, who ruled as the family's father, must instantly be obeyed, even if it meant neglecting a dying child. At the ceremony for Tommy Ricciardi, a longtime sidekick of Asatoro's, Tony Ducks and his henchmen carefully enumerated the family and the Mafia's inviolable rules and protocol. The foremost principle was Omerta, the code of silence that forbade the slightest cooperation with law enforcement, or more ominously, informing, ratting on anyone in the underworld. A new button man or soldier remained under the direct control of the capo who recommended his membership. All illegal activities the soldier engaged in, and even his legal businesses, were put on record or registered with the family through his capo, so that the organization could profit from these projects and utilize them for planning crimes and deals. Booty from legal and illegal activities was shared with the soldier's capo. A percentage, depending on the mood of the boss, was funneled to him as a sign of respect and was used also for the borgata's needs and overhead costs. In business or social matters, only a made man from the Lucchese family and other borgatas could be introduced to other mafiosi as an amico nostro, a friend of ours. Others associated or working with the mob were referred to simply as a friend or my friend, as a cautionary signal that the third man was not made, and no mafia secrets should be discussed in his presence. And the awesome word mafia was banished from the group's vocabulary. Its use, even in private conversations, was forbidden because it could be considered incriminating evidence at trials if overheard by prosecution witnesses or detected by investigators through electronic eavesdropping. Instead, if an organizational name had to be mentioned, the more innocent-sounding Cosa Nostra, our thing, or the initials CN were used. Despite any knowledge the recruit might possess at the time of his initiation, he was nevertheless formally instructed about the composition and powers of the family hierarchy. At the summit, the boss set policies as to what crimes and rackets the family would engage in, and appointed and removed capos and other high-ranking leaders. Like an imperial Caesar, the boss's most terrifying arbitrary authority was deciding who lived and died. Murders inside the family for internal reasons, or the elimination of anyone outside the borgata, could be sanctioned only by him. Usually present at induction ceremonies were the underboss, the second-in-command, who assisted in running the family's day-to-day business, and the consigliere, the counselor and advisor on family matters and on relations and disputes with other mafia groups. At Lucchese inductions, the identities of the bosses of New York's 4 other large mafia families, Genovese, Gambino, Bonanno, and Colombo, and a smaller one, Di Cavalcante, based in New Jersey, were disclosed to the new soldier. This confidential information came with the admonition that if another family boss was encountered, he should be accorded the utmost respect. Finally, several New York families concluded their ceremony with a ticada, Italian for tie-in or attack-up. To demonstrate the internal solidarity of their secret organization, all witnesses and the new member clasped hands to unite in what the boss declared the unbreakable knot of brotherhood. Alfonso Diarco's big day in the Lucchese family was August 23, 1982. He was instructed to get dressed, you're going somewhere, by his capo. Picked up at a street corner in Manhattan's Little Italy section, and like Tony Asaturo, driven to a modest home in the Bronx. 4 other candidates sat in the parlor, waiting to be summoned into another room, a kitchen. When Diarco's turn came, he was introduced to Tony Duxcarallo and other members of the administration seated around a table. "Do you know why you're here?" one of the men asked, and Diarco dutifully replied, "No." "You're going to be a part of this family," the man continued. "If you're asked to kill somebody, would you do it?" Diarco nodded his assent, and then his trigger finger was pricked, and the saint's picture burned. One of the men surrounding the table removed a towel that covered a gun and a knife lying on the table. "You live by the gun and the knife. "And you die by the gun and knife if you betray anyone in this room," the speaker said somberly. Finally, Diarco repeated the version of the Mafia's holy oath. "If I betray my friends and my family, may my soul burn in hell like this saint." Later, when the ceremony for all of the recruits was completed, Dux Corallo rose and asked everyone to attaccata, to tack or tie up by holding hands. "La fatta di questa famiglia sono aperti," Corallo announced, meaning the affairs of this family are open. He then lectured his new soldiers on basic principles, precepts etched in Diarco's memory. "We were told not to deal in narcotics, counterfeit money, or stolen stocks and bonds, to respect the families or other members, and not to fool around with other members' wives or daughters. If any disputes arise that you and members cannot resolve, you must go to your captain. You do not put your hands on other family members. You are to maintain yourself with respect at all times. When your captain calls, no matter what time or day or night, you must respond immediately. This family comes before your own family. Above all, you do not discuss anything about this family with members of other families. If you do not abide by these rules, you will be killed." Another unbreakable rule was imposed by Corallo. Police and other law enforcement agents could never be whacked, killed. "Whatever happened here tonight is never to be talked about," Corallo warned. Instructing the group to once more tack up, he finished in Italian. "La fatta di questa famiglia sono chiuso." The affairs of this family are now closed. The afternoon event ended on a non-alcoholic, sober note, with coffee, simple snacks, and pastry offered the men before the old hands and freshly minted mobsters dispersed in small groups. Diarco would learn that Corallo banned involvement in narcotics and counterfeiting and stealing stocks and bonds, because these were federal offenses and meant heavy prison time. Corallo, like other mob leaders, had good reasons to prevent hits on law enforcement personnel. Murdering a cop, an investigator, or a prosecutor would unleash the fury of the law against the mob and make normal business hazardous. Furthermore, the rule was aimed at maintaining strict discipline and preventing rash, unauthorized acts by hot-headed troops. The day after the induction ceremony, Diarco was the guest of honor at a select dinner with other crew members given by his capo. It was an occasion for him and the 20-odd members of his crew to be introduced to one another as equals. Diarco's new companions laughingly explained to him what would have occurred if he had refused at the Bronx ceremony to accept membership in the Borgata. He would have been killed on the spot. His refusal would have been proof that he was an agent or an informer trying to infiltrate the family. In the early days of his membership, more Cosa Nostra customs and rules were passed on to him by older soldiers. Some shibboleths were strange, particularly those concerning grooming and wardrobe. New York's mob leaders frowned on soldiers growing mustaches or wearing fabrics containing the color red. Mustaches were considered ostentatious, and red was looked upon as too flashy by the conservatively dressed hierarchs. Inexplicably, some mob bigshots also believed that red garments were favored by rats, squealers. Although they were always under the thumb of a capo and the administration's kingpins, there were enormous potential benefits for loyal, ambitious soldiers like Al Diarco and Tony Asaturo. A made man automatically had greater respect, prestige, and money-making opportunities. For starters, he was entitled to a larger share of the loot from his criminal activities than had been doled out to him as a wannabe or an associate, someone who works or cooperates with the family. And the newcomer became eligible for a cut of the profits from other family-controlled rackets. Another gift to a soldier was the authority to organize and exploit his own wannabes in illegal activities. Most associates aspired to become made men, but only those of Sicilian or Italian ancestry were eligible. At one time, nearly all the families would induct only men whose mother and father were Italian. Eventually, the requirement was eased. As long as the father's roots were Italian, an applicant was eligible. Regardless of his value to the Borgata, an associate without Italian heritage, even if he served as a hitman committing murders on demand, or was a major earner, could never gain admission. A non-Italian might be highly respected, but would never be acknowledged as equal to the lowest-ranking mafioso. Equally important, as long as a soldier complied with the Mafia's code of conduct, the family's financial and legal connections were available. If he got into a jam and was arrested, the family paid for expensive legal talent. If a made man wound up in prison, the Borgata's family administration or his capo were expected to support his wife and children. For loyalty and service to the family in a violent, dangerous environment, there was yet another vital bequest: a life insurance policy. A made man could be killed only on the orders of his boss, and only for a serious infraction of a mafia rule. Others who worked for a Borgata, or who were involved in deals with mafiosi, lacked comparable protection. They could be whacked or maimed at the whim of a made man if a conflict arose between them. A soldier had the added security of knowing that other criminals who suspected or were aware of his connections feared injuring or insulting him. The lethal retaliatory power of the organization was well known in the underworld. Joining the Mafia in the mid and late 20th century was arduous and hazardous, but there was no shortage of applicants, and for recruits like Tony Asituro, full membership glittered as a prize with outstanding financial rewards. 2. Tumac's Tale. Anthony Asituro's attachment to the Mafia's code of honor was a passport to underworld glory and respect. It eventually brought him a high rank in the mob's upper echelons and turned him into a multimillionaire. His early life, however, did not augur success in any field. One of 6 children born to immigrant Sicilian parents, Asituro grew up in the 1940s and early 50s in Orange, a scruffy blue-collar suburb of Newark, New Jersey. His father, Angelo, a butcher and the owner of Asituro's meat market, tried unsuccessfully to interest Tony in his legitimate trade. The youngster preferred perfecting his talents in pool halls. He had no interest in education, becoming a chronic truant after the 6th grade, and his parents, who placed little value on traditional education, consented to an early departure from school when he was 16. Barely out of his teens, the boy was sent to live with relatives in Newark, where he established himself as a fearsome scrapper in an Italian-American street gang of 50 to 60 young roughnecks. At 16, his reputation was enshrined when he brandished a crutch to batter an opponent unconscious, earning him the nickname Tumac. The name, based on the rugged caveman hero played by Victor Mature in a 1940 movie 1 Million BC, delighted the young Asituro, and he adopted it as a lifelong sobriquet. When not brawling, Asituro largely supported himself by popping, breaking open and stealing coins from jukeboxes and cigarette vending machines, unleashing a small-time crime wave that disturbed neighborhood merchants, and more important, a local big shot, Anthony Ham Delasco. A former professional boxer, Delasco summoned the teenager for a disciplinary lecture. From street talk and from his own observations of the deep respect accorded Delasco in the neighborhood, Asituro knew he was encountering a substantial made man. "Those machines belong to me," Delasco said menacingly. "I want this bullshit to stop." Delasco also saw potential in the aggressive 17-year-old and gave him a $75 a week job. The teenager's duties were to assist in running Delasco's numbers, an illegal lottery gambling game, and using his brawn to collect debts and payments in his shylocking loan sharking operations. Asituro readily signed on, and the wily mobster soon curbed his acolyte's independent streak while teaching him an elementary mafia lesson. "Go get me an ice cream," Delasco one day ordered Asituro. as the young man stood with a group of admiring friends on a street corner. The embarrassed Asaturo knew he would be demeaned in front of his pals if he acted as an errand boy. But understanding that Delasco was testing his obedience, he bought his boss the ice cream. I knew that if I wanted to stay with Ham and learn from him, he had to have absolute control over me, Asaturo explained. He had to break me, and I took the bit in my mouth. Asaturo became a prized pupil for Delasco, and later for other mafiosi who replaced Delasco after his death. Tumac's only slip-up as a wannabe occurred when he delivered a package stuffed with cash to Joe Abate, the austere capo. It was Abate's monthly share of the proceeds from the Lucchese family's Newark branch, and he was sitting alone in a parked car awaiting his payoff. Eager to ingratiate himself with Abate, whom he had not previously met, young Asaturo remarked how honored he was to be in his presence. Abate icily ordered him out of the car and sped off. 3 hours later, Asaturo was blisteringly reprimanded by an older mobster, Lenny Pizzolata, whom Abate had called. "Who the fuck are you to start a conversation with Joe Abate?" Pizzolata barked. "If you want to stay alive, never mention his name, and speak only when you are spoken to." Except for that single mistake, during the 1950s and 60s, Asaturo advanced smoothly in the Borgata. He dramatically proved his mettle in the late 60s when Newark's African-American population increased sharply, and black criminals began forcefully taking over numbers territories from white bookies. Bolstered by Asaturo and his hand-picked gang of armed goons, the Lucchese faction held on to its stake in the numbers games. Police intelligence officials determined that Asaturo had smashed attempted incursions into Lucchese domains by a gang of militant Black Panthers. Although no homicide charges were brought, the police suspected that Asaturo's unit was responsible for several murders committed to maintain mafia dominance. In 1979, the 77-year-old Abate was slowing down and went into semi-retirement. Dux Corallo did not hesitate to anoint Asaturo as his New Jersey capo, promoting Tumac over older soldiers who earlier had been his tutors. Asaturo quickly demonstrated his administrative skills. He enlarged the family's traditional gambling, loan sharking, and narcotics trafficking schemes, and began dabbling in labor racketeering. Through strong-arm tactics, the New Jersey crew gained control of corrupt union officials, clearing the way for the milking of employee welfare funds, and threatening companies with mob-enforced work stoppages unless payoffs were supplied for labor peace. The new capo expanded the family's operations to Florida, where he nurtured similar criminal ventures in the Miami area and, as a sideline, fixed horse races. Asaturo's underworld successes allowed him to invest and become a partner in seemingly legitimate real estate, insurance, equipment rental, and other enterprises in New Jersey, Florida, and North Carolina. He maintained homes in each of the 3 states and planned to retire in North Carolina, where he posed as a respectable businessman. His fortune grew so immense that he boasted of having stashed about $7 million in $1,000 bills, gems, gold, and rare coins as an emergency nest egg, in a safe concealed in a vault behind a bathroom vanity cabinet. While the riches flowed in, Asaturo thrived in the shadows, a relatively obscure mafioso, his name and importance largely unknown except to a handful of New Jersey law enforcement experts on organized crime. When sporadic problems with the law arose, Tumac could afford costly legal talent to get him suspended sentences or jail terms of only a few months for serious felonies. He had the money and the contacts for a $100,000 bribe to a juror to win acquittals for himself and 20 members of his New Jersey crew tried on racketeering charges. On another occasion, his stable of lawyers obtained a dismissal on charges against him of intimidating a vital witness in an assault case. In Florida, a thorny conspiracy indictment was overcome by finding psychiatrists who classified him as mentally unfit to stand trial. The diagnosis of presenile dementia, early Alzheimer's disease, was a total fraud. "I slipped and banged my head in the shower, and the Alzheimer's went away," he told friends, grinning unabashedly. For almost 4 decades, the Mafia, the Cosa Nostra, with its sordid deals, violence, and murders, was the existence Asatoro accepted and cherished. He considered a Mafia life so admirable and worthwhile that he welcomed one of his 2 sons into the fold as a made man in his crew. Engraved in his mind was the day he held the flaming picture of a saint in his hand, swearing eternal allegiance to the Borgata that embraced him. Even before his induction, he understood that the most unforgivable transgression a made man could commit was violating omerta, the code of silence. The penalty for informing was usually a bullet in the back of the apostate's head, and Asatoro never doubted that such executions were deserved. But after a lifetime of loyalty, Tumac, the renowned dreaded capo, the quintessential Mafia success, renounced omerta and other principles he once lived by. He became a traitor. To prosecutors, to investigators, he disclosed criminal secrets from decades of intrigue. His words exposed dozens of mobsters who had followed and obeyed him as their trusted commander. Moreover, his defection symbolized an unprecedented malaise afflicting the Cosa Nostra. Omerta, and the other maxims that for 70 years had shielded Asatoro and other self-appointed men of honor, were being undermined by relentless internal and external forces. As the 21st century dawned, the Cosa Nostra was imperiled as never before. During the previous century, the Mafia had forged a unique and almost unassailable criminal organization in America, and much of its frightening power arose from an arcane legacy transported to urban America from provincial Sicily. 3. Roots. To the casual traveler, Sicily for centuries was an enchanted land, one of the most pleasant places on earth to live. It was comforting to be seduced by the island's inordinately gracious people, sunny weather, alluring palm trees, and the delicate fragrance of its orange and lemon blossoms. But those intoxicating superficial impressions were largely a mirage. For over 2,000 years, most of Sicily's population endured tyranny and suppression under foreign conquerors and feudal overlords. From ancient times until the mid-19th century, the 9,000-square-mile island was raided, invaded, and even traded, actually exchanged for other territories, by foreign rulers. Sicily's strategic and vulnerable location, almost in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, close to southern Italy and North Africa, subjected it to an endless succession of occupation and oppression by Phoenicians, Greeks, Etruscans, Carthaginians, Romans, Byzantines, Normans, Arabs, French, Spanish, Austrian, and finally hostile Italian armies. Sicilians survived these occupations by developing a culture rooted in 2 basic concepts: contempt for and suspicion of governmental authorities, and tight-knit alliances with blood relatives and with fellow countrymen facing the same perils. Analyzing the fundamental siege mentality of large numbers of Sicilians from the vantage point of the 20th century, Luigi Barzini, in his book The Italians, observed, "They are taught in the cradle, or are born already knowing that they must aid each other, side with their friends and fight the common enemy, even when the friends are wrong and the enemies are right. Each must defend his dignity at all costs, and never allow the smallest slights and insults to go unavenged. They must keep secrets, and always beware of official authorities and laws." Over time, these historical and cultural underpinnings spawned furtive clans, in Sicilian dialect, cosche, for self-preservation against perceived corrupt oppressors. Without the security of reliable public institutions to protect them or their property, The clans, which were mainly in the countryside, relied on stealth, compromise, and vendetta to extract private justice. Eventually, the secret cosche became commonly labeled in Sicily by a single name: mafia. Over hundreds of years, they evolved from guerrilla-like disorganized bands for self-defense into greedy, terrifying gangs, whose basic concepts and guiding principles would extend with profound influence far across the seas to America. Like much of the Sicilian Mafia's roots, the origin of its name is cloaked in folklore and mystique. A romantic legend maintains that the name was born in the late 13th century during an uprising against French Angevin forces in Palermo, Sicily's main city. According to this tale, a Sicilian woman died resisting rape by a French soldier, and in revenge, her fiancé slaughtered the attacker. The fanciful episode supposedly sparked the creation of a rebellious acronymic slogan from the first letter of each word: Morte alla Francia, Italia anella. Death to France is Italy's cry. A revolt against the French occupation army in 1282 was called the Sicilian Vespers, because the signal for resistance was the ringing of church bells for evening prayers. A less romantic and more likely derivation of the name mafia is a combined Sicilian Arabic slang expression that means acting as a protector against the arrogance of the powerful. Until the 19th century, the appellation mafioso, a mafia member, had wide currency in Sicily as a non-criminal, resolute man with congenital distrust of centralized authority. A mafioso did not invoke state or law in his private quarrels, but made himself respected and safe by winning a reputation for toughness and courage, and settled his differences by fighting. The English historian Eric J. Hobsbawm noted, "He recognized no obligation except those of the code of honor, or omerta, manliness, whose chief article forbade giving information to public authorities." To a 19th century Sicilian with a cultural heritage of centuries of danger and oppression, true manhood was said to consist of an independent arrogance in which a man kept silent in the event of a crime. The Sicilian reserved the right of personal vendetta, vengeance, for offenses committed against himself and his relatives. Mafia clans never functioned under a united centralized command for the entire island. They sprung up as regional bands organized primarily to protect specific local interests from foreign aggressors and intruders from other regions of Sicily. As late as the mid-19th century, mafiosi were portrayed by some writers as patriotic partisans who had defended and upheld the island's hallowed traditions. The clans were also called families, with the leader of each referred to as padrino, father, or as the capo di famiglia, the autocratic chief of the family, who arbitrated disputes and controversies in his extended group. In 1860, Giuseppe Garibaldi, a military hero of the Risorgimento, the movement to unify Italy, landed in Sicily with 1,000 volunteer fighters immortalized as red shirts for their distinctive military attire. Aided by popular support on the island, Garibaldi easily defeated the troops of the King of the Two Sicilies, and the last Spanish Bourbon monarch was deposed. Among the rebels who rallied to Garibaldi's army and his call for social justice were about 2,000 rough-hewn farmers from the countryside who, as economic conditions warranted, alternated between working the fields and holding up in caves as bandits. Symbolizing the respect afforded to these part-time peasants and part-time brigands, they were glorified by Garibaldi as his Squadri della Mafia, Mafia Squadron. A year after Garibaldi's landing and lightning military victory, Sicily, an area about the size of Vermont, was incorporated as a province into the newly formed state of Italy. In 1863, a play appeared in Sicily titled I Mafiosi della Vicaria, translated in English as Heroes of the Penitentiary. The mafiosi in the drama were oppressed, but valiant patriots and prisoners who showed their physical audacity in knife duels. The play toured Sicily and Italy, and the performances were instrumental in introducing the words mafia and mafiosi into the common language of Italy. An Italian dictionary from 1868 defined mafia in non-criminal terms as denoting bravado. Within a decade, however, liberation and the removal of the old pillars of authority brought widespread disorder and rampant crime to the island. These conditions created fertile prospects for the best organized mafia cosche, which could mobilize small private watchdog armies. They took advantage of the turmoil and the judicial and governmental vacuums by turning to subtle forms of criminal activities. During a period of little law or order, the cosche demanded systematic payments from wealthy landowners and businessmen to safeguard their properties from vandals and to protect them and their relatives from abductions and ransom demands. Oddly, to restore a semblance of law and order, the new national government in the 1870s enlisted the clans to help capture the most violent non-mafia bandits. These roving marauders were terrorizing the island and were viewed as a criminal epidemic, threatening public safety and Sicily's economic stability. As a reward for the mafia's aid, the nascent government in Rome secretly pledged that the cosche could continue without interference their own refined style of plunder and economic domination over sections of Sicily. The Rome officials, mainly from north and central Italy, were unfamiliar with the nuances of Sicilian culture and viewed the private deal as an expedient compromise. Overconfident, they believed the mafia leaders would serve as temporary middlemen between themselves and the island's population, and would help to maintain order until the young constitutional monarchy gained the strength to impose its own will. The arrangement, however, gave a virtual license and a new impetus to mafia families. The strongest clans were in northwestern Sicily, near Palermo. They began functioning openly and more brazenly, without any thought of relinquishing their privileged positions. Italy's unification and new government led to the breakup of many of Sicily's feudal estates and a measure of economic freedom. These additional opportunities were seized upon by the mafia groups. With the weak central government looking the other way, the clans, in effect, became a substitute extra-legal government, especially in remote rural areas. Through hints of violence, the families began extorting payoffs from new and absentee landowners to ensure that crops were harvested. They initiated similar shakedowns from merchants in cities and towns, promising to use their influence to ward off harassment from the government, particularly tax collectors. The Catholic Church became a willing collaborator with various cosche, relying on them to safeguard its vast land holdings on the island, and to stifle peasant demands for land or for larger payments as tenant farmers. Grateful for the protection, church leaders refrained from denouncing the mafiosis' strong-arm tactics. When it suited a clan father, he could simply authorize his mafiosi to cheaply acquire or monopolize profitable businesses the family wanted to possess. The families might pretend that they served as benefactors, protectors, and dispensers of justice to powerless peasants and small merchants, but their basic goal was self-enrichment. Any assistance a mafia family provided to individuals in business or in land disputes came with a price tag. Sooner or later, the recipient of the favor might be asked in a none too subtle manner to perform some deed, a legal or illegal quid pro quo, as compensation for the family's aid. Unification gave Sicilian men the right to elect representatives to a national parliament and local offices. This democratic reform also was a boon to the clans. Through intimidation and control of blocks of voters, the mafiosi helped elect numerous politicians, who, as a result, were indebted to them and under their sway. After Italy's unification, in Sicily, the most prevalent image of the typical mafiosi was that of the unsparing enforcer with a lupara, a sawed-off shotgun slung over his shoulder, eager to exact mafia-style justice. In the late 19th century, the strongest cosche sought to solidify their power and resist encroachments from rival families by adopting a new practice, the ritual of the loyalty blood oath of Omerta. Once inducted, a new member considered himself in the select ranks of the Onorato Societa, or honored society, and as a man of honor and man of respect, he could mockingly boast, "The King of Italy might rule the island, but men of my tradition govern it." The ambivalent reverence and fear inspired by each clan was epitomized by the Sicilian folklore authority and supranationalist Giuseppe Pitre. Mafia is the force of the individual intolerance toward the arrogance of others, Pitre wrote misguidedly at the turn of the century. Mafia unites the idea of beauty with superiority and valor, in the best sense of the word, and sometimes more awareness of being a man, sureness of soul and audacity, but never arrogance, never haughtiness. Risorgimento brought a new form of government, but not prosperity to millions of landless peasants and impoverished laborers in southern Italy and Sicily. The 19th century and early 20th century open-door immigration policies of the United States became a magnet for Italians, especially rural Sicilians seeking to escape the economic and social hardships of their native land. Between 1890 and 1920, an estimated 4 million Italian and Sicilian immigrants settled in America. The vast majority were law-abiding artisans, farmers, and unskilled toilers. But, as in every large ethnic immigrant category, sprinkled in were criminals, men on the run from the law, who were aware of the mafia's traditions, and men who were minor mafiosi, seeking new opportunities or fleeing vendettas. At the time of this immigration wave, none of the Sicilian cosche tried to establish beachheads or branches in the United States. After all, there was no need. In Sicily, the mafia families were among the favored haves, not the downtrodden have-nots. They had no reason to relinquish their enviable, comfortable station in life for risky ventures in a foreign land. New Orleans was one of the earliest American ports of call for Italian immigrants. They arrived on ships called lemon boats because the vessels carried citrus fruits as well as passengers from Sicily and southern Italy. In the history of the American Mafia, New Orleans accidentally became the Cosa Nostra's Plymouth Rock, the setting for the first Sicilian and southern Italian gangsters in America. They were petty criminals who imitated the tactics of the original Mafia, even employing the name of the secret society. Eventually, their descendants and successors became an authentic American Mafia family. By 1890, more than 1,000 Italian immigrants lived in New Orleans, and 2 violent gangs fought for control of the port's stevedoring business. At the height of the feud, Chief of Police David Hennessy, who was suspected of taking bribes from one of the factions, was shot and killed. The murder infuriated a large group of vigilantes, who lynched 16 Italian men, several of whom had been charged with complicity in the police chief's slaying. The grand jury that investigated the affair produced the first documented recognition that some form of the Mafia had arrived in the United States, and spotlighted the difficulties in unearthing information about this obscure entity. In a report, the jury in 1891 declared, "The range of our researches has developed the existence of the secret organization styled Mafia. The evidence comes from several sources, fully competent in themselves to attest its truth. While the fact is supported by the long record of blood-curdling crimes, it being almost impossible to discover the perpetrators or to secure witnesses." Although New Orleans witnessed the country's first incident of Mafia infiltration, it was to northeastern cities like New York that the masses of Sicilian and Italian immigrants gravitated. In addition, in the early 1900s, mafiosi imitators and other predators also flocked there. These thugs preyed on their own apprehensive countrymen, who were adapting to a different language and different customs, and who were distrustful of American law enforcement authorities. In the early stages of Italian immigration, The police in New York and in other large eastern cities often confused the mafia with individuals and gangs operating under the name of La Mano Nero, or the Black Hand. The Black Hand, which had no direct relationship with the mafia, referred to a crude technique of random extortion used by individuals and small gangs. It was not an organization. The extortionists would deliver letters, mainly to businessmen and shopkeepers in Italian neighborhoods, warning them of dire injuries or death if they failed to pay bribes for their continued safety. To magnify the intimidation, a frightening symbol, the picture of a black hand fringed by a knife and skull, was imprinted on each letter. Faced with soaring crime and murder rates in Italian sections, the New York Police Department in 1883 recruited its first Italian-speaking officer, Giuseppe Joe Petrosino. A native of southern Italy, Petrosino immigrated to New York with his parents at age 13 and worked as a shoeshine boy and street sweeper before becoming a police officer. An assertive, solidly built individual, Petrosino was only 5 feet 3 inches tall, and officials had to waive the department's minimum height requirement to bring him onto the force. Unlike ineffective English-speaking officers and detectives, who were unable to glean clues, let alone solve crimes, in the Italian and Sicilian precincts, the hard-working, street-smart Petrosino proved his worth in rounding up dangerous suspects. In 1895, Theodore Roosevelt, then the city's highest civilian police official, promoted Petrosino to detective. A master of disguises and able to speak several Italian and Sicilian dialects, Petrosino's work led to prison sentences for more than 500 criminals. His exploits earned him the rank of lieutenant, and whenever a serious crime occurred involving Sicilians or Italians, commanders would cry out, "Send for the Dago." Like many ambitious police officers in dangerous roles, Petrosino counted on good press accounts to further his career, and he tipped off newspaper reporters to pending arrests in big cases. One instance was the help he provided to fabled tenor Enrico Caruso when he received a Black Hand demand for $5,000, a princely sum at the turn of the 20th century. Caruso intended to pay, until Petrosino persuaded him that he would be opening himself to more and larger extortions. The detective set a trap and personally collared the man who came to collect Caruso's payoff. Petrosino tried to educate the police brass about the reasons Italian criminals found New York and other big cities such tempting targets. "Here there is practically no police surveillance," he reported in a memorandum. "Here it is easy to buy arms and dynamite. Here there is no penalty for using a fake name. Here it is easy to hide, thanks to our enormous territory and overcrowded cities." By 1909, Petrosino's advice was being heeded, and he was heading a 25-man unit, the Italian Squad, when Police Commissioner Theodore Bingham sent him on a secret assignment to Italy and Sicily. A new American law allowed the deportation of any alien who had been convicted of a crime in another country and who had lived in the United States for less than 3 years. With a long list of known villains in hand, Petrosino was to seek out proof of their criminal misbehavior in Italy and return with the evidence to boot them out of America. Unfortunately, while Petrosino was abroad, the publicity-seeking Bingham disclosed the nature of his assignment to a New York newspaper, and the mafia in Sicily got wind of the detective's arrival there. Sicilian mafiosi, apparently alarmed over Petrosino's digging in their backyard, and determined to send a deterrent message to other potential American investigators, caught up with the detective in Palermo on his first day in the city. He was gunned down in daylight in the crowded Piazza Marina, standing near a statue of Garibaldi. At close range, professional assassins shot him twice in the back of the head and once in the face. Vito Cascioferro, a mafia padrino, claimed afterward that he was responsible for the murder. Don Vito had lived briefly in New York and apparently was incensed by Petrosino's diligent investigation of Sicilian criminals. At Petrosino's funeral in New York, 250,000 people lined the streets in mournful tribute as the cortege passed. To honor the fallen hero, the city dedicated a minuscule parklet in Lower Manhattan as Lieutenant Joseph Petrosino Square. Today, that bare, benchless concrete slab serves as a road divider and pedestrian safety island near Little Italy, 1 block from the old police headquarters where Petrosino got his fatal final orders from Commissioner Bingham. Petrosino achieved the distinction of being the only New York police officer murdered on an overseas assignment. His killers were never caught. Decades later, near the close of the 20th century, New York's mafia families were still firmly in place and as defiant as their predecessors had been earlier in Sicily. Ironically, across the street from Petrosino Square, the restaurant La Donna Rosa opened in the 1980s. Its owner was Alphonse D'Arco, then a high-ranking mobster. Within easy sight of a plaque memorializing Lieutenant Petrosino's crusade against the mafia, the restaurant was used by D'Arco as a secure meeting site for the Lucchese crime family to map out plans for murders and other crimes. 4. The Castellamarese War. During the first 2 decades of the 20th century, Italian immigrant criminals in New York were either undisciplined street gangs or individual predators. By 1920, nearly 1 million Italian immigrants, predominantly from Sicily and southern Italy, lived in New York. About 15% of the city's population, they were squeezed into 3 neighborhoods, Little Italy and East Harlem in Manhattan, and Williamsburg in Brooklyn. Like other ethnic criminal groups, the newly arrived mafiosi and other Italian gangsters largely confined themselves to victimizing their own countrymen. Irish hoodlums carried out similar activities on Manhattan's West Side. The turf for Jewish thugs was the Lower East Side. A political and social earthquake, Prohibition, would revolutionize crime in America for these small-time Italian, Jewish, and Irish underworld characters. Combined with another upheaval, the triumph of fascism in Italy, the 2 events would significantly alter the mafia's role in America and transform it into the nation's preeminent criminal organization. Prohibition, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution, went into effect in January 1920, making the manufacture and sale of all alcoholic beverages a federal crime. The historian Stephen Fox described the law as an ethnic experiment in social control, an attempt to preserve the nation's Anglo-Saxon character from the influx of foreign cultures. Prohibition supporters characterized the ban as a crusade to protect the presumed wholesome pastoral values of rural America from decadent big cities and their huge alien populations. Indeed, in the immoral urban centers, many Italian, Jewish, and Irish gangsters quickly recognized the significance of the law and the rich opportunities it offered for a new type of crime, bootlegging, or supplying beer and booze to a clientele that was law-abiding but extremely thirsty. Overnight, in apartments, in sheds, in the back rooms of stores, primitive stills or distilleries dubbed alky cookers sprouted in New York's ethnic ghettos. At the same time in Sicily, the mafia's half-century of serene growth was suddenly being challenged. The fascist regime of Benito Mussolini took control of the Italian government in the early 1920s and moved rapidly to wipe out all opposition to the absolute supremacy of the fascist dictatorship. A northerner, Mussolini was well aware of the mafia's extraordinary influence in Sicily and its historical contempt for all national governments in Rome. Mussolini's antagonism toward the mafia was inflamed by the cool, insulting reception he received on a visit to Sicily in 1924. The head of a cosca, Don Ciccio Cuccia, who was the mayor of the small town Piana de Greci, aptly demonstrated the mafia's disrespect for Il Duce, the leader. When the haughty Mussolini rose to deliver a speech, the main piazza was empty, except for a collection of seedy beggars and village idiots collected by the mayor. At a reception in another town, despite the vigilance of his bodyguards, the mafia managed to steal Mussolini's hat. Mussolini's revenge was swift and exacting. He gave a ruthless official from the north, Cesare Mori, totalitarian police powers and an army of special agents to eradicate the mafia. Dubbed the Iron Prefect, and aided by landowners and businessmen who resented the mafia's power and extortion demands, Mori brutally rounded up and imprisoned scores of clan fathers and their soldiers. One of the first victims in Mussolini's war was the imprudent Don Ciccio Cuccia. A month after the insult of the piazza, Mussolini retaliated with a long jail sentence for Don Ciccio, without the formality of a trial. The appellation Don is a form of honor and great respect for an individual, not an inherited or aristocratic title. As a method of publicly degrading those mafiosi who did come to trial, Mori constructed iron cages to exhibit them in courtrooms. Distressed at the slow pace of one of the early judicial proceedings, Mussolini issued this blunt directive: "Fascist justice must be rapid and decisive. If the trial does not go faster, the liquidation of the mafia will not be done until the year 2000. Before Mori's mass roundups and trials ended, more than 1,200 suspected mafiosi were convicted and sentenced to terms ranging from a few months to life imprisonment. Palermo was the center of the crackdown, and the accusations were usually banding together for criminal purposes, and the specific crimes of murder, extortion, blackmail, robbery, and theft. Mussolini reaped a bonus from the reign of terror against the mafia. It was a convenient pretense to arrest and eliminate Sicilian liberals, leftists, and other political opponents, all of whom were falsely smeared as mafiosi. The Sicilian mafia never conceived a plan to infiltrate America or to establish branches in the United States. But the Mussolini-Mori suppression proved so severe that it led to a widespread exodus from Sicily of experienced and apprentice mafiosi, fleeing certain torture and imprisonment. Unlimited entry to the United States ended in 1924 with the enactment of the National Origins Act, a law that virtually halted immigration from Italy. Undeterred by immigration restrictions and portraying themselves as political victims of fascism, many of the routed Sicilian mobsters headed for New York. They had little difficulty sneaking into the country and linking up with entrenched Sicilian gangs. One of the earliest illegal aliens was Joseph Bonanno, who would create a mob empire in America. Bonanno, whose father and close relatives were sworn mafiosi, came from Castellammare del Golfo, Castle by the Sea, a hallowed mafia bastion on Sicily's west coast. His trip to America was arranged with financial and moral support from clan members in Castellammare, who had gone underground to survive Mussolini's purge, and from Castellammarese kin in America. In 1924, at age 19, Bonanno slipped into the United States from Cuba and made his way to Brooklyn's Williamsburg section, where an immigrant Castellammarese Borgata was already in business. Like other mafiosi newcomers, Bonanno was astonished by the rosy prospects Prohibition offered. It was the golden goose, he rhapsodized. His first illicit venture was opening a still in Brooklyn with other young Castellammarese immigrants. "When I first got into bootlegging, I thought it was too good to be true," Bonanno wrote in his autobiography, A Man of Honor, published 60 years later. "I didn't consider it wrong. It seemed fairly safe and that the police didn't bother you. There was plenty of business for everyone. The profits were tremendous." Violating or ignoring the Prohibition Amendment was considered a good-natured sport, not a stigma, by most Americans. After the amendment was ratified, Congress approved the National Prohibition Act, commonly called the Volstead Act, to define and strengthen the law. All beverages containing more than 0.5% alcohol were banned as intoxicating. The bootleggers, rum runners, and speakeasy owners who slaked the nation's gigantic thirst were generally looked upon by most public officials, judges, and ordinary citizens as providing an essential product and service. Except for a tiny core of diligent, incorruptible federal agents, local and federal law enforcement agents had blind eyes and open palms when it came to enforcing a singularly unpopular law. National enforcement was delegated largely to the newly created Prohibition Bureau in the Treasury Department. The agency soon became a laughingstock, ridiculed for its huge conglomeration of politically appointed corrupt and incompetent hacks, masquerading as investigators. Little enthusiasm was expended by most local law enforcement units to disturb bootlegging operations. Indeed, many states and communities where political sentiment was pro-wet, anti-prohibition, passed laws that seemingly benefited bootleggers. New York State may have gone the farthest to protect the illegal industry. In 1923, the New York legislature repealed a weak state prohibition law, thereby eliminating any requirement by local police to initiate or assist federal agents in arresting violators. Encouraged by the lax enforcement in New York, the Sicilian gangs and the Jewish and Irish bootleggers abandoned the primitive rot-gut alky cookers. They developed more sophisticated and profitable techniques, smuggling quality liquor from Britain and Canada, and opening their own covert breweries. In addition to the Castellamarese Overseas Clan, several other loosely organized Sicilian gangs, some with southern Italian members from the Naples region, were thriving in New York by the late 1920s, mainly due to bootlegging. Profits from breweries were enormous. Each barrel of beer cost less than $5 to produce, and netted about $36 upon delivery to a speakeasy. The illegal untaxed income from supplying whiskey and other hard spirits was even greater. In the competition between ethnic rivals, the Sicilian-Italian bootleggers lacked the political influence of the Irish underworld. The largely Irish police force gave them an advantage in corrupting cops. And the Jewish gangsters were almost equal in numbers to the Italians. But the Italian mobsters had a distinct asset. They were recognized by their rivals as better disciplined, more vicious, and more deadly whenever fights erupted over territorial control and customers. New York's largest Italian gang in the mid-1920s was based in East Harlem and headed by Giuseppe Joe Masseria, a middle-aged Sicilian immigrant. Short and corpulent, Masseria's puffy cheeks and small, narrow eyes earned him the nickname the Chinese. Masseria, however, dubbed himself Joe the Boss, and was the first to use that designation for the head of an American mafia family, instead of the traditional Sicilian title, Father. Masseria's ascension rested on a violent, blood-soaked record. He led a gang that killed more than 30 opponents in battles over bootlegging territories and illegal gambling operations. His favorite expression for ordering the execution of a rival was instructing an underling to take that stone from my shoe. Despite his unathletic, portly physique, Masseria possessed an uncanny agility when dodging bullets and outrunning and escaping assassins in street ambushes and gunfights. His carnal appetite was as gross as his quest for power. He would sit down several times a day to huge meals, wolfing down 3 plates of pasta just as a side dish. Masseria's trencherman habits and atrocious table manners, food often splattered from his mouth as he harangued dining companions, gave rise to another nickname from his detractors, Joe the Glutton. Masseria's success stemmed partly from a keen eye for talent to run and protect his rackets. 3 of his brightest young recruits, who had emigrated as boys to America, were Salvatore Lucania, Francesco Castiglia, and Gaetano Lucchese. Lucania would become Charles Lucky Luciano. Castiglia would change his baptismal name to Frank Costello, and Lucchese would be better known as Tommy Three Finger Brown. Later, the trio would attain eminence in the American Mafia's pantheon. In 1925, the Castellamarese clan was rejuvenated by the arrival of Salvatore Maranzano, another illegal immigrant driven out of Sicily by the Mussolini-Mori juggernaut. A well-established mafioso with the honorific title Don Purido, Maranzano, then in his early 40s, was a devoted defender of mafia tradition. One of the clan's best warriors in the old country, he came to America with a small fortune and quickly branched out into bootlegging. No small-time operator, Maranzano built quality whiskey stills in Pennsylvania and upstate New York, and took the 20-year-old Joe Bonanno under his wing. Bonanno handpicked a squad of armed marksmen to safeguard Maranzano's whiskey trucks, often camouflaged as milk tankers from rival hijackers. Unlike Joe the Boss Masseria, Maranzano fancied himself a sophisticated, educated European. Although he had sparse command of English, Maranzano bragged about being literate in Latin and Greek, and in his basso profundo Sicilian dialect, delighted in lecturing his unschooled, barely literate minions on classical literature and the virtues of his idol, Julius Caesar. As a cover to conduct his bootlegging business, Maranzano set up a company in Little Italy that supposedly was involved in export and import trade. There was a harsher side to Maranzano's business and personality that he revealed in a monologue to young Bonanno. He cautioned his protege that hunting animals was relatively simple, but taking the life of another man demanded courage and caution. When you aim at a man, your hands shake, your eyes twitch, your heart flutters, your mind interferes, Bonanno recalled Maranzano advising him. If possible, you should always touch the body with your gun to make sure the man is dead. Man is the hardest animal to kill. If he gets away, he will come back to kill you. Those words soon proved to be prophetic. In 1930, other members of the Castellamarese Borgata turned to Maranzano for guidance and leadership when Masseria demanded $10,000 payoffs as tributes, recognizing his assumed position as Joe the Boss of all New York mafiosi. Masseria also began dispatching hitmen against recalcitrant Castellamarese soldiers. The firebrand Maranzano refused to submit to Masseria or acknowledge his supremacy, thereby igniting an unprecedented large-scale conflict between the area's two largest borgatas. As casualties mounted, each side sought reinforcements from the other New York gangs and from mafiosi in other cities. In the Sicilian-Italian underworld, the mob carnage was spoken of as the Castellamarese War. Aware that they were prime ambush targets, Masseria and Maranzano surrounded themselves with bodyguards, traveling around town in convoys of armor-plated cars. Maranzano relied on a custom-built Cadillac with metal-plated sides and bulletproof windows. He shared the rear seat with a machine gun mounted on a swivel to fire out the windows. For backup weapons in close combat, he carried 2 large-caliber handguns and a dagger. Although he worked as a top lieutenant for Masseria, 29-year-old Lucky Luciano worried that the shootouts, with cadavers and wounded men sprawled on streets, attracted unwelcome notoriety to the Borgata gangs. Even worse, the fighting compelled the police to launch investigations that could endanger the smooth stream of loot flowing to him and his pals. From the start, Luciano had opposed the tyrannical thrust for absolute control and power by Joe the Boss, fearing that it would end in death and chaos for the main participants. Before the war broke out, Luciano had become increasingly frustrated by Masseria's refusal to adopt his ideas for modernizing and expanding their rackets. Content with the easy money from bootlegging and protection shakedowns, Masseria brushed off Luciano's proposals to cash in on new ventures. Luciano's business ideas included streamlining international bootlegging by cooperating with other Italian and with non-Italian gangs to bring in greater quantities of booze and eliminate hijackings. He knew that such cooperation would also prevent interference from the law by guaranteeing that more law enforcement personnel would be adequately bribed. Additionally, Luciano wanted to expand the areas of labor racketeering, gambling, and prostitution. Many of these activities would require temporary or permanent partnerships with Jewish and Irish gangsters. The distrustful Masseria, reluctant to accept alliances even with rival Sicilian and Italian mobsters whom he knew, vetoed any deals with Jewish or Irish hoods. Representing an emerging generation of English-speaking mafiosi who had been raised in America, Luciano grew increasingly contemptuous of the erratic, archaic methods of Masseria and his older immigrant counterparts. Luciano and his closest confederates referred disparagingly to Masseria and his ilk as Mustache Petes and Greasers. After 18 months of combat, and with no end in sight to the Castellamarese War, Luciano intervened by double-crossing Masseria. According to Joe Bonanno, who served as Maranzano's wartime chief of staff, at a clandestine meeting with Maranzano, Luciano offered to halt the hostilities by eliminating Masseria and assuming control of the dead boss's gang. In exchange, Maranzano would call off his hitmen, recognize Luciano as an equivalent boss, and peace would reign between the two factions. Armed with the secret pact, Luciano moved swiftly. He set up Masseria, inviting him to Coney Island for a lavish lobster lunch, a card game, and a conference at one of Joe the Boss's favorite trattorias, the Nuovo Villa Tamaro, where he would feel safe. The meeting on April 15, 1931, was ostensibly to find a way to ambush Maranzano. Masseria drove to the luncheon date in his personal armored car with 1-inch-thick bulletproof windows and with 3 bodyguards. Before dessert arrived, Luciano left for the toilet. Mysteriously, Masseria's bodyguards vanished from the restaurant, as 4 of Luciano's killers suddenly appeared and riddled Joe the Boss with a volley of gunfire. The New York Daily News reported, with melodramatic exaggeration, that Masseria died with the ace of spades, the death card, clutched in a bejeweled paw. Picked up for questioning by detectives, Luciano could offer no theory about a motive for the murder. Unfortunately, he added, he had no clue about the gunman because he was washing his hands and had seen nothing. With Masseria out of the way, Maranzano was hailed as a conquering hero by the surviving Castellamarese clan. Luciano got his reward by taking over Masseria's large gang, and Maranzano gave his blessings to new leaders of 3 smaller borgatas, whom he considered trustworthy allies. Maranzano, however, had a surprise in store for Luciano. Signaling his presumed dominance, Maranzano summoned Chicago's Al Capone and mafia leaders from the rest of the country to a meeting in a resort hotel in tiny Wappingers Falls, 75 miles from Times Square, to inform them of New York's new power lineup. The major implication of the meeting was clear. Maranzano had crowned himself as the highest-ranked leader in New York, and because of the city's prominence as the mafia's emerging American pull star, he expected to be recognized as superior to all bosses in the country. Maranzano, in effect, had declared himself capo di tutti capi, boss of bosses. In New York, he began issuing organizational decrees to the Castellamarese mafiosi and to the other borgatas. Recalling his admiration for Caesar, he wanted the families modeled loosely on the military chain of command of a Roman legion. Towering above all others, a father, or boss, or representante, would govern with unquestioned authority. His main assistant, or executive officer, was the sottocapo, underboss. Crews or street units, decini, would be formed, consisting of 10 or more inducted soldiers or button men. Each crew would be led by a capodicina, capo, or captain, appointed by the boss. and the units would be the family's workhorses for all illegal operations. Maranzano further mandated that mafia rules, which were inviolable in Sicily, be imposed on all the New York clans. His fundamental precepts, all carrying the death penalty if ignored, were unquestioned obedience to the father or boss and his designated officers. No physical assaults or insults against a fellow mafioso, a ban on desiring or courting the wife or sweetheart of another mafioso, and, most important, obeying omerta, the code of secrecy. Maranzano's high-handed moves provoked Luciano, who now reassessed him as more backward in his thinking than Masseria had been. Not only had Maranzano reneged on their deal for equality in New York, but he was thirsting for power throughout the country. From his trusted crony, Tommy Three-Finger Brown Lucchese, Luciano got wind of more alarming news. The duplicitous Lucchese had cozied up to Maranzano and his top lieutenants, and learned that Maranzano had marked Luciano for a machine gun assassination by the Irish cutthroat Vincent Mad Dog Cole. Befitting his new grandeur, Maranzano had moved his headquarters from Little Italy to an elegant suite of offices in the building atop Grand Central Terminal. Lucchese's spies tipped off Luciano that Maranzano was having tax troubles and expected that his phony export-import business records would be scrutinized by the Internal Revenue Service. In anticipation of an audit, Maranzano had instructed his bodyguards to be unarmed while in his office to ensure there would be no arrests for gun violations. Acting quickly to catch Maranzano off guard, Luciano decided that the Grand Central Office would be his best chance. On September 10, 1931, Lucchese showed up unannounced at the office for a courtesy call on Maranzano. Minutes later, a group of men swept in, announcing they were IRS agents. None appeared to be Sicilian or Italian, and neither Maranzano nor his bodyguards suspected they were hired killers. Before the bodyguards could react, the hitmen got the drop on them, and at gunpoint lined them up along with Lucchese and a female secretary, with their faces pressed to the wall. Lucchese identified Maranzano with a head movement, and a gunman nudged Maranzano into his private office. There were sounds of a struggle followed by a barrage of gunfire. 5 months after his arch-foe Joe the Boss had been annihilated, Maranzano lay dead, his body torn by bullets and knife wounds. Organized crime historians are uncertain if Luciano had schemed from the start to remove both Masseria and Maranzano as dinosaurs, antiquated obstacles to the Mafia's progress and realignment. A thin, slightly built, dark-haired man with an impassive, pockmarked face. Luciano came to New York as a boy of 9 from a village near Palermo. A school dropout at 14, within a decade he compiled an arrest record for armed robbery, gun possession, assault, grand larceny, gambling, and possession of narcotics. Remarkably, most of the charges were dropped, and except for an 8-month sentence, Luciano avoided any long jail time. A prison psychiatrist aptly analyzed him as highly intelligent, but an aggressive, egocentric, antisocial type. As a teenager, Luciano held only one honest job, as a $5 a week shipping clerk in a hat factory. He quit the day after he won $244 in a dice game, but used his experience at the factory to hide heroin that he transported and sold in hat boxes. At age 18, he admitted to a probation officer that he found regular work unsuitable for his personality. "I never was a crumb, and if I had to be a crumb, I would rather be dead," he told the interviewing officer. In Lucky's lexicon, a crumb was an average person who slaved at a dull or laborious job, squirreled away money, and never indulged in extravagant pleasures. By the time he was in his 20s, Luciano had been tagged with the nickname Lucky, but it is unclear whether he acquired it for his gambling exploits, for surviving gun and knife attacks, or from American mispronunciations of his Italian surname. His closest call came in 1929, when he was abducted, beaten, and strung up by his hands from a beam in a Staten Island warehouse. True to his calling, Luciano refused to tell the police who had taken him for a ride, and the reason for it. The episode left a jagged scar on his chin. On the Lower East Side, as a wild teenager before joining Massaria's gang, Luciano cemented alliances with Jewish gangsters that would endure for a lifetime. Charlie Lucky's closest Jewish criminal companions were the shrewd Meyer Lansky and Lansky's volatile colleague, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel. There was little doubt among New York's mafiosi that Luciano had engineered Maranzano's murder, and that the hit team had been mustered by his Jewish confederates. Luciano, however, circulated the message that he had indisputable evidence that the power-mad Maranzano, without cause, had been preparing to kill him, and therefore the hit was justifiable under mafia rules. The Castellamarese clan presented the only danger to Luciano of a new war or an assassination attempt to avenge their chief's death. But Luciano's self-defense claim was readily accepted, even by Maranzano's staunchest protege, Joe Bonanno. Reflecting on Maranzano's imperious behavior after winning a brutal struggle, Bonanno decided that his patron had been an astute warlord, but unable to adapt to the culture and tactics of the new Americanized breed. Despite 6 years in America, Maranzano spoke little English and was unable to communicate with younger criminals or comprehend their street talk and slang. Maranzano was old-world Sicilian in temperament and style, Bonanno explained in his autobiography. But he didn't live in Sicily anymore. In New York, he was advisor not only to Sicilians, but to American Italians. Set for anointment as head of the Castellamarese Borgata, Bonanno saw the wisdom of Luciano's new look for the mafia, and accepted what he characterized as the path of peace. With the war between them over, Luciano and Bonanno held a conclave with the heads of 3 other substantial Borgatas in New York, whom Luciano considered agreeable to his plans. The other bosses were Gaetano Galliano, Vincent Mangano, and Joe Profaci. Without any specific blueprint, in 1931, 5 mafia families had evolved from a convulsive decade. The 5 families would survive, under various names and leaders, into the next century. No other American city would have more than 1 mafia family, nor would any other Borgata come close to matching the size, wealth, power, and influence of any of the New York families. Before the year ended, the New York bosses traveled to Chicago for a national conference with Al Capone, Chicago's Italian mob titan, and the leaders of more than 20 other mafia factions in the country. The great innovator Luciano explained his concepts for avoiding intrafamily and interfamily mob wars and for establishing lasting prosperity. He accepted as pragmatic Maranzano's organizational structure of crews performing the bulk of the work for the families, but added a wrinkle for the hierarchies. Besides a sottocapo, an underboss, each family regime or administration would have a consigliere, a skilled counselor or diplomat, to iron out problems inside the family and to resolve feuds with other Borgatas. Luciano saw the practical wisdom of the Sicilian traditional reliance on omerta, absolute loyalty to the family, and many of the other rules and security measures that Maranzano had suggested to prevent penetration by law enforcement agents. These behavioral standards would serve as the Mafia's sacred code, its 10 Commandments. Without discussion or debate, it was universally understood by the bosses that membership throughout the country would be open only to men whose parents were both from Sicily or southern Italy. Italian heritage of only one parent would be insufficient for acceptance into a family. Bloodlines were critical factors for determining trustworthiness and for acceptance as a man of honor. The size of each family was fixed at the number of made men it had at that time, with replacements allowed only for dead members. Freezing the strength of each Borgata was intended to prevent surreptitious expansions to dominate other families and possibly ignite territorial conflicts. Limiting membership also was seen as a businesslike means of selecting the best and most competent candidates. Luciano made it clear that mafia membership was a lifetime obligation. There were no provisions for resignation or early retirement. The only way out is in a box, Lucky emphasized. While not a written document, the code illuminated the mafia's fundamental guiding principle. The survival of each family and the combined national mafia overshadowed the needs and safety of the individual mafioso. Every family was therefore obligated to maintain the organizational viability that would withstand any assault by law enforcement. The purpose of the code was to enable a family to continue functioning efficiently, even if the boss or other hierarchs were removed. The organization would be supreme, its parts replaceable. Luciano unveiled one more idea, his most striking innovation, without precedent in the Sicilian mafia or among Americanized gangsters. It was the creation of the Commission, the equivalent of a national board of directors that would establish general policies and regulations for all families in the country, and would settle territorial and other disputes that might arise. The Commission would be the vital link between families throughout the nation, ensuring cooperation and harmony on joint criminal ventures. It would be analogous to an underworld Supreme Court, whose primary function was to prevent warfare while recognizing the sovereignty of the individual groups. Luciano and Bonanno originally wanted to name the new body the Committee for Peace, after its main purpose. But younger, American-reared mafiosi found the name too difficult to pronounce in Italian or Sicilian. Clearly defining New York's keystone position in the mafia's national pecking order, Luciano gave representation on the commission to all 5 New York families. Other members of the new body would come from Chicago and Buffalo, with the proviso that more families could be added if necessary. Chicago's selection was an obvious recognition of Capone and his gang's strength, wealth, and domination of numerous rackets in the Midwest. The boss of the Buffalo family was Stefano Magaddino, another immigrant from Castellammare del Golfo. Magaddino was highly respected and feared because he was a cousin of Joe Bonanno and had business ties to mafia organizations in the Midwest and in Canada. Luciano surprised the underworld convention by insisting that each family on the commission have a single vote, with all decisions determined by the majority. His successes in New York had elevated him into a position of unrivaled national importance, and there was little doubt that among the nation's mafia bosses he was first among equals. There would have been no opposition if Charlie Lucky had nominated himself as the first capo di tutti capi, boss of bosses. But Luciano realized that the bloodshed in the previous decade as families fought for dominance and underworld monopolies, climaxed by the Castellamarese War, had demonstrated the futility of attempts to impose a supreme leader. Martin A. Gosch, a Hollywood movie producer, claimed that 30 years after the Chicago conclave, Luciano reminisced about it with him in preparation for a proposed film version of Luciano's life. Gosch asserted that Luciano summarized his main purpose for the meeting with this colorful quote: "I explained to him that all the war horse shit was out. I explained to him we was in a business that had to keep moving without explosions every 2 minutes. Knocking guys off just because they come from a different part of Sicily, that kind of crap was giving us a bad name, and we couldn't operate until it stopped." Although the substance of Gosch's conversations with Luciano was never documented elsewhere, the quotation matched accounts that investigators dug up of Luciano's goals at the session in Chicago. Cosa Nostra experts agree that all of Luciano's remodeling proposals were accepted by the nation's mob families. Luciano's game plan clearly established that the American Borgatas would never be subsidiaries or satellites of the Sicilian mafia. Although drawing on Sicilian traditions, especially omerta, Americans' independent mafiosi were adapting themselves to the unique social and cultural forces that existed on their continent. The Chicago secret meeting reportedly ended at the Blackstone Hotel, with Al Capone hosting a feast where the delegates, acting as if they were at a jazz-era orgy, made merry, enjoying the favors of a plethora of prostitutes. Without the awareness of the nation's vast law enforcement apparatus, in 1931, an American mafia had been custom-designed for efficient plunder, and New York was its epicenter. 5. Dirty Thirties. For millions of Americans, the 1930s was the paradigm of hard times, the decade of the Great Depression. Justifiably known as the Dirty Thirties, it was an era clouded by unprecedented economic impoverishment, bank failures, shuttered factories, violent strikes, abandoned farms, homeless wanderers, bread lines, and soup kitchens. At the nadir of crisis in 1931, about 15 million people, almost 25% of the nation's workforce, were unemployed. The newly hatched mafia families, however, had no financial worries. The decade was the onset of unparalleled prosperity and cooperation that would extend far into the century. At the 1931 Chicago conclave of top mobsters, Lucky Luciano, the mafia's visionary criminal genius, installed the organizational foundations that each of the score of existing borgatas used to construct networks of illicit enterprises. Joe Bonanno, one of the bosses present at the creation of the modern American mafia, was gratified by the long period of serenity that Luciano's grand scheme inaugurated. For nearly a 30-year period after the Castellamarese War, no internal squabbles marred the unity of our family, and no outside interference threatened the family or me, Bonanno marveled in his autobiography. Luciano's managerial revolution was intended to build bulwarks that would protect and insulate himself and the other bosses from implication in the transgressions committed by their families. Thereby, each chieftain or godfather would reap the profits from his family's criminal activities, without risking indictment or imprisonment. Ironically, while Luciano's blueprint safeguarded most of his fellow bosses, he was the only New York mobster of his era to suffer a long prison sentence. Prohibition had been the catalyst for transforming the neighborhood gangs of the 1920s into smoothly run regional and national criminal corporations. Men like Luciano, Bonanno, and Lucchese began as small-time hoodlums and graduated as underworld leviathans. Bootlegging gave them on-the-job executive training in a dangerous environment. It taught them how to plan and run the intricate machinery necessary for producing and supplying huge quantities of beer and whiskey. Still in their 20s and 30s, this new breed of mafiosi became expert in marshaling small armies of smugglers, truckers, cargo handlers, and gunmen. The young millionaire mobsters also became adept at laundering money to dodge tax evasion problems, and learned how to bribe and manipulate political and police contacts to forestall law enforcement headaches. The Chicago meeting was a success. A power structure was in place. The nation's mafia leaders tacitly agreed to assemble every 5 years at a national crime forum, much like a political party convention or a religious synod, to fraternize and review mutual concerns. Within the new Luciano and Bonanno families, their ranks had enlarged as a byproduct of the Castellamarese War and the need for reinforcements in a costly campaign. While the Luciano Plan and the Commission united all of the country's borgatas in generally recognized rules and concepts, there were regional distinctions about membership. Joe Bonanno refused to subscribe to the idea of his borgata as a melting pot for all Italians. Only men of full Sicilian heritage, he insisted, could be faithful to Cosa Nostra culture and obligations. None of the families would permit the utterance of the name Mafia to identify their organizations. The New York families adopted Cosa Nostra, the mafia code name in Sicily. Chicago called itself the Outfit. Buffalo chose the Arm. Others, especially in New England, preferred the neutral-sounding the Office. Eventually, among mafiosi, the most popular mode for identifying a made man was the simple expression, "he's connected." As the gangsters dispersed from Chicago, most of them realized that Prohibition, the lush money machine, was on its deathbed. A majority of the public and most politicians wanted to rescind the law as unenforceable, unpopular, and a corruptive influence on law enforcement agencies. The worsening Depression provided another anti-prohibition argument for the new administration in 1933 of President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Supporters of repeal contended that it would revive the legitimate alcohol industry and generate thousands of new jobs. In December 1933, the 21st Amendment to the Constitution was adopted, repealing the 18th Amendment that had outlawed the production and sale of alcoholic beverages. On the first night that the 13-year dry spell ended, in New York, tens of thousands of revelers poured into Times Square in a spontaneous celebration. The huge throngs required the emergency mustering of almost the entire city police force of 20,000 officers for crowd control. The 5 New York Mafia families were prepared for the cosmic change. Prohibition had enriched them so handsomely that they had sufficient startup money and muscle to bankroll new rackets and crimes, or to simply take over existing ones from rival ethnic Irish and Jewish gangsters. As an example of the Mafia's financial resources, movie producer Martin Gosh said that Luciano told him that his gross take from bootlegging alone in 1925 was at least $12 million, and that after expenses, mainly for a small army of truck drivers and guards and bribes to law enforcement officials and agents, he cleared $4 million in profits. Prohibition was barely in its grave before the New York Mafia was feasting from a smorgasbord of new and expanded traditional crimes: bookmaking, loan sharking, prostitution, narcotics trafficking, robberies, cargo hijackings, and the numbers game. Racket became the popular term for these new mafia endeavors. The use of racket as slang to describe an underworld activity can be traced back to 18th century England. Its exact derivation is unclear, though it might be related to alternate definitions of racket: a clamor, a social excitement, dissipation, or gaiety. In the mid and late 19th century, the term came into use as a raucous private party held by Irish-American gangs in New York. To subsidize their rackets, the gang members demanded or extorted contributions from merchants and individuals, whose property and lives would otherwise be endangered. Racketeer is a totally American invention, probably coined by a newspaper reporter to describe the innovative 1930s breed of mobsters. One shakedown the post-prohibition mafiosi borrowed from the defunct Black Hand was setting up phony security companies to protect businesses from arsonists and vandals who might damage their properties. Merchants and restaurateurs who declined to sign up with these spurious watchguard services often found their windows smashed or their premises ravaged by suspicious fires. Jewish gangsters in New York had invented the art of industrial racketeering in the Garment Center, which had a large percentage of Jewish workers and sweatshop proprietors. The Jewish thugs had been invited into the industry by both sides during fierce strikes in the 1920s. They worked as strike breakers for manufacturers and were employed by some unions as guerrillas to intimidate factory owners and scabs during organizational drives. When the confrontations ended, the gangsters who had worked illegally for both sides stayed on, gaining influence in the unions and in management associations. Their alliances with union leaders gave the Jewish racketeers the power to extract payoffs from owners by threatening work stoppages and unionization drives. Alternately, the unions paid them off by allowing mob-owned companies to operate non-union shops. Some mobsters muscled into companies as secret partners, getting payoffs from the principal owners in exchange for allowing them to operate non-union shops, or for guaranteeing sweetheart labor contracts if they were unionized. Lucky Luciano, the only godfather with close ties to top Jewish gangsters during Prohibition, had little difficulty in absorbing Jewish garment center rackets into his own dominion. Jewish hoods became junior partners and vassals of Luciano in one of the city's largest and most profitable industries. According to Joe Bonanno, who shunned mergers and deals with the Jewish underworld, Luciano in the mid-1950s was the dominant mob figure in the garment industry. Luciano had extensive interests in the clothing industry, especially in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union, Bonanno wrote later. Charlie Lucky offered to place Bonanno's men in important positions in the Amalgamated, which was the principal union involved in manufacturing men's and boys' clothing. Once empowered in the union, Bonanno, like Luciano, could control vital jobs, set union contractual terms, and share in kickbacks from the manufacturers. Luciano's offer was politely turned down, because Bonanno did not want to be obligated to another family. The independent-minded Bonanno had another good reason to go it alone. He had his own connections to the other vital clothing industry union, the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union. Like the other New York bosses, Bonanno had numerous traditional criminal activities and new front enterprises to keep him busy and affluent. He had taken over a variety of legitimate businesses, 3 coat manufacturing companies, a trucking company, laundries, and cheese suppliers. There was also a Joe Bonanno funeral parlor in Brooklyn that was suspected of being used to secretly dispose of victims murdered by the family. The ingenious Bonanno was said to have used specially built 2-tiered or double-decker coffins with a secret compartment under the recorded corpse that allowed 2 bodies to be buried simultaneously. Income from these fronts was a handy means for warding off tax audits and justifying his above-average lifestyle. Bonanno's underlying capitalist philosophy rested on a basic theory that guided him and other bosses: eliminate all competition. One must remember that in the economic sphere, one of the objectives of a family was to set up monopolies as far as it was possible, he explained in A Man of Honor. In addition to the garment industry, the 5 mafia families used strong-arm tactics and their influence in unions to control and obtain kickbacks from stevedore companies on the Brooklyn waterfront, the Fulton Fish Market, the wholesale meat and produce markets in Manhattan and Brooklyn, construction and trucking companies, and hotels and restaurants. The Sicilian-Italian gangs even forced out Jewish racketeers from their pioneering roles in the $50 million a year kosher chicken business. New York's large Jewish population and its orthodox dietary rules guaranteed a steady demand for the interrelated poultry industry. The Jewish hoods were content with simple, old-fashioned protection tactics. They engaged in small shakedowns of frightened and defenseless businessmen, trying to keep their companies and their bodies intact. Inspired by Tommy Three-Finger Brown Lucchese, the Mafia had more grandiose plans. Lucchese's gunmen pushed aside their Jewish counterparts and, in what would become a classic model for industrial racketeering, established a cartel among live chicken suppliers, wholesalers, and slaughtering companies. Lucchese formed a supposed trade group, the New York Live Poultry Chamber of Commerce, and, through a combination of subtle intimidation and promises of ample profits, forced most kosher chicken businesses to join. Prices were fixed to put an end to normal competition, and each company was assigned a share of the market. In return, the company paid a fee depending on gross sales to the Mafia Front Poultry Association. Lucchese and his helpmates, of course, took a hefty cut for establishing the cartel and preventing new companies from competing in New York. The companies that kicked back part of their profits to Lucchese simply passed along the crime tax through higher prices to their customers. Within the industries they controlled, from the garment center to the waterfront, the mafiosi profited further from illegal gambling and loan sharking rings that fleeced wage earners. No competition was allowed by the five families. Jewish and Irish gangsters, who had run their own powerful Prohibition-era gangs, offered little resistance to the Mafia's drive for absolute control. Even Meyer Lansky, the most influential Jewish gangster of his time in the 1930s and 40s, needed the approval of his Mafia partners for most of his projects. Lansky accompanied Luciano to Mafia conventions, but was never allowed to sit in on discussions. Before the Mafia takeover, the undisputed Jewish criminal virtuoso of the 1920s was Arnold Rothstein. His omnibus activities included international bootlegging, labor racketeering, stock frauds, fencing stolen diamonds and bonds, narcotics trafficking, and gambling schemes. Rothstein's legendary coup was engineering the Black Sox scandal by fixing the 1919 Baseball World Series, in which the heavily favored Chicago White Sox were defeated by the Cincinnati Reds. Known along Broadway as the Brain and the Big Bankroll, Rothstein was an unthreatening-looking figure, soft-spoken, and a spiffy dresser. His authority was enforced by an entourage of brutal henchmen, and he tutored a crop of future Jewish and Italian underworld stars, including Lansky and Luciano. The charismatic Rothstein is believed to have been the inspiration for F. Scott Fitzgerald's gangster Meyer Wolfsheim in The Great Gatsby. Whatever obstacles Rothstein might have created to the Mafia's takeover of New York rackets were eliminated before Prohibition ended. On the night of November 4th, 1928, he was found staggering on a sidewalk in Midtown Manhattan, shot in the stomach. Rothstein survived 2 days, but, true to his own code of omerta, refused to identify the shooter or the motive. "I'm not talking to you," a detective quoted him as saying from his hospital deathbed. "You stick to your trade. I'll stick to mine." He was dead at age 46. George Wolfe, a Jewish lawyer in New York who represented Cosa Nostra and Jewish gangsters in the 1930s and 40s, had a close-up view of the new ethnic underworld relationships. "The two groups have always worked in surprisingly good harmony," Wolfe commented, "the Italians respecting the Jews for their financial brains, and the Jews preferring to stay quietly behind the scenes and let the Italians use the muscle needed." Mafia strength stemmed partly from the ultimate organized crime weapon, murder. At the 1931 Chicago meeting, the bosses figuratively set in concrete the rule that only mafiosi could kill mafiosi, and while they could kill outsiders, other criminals would face death for even threatening a made man. A Jewish racketeer, Michael Hellerman, warned of the danger in challenging mafia authority in matters of money. "Jews, outsiders, wind up on the short end of any sit-down chaired and run by the mafia," he grumbled. "Somehow, we always wound up paying, even when we were right." During Prohibition, Irish gangsters dominated many sections of New York. Their most powerful and ruthless icon was Owney Madden. Madden began his career as a predatory gunman hijacker in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood on Manhattan's rough West Side. His Prohibition-era escapades glamorized him as a celebrity millionaire, with stakes in 24 nightclubs, including the acclaimed Cotton Club in Harlem. Madden's reputation for revenge and craftiness, and his political influence at City Hall were so potent that even the Italian gangs stayed out of his territory. But the death of Prohibition and the rise of the Mafia persuaded Madden that he could no longer survive or compete in any sphere with the Italian gangs. In 1933, the 40-year-old Madden announced that he was retiring from New York, relocating south to Hot Springs, Arkansas. At that time, Hot Springs, a city famed for its compliant and corrupt police and public officials, was a refuge for nonviolent criminals. After his fierce battles in New York, Madden found the ambiance in Hot Springs easy pickings. He became that city's illegal gambling monarch. The Mafia had similar post-Prohibition successes against their former Irish and Jewish rivals in other cities. Sizable Irish crews in Chicago and Boston, and Jewish contingents in Detroit, the Purple Gang, and Philadelphia faced two choices. They were either whacked or induced to become hired hands for specific crimes, or allowed to work as compliant bookies paying the mafia protection money. While the New York families were solidifying their organizations in the early 1930s, law enforcement efforts against them were at best haphazard. The insulated bosses, however, took careful note of the legal trap that ensnared Alphonse Capone, a tax evasion case. Al Capone's birthplace and date of birth are uncertain. Various records indicate that he was born in the late 1890s, either in southern Italy or, more likely, in Brooklyn, where he grew up. Like many of his era's gangsters, Capone was an early school dropout and got his basic training as a battler in street gangs. Working as a bouncer in a combination bar and brothel, Capone was slashed on the left side of his face, providing him with the sinister nickname Scarface. He arrived in Chicago as an enforcer and gun-toting bodyguard, just as Prohibition and the beer wars were raging. By the mid-1920s, Capone had shot his way to the top of Chicago's gangland and was running multi-million-dollar bootlegging, prostitution, and gambling enterprises. The raucous climate generated by Prohibition turned gangsters into press celebrities and rogue heroes. Capone basked in the limelight. His favorite interview statements were, "I am just a businessman, giving the people what they want," and "all I do is satisfy a public demand." The stout, balding Capone made no attempt to avoid cameras and attention. He relished front-row box seats at baseball games, where players queued to sign autographs for him, and he hosted lavish parties at Chicago hotels and in his 14-room mansion on exclusive Palm Island in Florida. His conspicuousness and violence finally backfired. On St. Valentine's Day in 1929, 6 members of the gang of his arch-enemy George Bugs Moran and an innocent optometrist who had stopped by to visit were lined up against a garage wall and machine-gunned to death. Chicago's law enforcement authorities were in Capone's pocket and made no serious effort to investigate the slaughter or any of Capone's activities. But the horrendous St. Valentine's Day massacre provoked the administration of President Herbert Hoover to pin something on the haughty Capone. Furthermore, the administration was committed to enforcing Prohibition, and Capone's open defiance and his striking visibility were embarrassing and mocking. An extensive paper chase by a special Treasury Department unit barely scratched the surface of Capone's actual illicit spoils. But the squad of auditors and investigators unearthed records linking payments to him from 1924 to 1929, totaling $1,038,654, income never declared for tax purposes. Capone was defeated by diligent accountants, not by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, nor by the intrepid G-man Eliot Ness and his band of incorruptible sleuths featured in popular Hollywood and television versions of the story. Found guilty of tax evasion, Capone began serving his sentence in 1932. Suffering from advanced syphilis, he was imprisoned for 7 years in the dreaded Alcatraz Penitentiary and other stringent federal prisons. Released in 1939, the once invincible Capone was a broken, pitiful invalid. He never returned to Chicago, dying in 1947 at his Florida mansion. His downfall had no impact on the New York bosses, except as a warning about tax evasion investigations. Capone's authority had been confined to the Chicago area, and his commission seat could easily be filled by one of his lieutenants. The New Yorkers also viewed Capone as a questionable believer in the mafia's culture and its structure. They had doubts about him because he declined to comply with the ritual induction of made men into his gang, and failed to appoint capos or a consigliere. In essence, they were uncertain that he even considered himself a mafioso. To Cosa Nostra purists, Capone's outfit functioned more like a partnership than a traditional borgata, and he violated a cardinal tradition by delegating responsibilities to non-Italians. Capone made a fortune from his rackets, but his reputation among the shadowy New York godfathers was diminished by his penchant for publicity. His fame was greater than his actual influence and power. At the end, Capone's exaggerated underworld importance became a fatal liability for him. 6. Runaway Jury. Al Capone's misfortunes in the early 1930s had no immediate counterpart in New York, where local and federal law enforcement authorities were either too corrupt, too indifferent, or too ignorant to disturb mafia families. The city's newspapers, then the principal source of news and information, were equally passive about investigating and reporting the emergence of the new organized crime phenomenon. Gangsters, murders, and kidnappings made good copy during Prohibition, almost a welcome relief from the grim economic news of the Depression. For the most part, reporters and editors portrayed individual racketeers sympathetically, and Damon Runyon's colorful guys and dolls yarns about lovable rogues became the accepted universal myth about mobsters and criminals. Instead of exposing the mob's almost wide-open gambling, labor-industrial racketeering, extortion protection, and prostitution activities, some influential editors and columnists hobnobbed, gambled, and drank with the underworld characters. Herbert Bayard Swope, the editor of the prestigious New York World, at one point owed his mob bookies $700,000. Walter Winchell and other nationally syndicated Broadway columnists cultivated relationships with gangsters for gossipy tips and scoops. Law enforcement authorities were even more negligent than the sycophantic press. A string of elected district attorneys in Manhattan, New York County, the center of the city's vice industry, never probed any of the blatant rackets. The district attorneys were usually hand-picked incompetents, designated by the Democratic Party's Tammany Hall Club, a group of party leaders who controlled nominations and elections in Manhattan, a Democratic stronghold. Since the early days of Prohibition, Tammany's leaders were on the slush fund payrolls of Italian and Jewish gang leaders to protect them from potential reform crusaders and police interference. The routine impaneling of a Manhattan grand jury in March 1935 unexpectedly provoked a law enforcement earthquake. Following his customary interest in easily solved crimes, the ineffectual Manhattan District Attorney, William Copeland Dodge, instructed the jurors to concentrate on indicting his regular agenda of suspects arrested for minor felonies. Dodge's only other priority target was the absurd threat of the Red Menace, and he suggested that the jurors focus on the Communist Party newspaper, The Worker, which he felt was using the Depression to foment insurrection. A grand jury's task is to weigh evidence and to vote whether or not there is sufficient evidence to hold a defendant for trial. Normally, grand juries are easily manipulated by prosecutors, and after hearing only the prosecution's version, churn out felony indictments in assembly line fashion. But the 23 Manhattan grand jurors, led by a strong-minded member, revolted, demanding an independent investigation into the spreading rackets in the city. Their outcry was endorsed by the city's Bar Association and by several ministers and civic associations. The runaway jury was a hot newspaper story, and its pressure forced Governor Herbert Lehman to appoint a special prosecutor to examine the reformers' allegations. Lehman, a Democrat, selected a 33-year-old former federal prosecutor, the Republican Thomas E. Dewey. Raised in the small town of Owasso, Michigan, Dewey stayed in New York after getting a law degree at Columbia University. A 3-year stint in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan turned him into a formidable prosecutor. Most of his federal cases involved bootlegging and income tax charges, and Dewey quickly exhibited a trademark courtroom talent, an uncanny memory for the tiniest detail of a crime that would trip up a hostile witness in cross-examination. Giving up a successful Wall Street practice, Dewey leaped at the prosecutorial opportunity offered by Lehman, even though it meant a huge salary cut. Unlike the apathetic Tammany Hall DAs, the aggressive Dewey didn't sit back waiting for cases to come to him. He understood how to gather evidence and had the foresight to make his objective the destruction of criminal organizations, rather than convicting low-level hoodlums. At the time of his appointment, there were virtually no restrictions on the use of telephone taps by state prosecutors in New York, and Dewey made maximum use of that tool to dig up evidence and leads. Dewey lacked precise insight into the existence of the Mafia Borgatas or their organizational structures, but he instinctively understood that he was being challenged by a new kind of criminal, the racketeer who never personally committed a murder or a hijacking or extorted a penny from a victim. The dirty work was left to henchmen, who were the ones risking arrest. To prosecute mob bosses effectively, Dewey had to overhaul a cumbersome criminal procedure law. Under an existing New York rule, a defendant could be tried only on each specific count. That meant multiple trials, even if the culprit had been indicted for 100 separate acts. With the help of lobbying by reform politicians and organizations, Dewey persuaded the legislature to authorize joinder indictments, a procedure used in federal courts that permitted a single trial on combined charges. It was a legal weapon that Dewey could employ in court to try leading gangsters on multiple counts and link them to the crimes actually committed by their flunkies. The first prominent racketeer targeted by Dewey was Dutch Schultz. Born Arthur Flegenheimer, Schultz was another ragtag criminal who cashed in on the floodgates opened by Prohibition. He formed a bootlegging gang, mainly of Jewish strongmen, and took over distribution of beer in the Bronx. Through terror tactics, murders, kidnappings, and torture, Schultz rivaled the Mafia in the scope of his operations and in the enmity he aroused. When Dewey became the special state prosecutor, Schultz's gang was the only non-Italian organization left in New York that was not subservient to the Mafia. Underworld cognoscenti referred to the 5 Cosa Nostra families in Schultz's outfit as the Big Six. Schultz also had sound business sense. As bootlegging waned, he acquired control of a restaurant workers' union and used it to extort labor peace bribes from restaurants. Renowned spots, including Broadway's Lindy's and the Brass Rail, were compelled to bribe him in order to remain open. In his search for easy money to replace the lost bootlegging revenue, Schultz and his ferocious leg breakers took over the numbers or policy racket in Harlem from African American and Hispanic bankers. During Prohibition, bootlegging was so extraordinarily profitable that the various gangs looked askance at the income from numbers as chump change and had little interest in operating in primarily black neighborhoods. The racist gangsters derisively regarded numbers as the nigger pool. But tens of thousands of New Yorkers played the numbers games that paid 600 to 1 for picking 3 digits chosen daily from the wagering handle, the last 3 numbers of the total pari-mutuel betting at a horse racing track. For a depression-racked population, winning the numbers was a popular fantasy, even if the wager was just a few pennies. Dutch envisioned the numbers game as an essential substitute for his vanished income from bootlegging. He consolidated scores of small-time independent numbers operators in Harlem and the Bronx. The old-timers had the choice of working and paying a generous percentage of their take to Schultz, or winding up in the morgue. Schultz quickly found that his plunge into numbers was the right move. The games grossed an estimated $20 million a year in bets, and there were few lucky winners to cut into Schultz's profits. Schultz's incendiary temperament probably helped eliminate opposition to his new acquisitions. If enraged, Schultz, dubbed the Dutchman in the New York underworld, would kill, even in front of witnesses. J. Richard Dixie Davis, Schultz's lawyer, once remarked that the Dutchman murdered friends and enemies just as casually as if he were picking his teeth. He once ended an argument over money with one of his underlings by shoving a gun into the man's mouth and blasting his head off. When he suspected that one of his longtime trusted lieutenants, Bo Weinberg, was plotting against him with Italian mobsters, Schultz personally encased Weinberg's legs in cement and dumped him into the Hudson River while still alive. Half a century later, the barbaric slaying of Weinberg became a riveting scene in E.L. Doctorow's novel Billy Bathgate and in the film version. Tax indictments were seemingly the government's only strategy for convicting high-profile gangsters like Schultz. But he beat 2 attempts by federal prosecutors to snare him on tax evasion charges. For one trial, Schultz obtained a change of venue to the rural town of Malone, New York, where he endeared himself to the jury by bribing almost the entire community with personal gifts and charitable contributions. Once the tax problems were resolved, Schultz became aware that Dewey's first major move as special prosecutor was to cast a spotlight on him through the impaneling of a special grand jury. The investigation further unhinged him and made him more bloodthirsty. Seeking to ingratiate himself with Lucky Luciano and gain the support of the most respected mafia leader, Schultz converted to Roman Catholicism. He apparently believed that religion would bond him with Italian bosses and make him more acceptable to them as a co-equal. One of the underworld dignitaries invited to the convert's baptism was Charlie Lucky himself. More ominously, Schultz began scheming to assassinate Dewey. His men shadowed Dewey and discovered that every morning, after leaving his Manhattan East Side apartment, the prosecutor stopped to make telephone calls from a nearby pharmacy before heading to his downtown office. To avoid disturbing his sleeping wife, Dewey used the pharmacy's public payphone to confer with his staff on overnight developments. 1 or 2 bodyguards accompanying Dewey remained outside the drugstore. Schultz decided that the store was an ideal trap. A lone hitman, using a gun equipped with a silencer, could drill Dewey while he was seated in the booth, and then knock off the pharmacist. The early morning sidewalk and traffic noise, Schultz reckoned, would drown out the gunfire and cover the hitman's escape. With his plan worked out, Schultz offered the job to Albert Anastasia, one of the mafia's most efficient triggermen, who had Lucky Luciano's ear. Schultz rationalized that Dewey was a menace to all the bosses, not just him, and his elimination was a priority. Anastasia lost no time in relaying the news to Luciano, who summoned an emergency meeting of the commission. The Mafia's Supreme Council unanimously vetoed Schultz's scheme. According to Joe Bonanno, the bosses considered the plot insane. They feared that slaying a prosecutor with Dewey's prestige would spark enormous public outcry against the rackets. Among the American Mafia's original leaders, there was unanimous accord that incorruptible law enforcement officials and investigators, straight arrows, were immune from underworld revenge and violence. Murdering Dewey, the bosses reasoned, would only unleash more Thomas E. Deweys and law enforcement fury against all of them. The commission session did end with approval of a hit, but the target would be the Dutchman. Schultz had become a serious liability to the Mafia godfathers. His irrational ravings about Dewey and his unquenchable thirst for violence attracted too much attention to their own rackets. The Mafia preferred a quiet style of business. Trying to evade Dewey's scrutiny, Schultz holed up in a 3-room suite at the best hotel in Newark, New Jersey. To eradicate Schultz, the commission selected the mob's star executioner, Albert Anastasia, whom Schultz had wanted to hire for the hit on Dewey. Anastasia is believed to have assigned the commission's contract to Jewish professional executioners working for the Mafia. 3 armed men cornered Schultz as he was having dinner on October 23, 1935, at the Palace Chop House and Tavern in downtown Newark. In the men's room, 1 gunman mortally wounded Schultz. A fusillade by the trio finished off 2 of his bodyguards, and Otto Berman, better known along Broadway as Abba Dabba, the mathematical genius and accountant in charge of Dutch's financial ledgers. Schultz's death eliminated the last big-time non-mafia gang and automatically expanded Lucky Luciano's empire. Without opposition, Lucky appropriated Schultz's numbers banks and took charge of the Dutchman's restaurant shakedowns. Schultz's warnings, however, about the danger of Dewey's long reach were prescient. 7. Unlucky Lucky. The mob's murder of Dutch Schultz cleared the way for Dewey's vigorous team of prosecutors and investigators to home in on another inviting quarry, Charles Lucky Luciano. Charlie Lucky, although the strongest mob dictator in 1936, was relatively unknown to the public. His last arrest and prison stretch occurred when he was a teenager, and like other New York Mafia notables, he preferred operating behind the scenes and keeping his name out of headlines. He was less discreet about his alliances with Tammany Hall leaders, and socialized openly with them at major political gatherings. At the 1932 Democratic Party convention in Chicago, which nominated Franklin D. Roosevelt for the presidency, Luciano and his politically far-sighted adjutant Frank Costello accompanied the Tammany delegation. Of course, the mafiosi could not cast votes at the convention, but they were treated like royalty by the powerful Tammany leaders. Lucky shared a suite with James J. Hines, a West Side District leader, who would later be convicted of taking underworld bribes to fix police and judges in gambling cases. Costello's roommate was one of their close friends and a high-powered political connection, Albert Marinelli. Affectionately nicknamed Uncle Al by mobsters, Marinelli was the first Italian Democratic district leader in New York and held the pivotal post of city clerk. His job included supervising inspectors who tabulated votes in city elections. Besides having the ability to stuff ballot boxes, Marinelli was of particular help to the mafia and other criminals because he oversaw the selection of grand jurors. Despite Luciano's attempts to keep a low profile, Dewey's squad was aware of his high underworld rank and his political ties to the Democratic machine. The investigators were not deceived by his pretense that he made a substantial living from shooting craps, sports gambling, and bookmaking. Dewey's examiners discovered that Luciano's luxurious lifestyle could never be financed solely through bookmaking and gambling. For starters, Luciano maintained his own private plane for jaunts to Saratoga Springs, Miami, and other resorts. Dewey's detectives theorized that Luciano also kept the plane as an emergency getaway vehicle in the event of trouble. A stylish dresser, bachelor, and party animal, Lucky registered under the assumed name Charles Ross at the elegant Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where he lived year-round in 36C, a posh three-room suite. The apartment rented for $7,600 a year, the equivalent of more than $100,000 in today's money. The governor's executive order establishing Dewey's temporary office as special prosecutor specified that his main mandate was the eradication of the numbers rackets in the city. Dewey, whose stern visage and bristling black mustache were frequently pictured in newspaper stories, wasted no time in broadening his prosecutorial horizons. Trying to rally support for his gang-busting campaign, he announced through newspapers and radio broadcasts that his objectives went far beyond wiping out numbers banks. His goal, he declared, was to rid the city of what he termed industrial rackets, the mob's violent exploitation of businesses and unions that inflated prices for a hard-pressed Depression-era population. On the radio, in his mellow baritone, he appealed to the public to supply him with leads and tips. Dewey's first stabs at surveillance and background investigations of Luciano failed to turn up damaging racketeering evidence against him. Detectives and lawyers discovered that Luciano, obviously wary of wiretaps, was circumspect in his telephone conversations. Moreover, he apparently kept no records on paper. all incriminating financial details were in his head. But Dewey's agents unexpectedly came upon a lead that entangled Luciano in a vice crime. The path to Luciano began when Dewey's only woman staff member, Eunice Carter, badgered him into examining corruption inside the city's women's court. Carter suspected that there was unrestrained fixing of cases and flouting of the law among judges, lawyers, and bondsmen when prostitutes were brought before that special court. Dewey reluctantly gave tentative approval for a limited inquiry, insisting that he was more interested in industrial rackets and did not want to be portrayed as a puritanical prosecutor of fallen women and madams. To Dewey's amazement, the women's court investigation went far beyond corrupt court personnel. It led directly to Lucky's gangsters. Unlike federal statutes and court rulings that, in the 1930s, virtually prohibited government agents from installing wiretaps and bugs, New York state law permitted court-approved telephone interceptions. Mainly through wiretaps of brothels, investigators uncovered clues that an organization referred to in the wiretapped conversations as the Combine and the Combination was in control of about 300 whorehouses in Manhattan and Brooklyn, which employed 2,000 working girls. More crucial to Dewey was the discovery that a top Luciano henchman, often seen with him, David Little Davy Batillo, was overseeing bordello operations and siphoning a huge hunk of the $12 million a year gross from organized prostitution. The investigation revealed that Italians had largely replaced Jewish gangsters as the dominant force in the brothel business, a pattern similar to the Mafia's takeover of other rackets in the city from Jewish and Irish hoodlums. In January 1936, Dewey's men simultaneously raided 80 bordellos, arresting hundreds of prostitutes, madams, and bookers, men who helped manage the houses, recruit women, and assign them to different locations as needed. Using threats of high bail and long pretrial imprisonment unless the suspects cooperated, Dewey's staff convinced a good number of prostitutes, madams, bookers, and pimps caught in the sweeps to testify and dramatize the magnitude of the huge network. In addition to witnesses who implicated Luciano's lieutenants, 3 prostitutes claimed that they had direct knowledge of Charlie Lucky's involvement in the ring. Aware that Dewey was closing in, Luciano fled to Hot Springs, the Arkansas refuge for Oni Madden and other privileged gangsters. Dewey obtained an extradition order to bring him back on 90 counts of aiding and abetting compulsory prostitution. An Arkansas state judge complied by jailing Luciano for a hearing. Luciano, however, had well-placed friends in the easily corrupted Hot Springs government, and, after barely 4 hours in the lockup, he was released. His $5,000 bail had been provided by no less an official than the chief detective of Hot Springs. "I may not be the most moral and upright man that lives," an indignant Luciano told reporters after learning of the charges, "but I have not at any time stooped so low as to become involved in aiding prostitution." Luciano's lawyers were busy finding reasons to rescind the extradition order when Dewey's men swooped down on Hot Springs and, with the help of state troopers, rearrested the celebrity fugitive. Before Luciano's attorneys and Hot Springs officials could react, Dewey's detectives kidnapped Luciano and spirited him out of the Razorback State. The trial of Luciano and 12 co-defendants in May and June 1936 marked the first time that Dewey used his new legal weapon, joinder indictments, to link a group of defendants in a single case. Luciano, of course, was the central target. In his opening statement, Dewey gave him star billing as New York's czar of organized crime and the headman of the Combine, the prostitution racket. Dewey lined up 68 witnesses, almost all hookers, pimps, madams, bookers, and jailbirds, who admitted they had been promised lenient sentences, immunity, or probation for aiding the prosecution. Dewey's main strategy was to depict the prostitutes as desperate victims of the Depression, exploited and terrorized by the Combine's ruthless sentries. "I tell you, I was afraid. a former prostitute testified. "I know what the combination does to girls who talk. Plenty of girls who talked too much had their feet burned, and their stomachs burned with cigarette butts, and their tongues cut." Only 3 erstwhile prostitutes from Dewey's large clutch of witnesses provided testimony directly linking Luciano to the accusations. The most damaging allegations came from an admitted heroin addict named Cokie Flo Brown, who said she had accompanied her pimp to late-night meetings with Lucky, at which business matters were discussed. According to Cokie Flo, she heard Lucky propose a plan to franchise whorehouses, the same as the A&P. She further recalled that Luciano once pondered the idea of placing the madams on salary, instead of allowing them to take a cut from the gross proceeds. Another prostitute said she had sex several times with Lucky in his Waldorf Astoria Towers apartment, and after some sessions, overheard snatches of his conversations with co-defendants. She claimed to have listened in as Luciano gave instructions to punish an uncooperative madam by wrecking her establishment. On another occasion, she testified, Luciano had ordered a hike in prices to increase profits. A Waldorf chambermaid and a waiter identified other defendants as having often been seen visiting Lucky in his suite. Their testimony hardened Dewey's case against Luciano by implicating him through association with men against whom there was more concrete evidence. Defense lawyers attacked the prosecution witnesses as a collection of unreliable drug addicts and felons, pressured by Dewey into lying to save themselves from prison sentences. Luciano was the victim of the distorted imaginations of broken-down prostitutes, the defense team argued. The attorneys characterized Dewey as a headline-hunting, ruthlessly ambitious prosecutor, a Boy Scout, and a boy prosecutor, who manufactured a sensational case against Lucky as a catapult for his own political career. A questionable defense ploy was an attempt to portray Luciano as a successful gambler and bookie, too wealthy and virtuous to taint himself in the sordid demimonde of prostitution. Lucky took the dangerous step of testifying and matching wits with Dewey. Under gentle questioning by his lawyer, the overconfident witness denied ever meeting the former whores who testified against him, maintained he only knew one of his dozen co-defendants, and had no knowledge of the so-called combine or combination. "I give to him," Lucky quipped, when asked if he had ever profited from or was involved in organized prostitution. "I never took." Cross-examination proved more hazardous. Having culled confidential police files and gathered from informers every tidbit about Luciano's past, Dewey coolly lacerated Lucky. Pounded by Dewey about contradictions in his testimony, a squirming and perspiring Luciano acknowledged that he might have lied or omitted details in direct examination. He could only weakly muster, "I don't know," or "I can't remember," to a spate of Dewey's questions about his falsehoods on the witness stand. The prosecutor further undermined Luciano's denials of acquaintance with many of his co-defendants by producing records of telephone calls from his Waldorf Astoria suite to their numbers. Luciano's explanation that someone else probably used his private phone for personal calls must have sounded lame to the jury. Dewey also produced hotel records that phone calls were made to Al Capone and to a veritable who's who list of reputed major criminals in the country. Dewey dug up Luciano's tax returns from 1929 to 1935, which showed his highest declared gross annual income was $22,500. Stammering and mumbling, Luciano was unable to explain how he lived like a sultan on his reported income. Probably the most embarrassing moment for the proud Mafia Don was Dewey's disclosure that in 1923, when he was 25, Luciano had evaded a narcotics arrest by informing on a dealer with a larger cache of drugs. "You're just a stool pigeon," Dewey belittled him. "Isn't that it?" "I told them what I knew," a downcast Luciano replied, in effect conceding to his peers that he had once violated the code of omerta. The jury needed only 9 hours to deliberate. Luciano listened stolidly as the foreman intoned guilty verdicts on all counts against him and his main co-defendants. For Lucky, it meant a prison sentence of 30 to 50 years. The next year, his appeal was rejected, despite recantations by the three principal witnesses against him. Dewey rebutted the appeal with evidence that the recantations were perjuries, obtained from intimidated or drug-addicted witnesses by Luciano's troops. Overnight, Dewey's triumph magnified him into a national hero. He lectured on the radio and in movie newsreels, the 1930s equivalent of network television, about the dangers of syndicated crime. Hollywood noticed his exploits. The popular movie Marked Woman, based on the Luciano case, opened in 1937, with Humphrey Bogart playing the lead male role, a dynamic DA modeled on Dewey. Bette Davis starred as the courageous heroine who risked her life to expose vicious racketeers and their abuse of women. In the movie, the women were portrayed as naive nightclub hostesses, not prostitutes. The courtroom contest with Luciano was undoubtedly a boon to Dewey's political career, almost sending him to the White House. He went on to win elections as DA of Manhattan and governor of New York State, but was unsuccessful as the Republican candidate for the presidency in 1944 and 1948. Lucky Luciano was the only major New York Mafia leader of his era that Dewey or any other prosecutor convicted of a serious felony. The evidence by the three witnesses that tied him directly to the prostitution enterprise was astonishingly thin. Defense lawyers made a monumental blunder by allowing Luciano to testify, thereby opening the door to Dewey's hammering cross-examination about issues that were extraneous to the charges: his criminal past, his lifestyle, and his links to the well-known Al Capone. Most mafia and legal scholars who have reviewed the trial record agree that Luciano, as the family boss, profited from the prostitution racket. Yet, in retrospect, they suspect there is a strong possibility that he may have been framed by compliant witnesses with false accusations. These experts believe that as the nation's supreme mafia godfather, he was too important and busy to micromanage the bordello business and allow himself to become implicated in the specific counts leveled against him, aiding and abetting compulsory prostitution. It would have been out of character for the leader of the nation's largest mafia borgata to bother with the minutiae of running brothels, as the prosecution asserted. There is, however, indisputable evidence that members of Luciano's crime family established a protection racket, compelling the independent madams and brothel operators to pay a franchise fee to stay open. The correct accusation against Luciano should have been extortion, but Dewey lacked sufficient evidence to pin that more complicated charge on him. Another contemporary big-time boss, Joe Bonanno, who was well-versed in the magnitude of the mafia's 1930s rackets, was dubious about Dewey's contention that Luciano was a prostitution profiteer. Lucky's earners most likely dropped his name to intimidate whorehouse owners into paying for protection, Bonanno recounted in A Man of Honor. Lastly, Dewey built up a case not so much against Luciano as against Luciano's name, Bonanno pointed out. Another naysayer with credentials was Polly Adler, New York's best-known madam of high-class brothels and an authority on the underworld society of the 1930s and 40s. Certainly, she bragged in her memoirs, I believe that in the many years I was associated with prostitution, if there had ever been even a hint of a rumor of a tie-up between Charlie and the combination, I would have heard of it. Far from his luxury surroundings in Manhattan, Lucky was imprisoned in the Siberia of the state penal system, the maximum security Clinton Penitentiary in Dannemora, New York, near the Canadian border. As inmate 92168, Luciano was assigned to work in the steaming prison laundry. But just as on the outside, Lucky found a comfortable niche inside prison walls. In return for gifts of food and money, and as homage to his godfather status, prisoners substituted for him in the laundry, cleaned his cell, and took care of all his odious prison chores. Little Davy Batillo, a co-defendant convicted in the prostitution case, became Luciano's personal valet and chef, preparing Lucky's favorite delicacies in a cell-block kitchen that the authorities set aside for his private use. Guards, aware of Luciano's criminal stature, never disturbed him. He spent most of his time playing cards, strolling around the prison, and watching handball and baseball games. Inmates lined up in the recreation yard for the opportunity to talk with him. He practically ran the place, a guard observed. He used to stand there in the yard like he was the warden. 8. Prime Minister. Lucky Luciano was gone, but his crime family was intact, functioning just as smoothly as when he had been at the helm. In accordance with mafia tradition, a boss's crown can be relinquished only by death or by abdication. Thus, even behind prison walls, 500 miles from New York, Charlie Lucky remained as titular head of his family, with the authority, if it pleased him, to transmit commands to the city through reliable messengers who visited him in Dannemora. But the gang's day-to-day operations and urgent decisions had to be in the hands of someone on the scene. Before departing for prison, Luciano turned over the administrative reins of the Borgata to a regent, Frank Costello, appointing him as acting boss. At the start of Luciano's imprisonment, there was still a faint hope that his conviction would be overturned on appeal, and he would return to the throne before long. When the appeal failed in 1937, Luciano was seemingly doomed to spend the rest of his life in prison. Costello, by default, assumed the title of boss of America's largest mob family, with more than 300 soldiers under his command. Dewey's conviction of Luciano paradoxically proved the wisdom of Lucky's managerial strategy for mafia survival. Costello easily filled Luciano's shoes, and the rest of the Borgata's structure, the capos, the crews, the soldiers, the associates, remained secure. The law enforcement establishment may have rejoiced at the victories over Luciano and Capone, but they failed to understand a seismic change had occurred in the families of organized crime. The viability of mafia families was not endangered by the imprisonment of a top man. Unlike the loosely organized Jewish and Irish ethnic gangs fashioned haphazardly by the likes of Dutch Schultz and Oni Madden, a cohesive Borgata did not disintegrate at the sudden absence of its head man. Dewey and his successors, for decades after the 1930s, successfully prosecuted dozens of mid- and low-level Italian-American and other ethnic mobsters. Under the prevailing laws, Dewey focused on individuals, not on their organization. It is doubtful that Dewey, the most distinguished and respected rackets prosecutor of his era, and other leading law enforcement authorities visualized the dimensions of the mafia's makeup and power. In 1937, Frank Costello was a highly regarded and well-known figure in New York's underworld and in the nation's mafia legions. Yet he took control of the Luciano family without exciting the faintest interest or concern within New York and federal law enforcement agencies. Christened Francesco Castiglia in 1891, he was the youngest of 6 children in a family from Cosenza, a mountain village in Calabria, a province in the toe of Italy. The family emigrated when Costello was 4. Space in steerage was so tight, he said, that he slept in a large cooking pot. The journey ended in East Harlem. Unlike so many of his future mafia partners, he exchanged rustic poverty for an urban slum. At 17 and 21, Costello was arrested for robbing women in the streets, but alibis provided by relatives and friends won him acquittals. He was less fortunate at 23, when he was picked up for carrying a concealed gun and served 10 months in prison. He later claimed that he never again packed a gun, and that his prison stretch taught him to get results by using his head instead of violence. Out of prison, Francesco Castiglia legally changed his name to Frank Costello, apparently because he felt an Irish name sounded more American, and teamed up with Lucky Luciano and Joe the Boss Masseria's gang. Financed partly by Arnold Rothstein, Costello became a premier bootlegger. He was particularly successful in running vast hauls of expensive Scotch whiskey from Canada to the New York area. Influenced by Luciano's open-door ethnic policy, Costello had no compunctions about forging temporary partnerships and making deals with Jewish and Irish rum runners. Costello's underworld pals said he would later boast that one of his Prohibition collaborators in the 1920s was Joseph Kennedy, the father of President John F. Kennedy. Preparing for the end of Prohibition, Costello concentrated on upgrading his gambling and bookmaking rings. One of his brilliant strokes was arranging layoff pools. For a fee, Costello allowed smaller bookies to transfer or spread bets to his organization. When they were overloaded with wagers on one team or a horse and faced huge losses if their customers collectively picked one big winner, they could lay off part of their bets to Costello's pools. Even before the death of Prohibition, New York's gangland recognized Costello's robust success as King of the Slots, in a sure-thing gambling gimmick. One of his fronts, the aptly named True Mint Novelty Company, ostensibly a candy-vending machine outfit, was the biggest supplier of illegal slot machines to mom-and-pop groceries, small soda fountains, and other neighborhood shops. At the height of the slots craze in the early 1930s, Costello's 25,000 one-armed bandits grossed about $500,000 a day. Profits were enormous, even though he had to share some of it with Luciano and others in the Borgata. Naturally, there were protection payoffs to Tammany Hall and police officials to encourage them to ignore the gambling laws. Conditions got sticky for Costello in 1934, when the reform administration of Republican Infusion Party Mayor Fiorello H. LaGuardia ousted the Tammany Democrats from City Hall. LaGuardia's police raids on slot suppliers uncovered records revealing that, in 1932 alone, Costello's machines brought in $37 million. Vowing to cleanse the city of tin-horn gamblers and racketeers, the feisty LaGuardia got immense publicity mileage by personally wielding an axe to destroy confiscated machines and dumping them into the river. While LaGuardia's campaign did rid the city of slots, Costello found an alternate site for his arsenal of machines. Going into partnership with a Southern Mafia family and the corrupt Huey Long political machine in Louisiana, he flooded bars and clubs in New Orleans and suburban towns with his one-armed moneymakers. At the time, New Orleans was so openly hospitable to bookies, roulette wheels, and high-stake card games that visitors were genuinely unaware that gambling was illegal in the state. The LaGuardia administration's anti-slots crusade was a minor inconvenience hardly interfering with Costello's overall operations, or those of the other mafia families. As a new boss, Costello faced a larger threat from a resentful rival in his own family, Vito Genovese, who believed he was Luciano's rightful heir. Genovese's ambitions could not be easily dismissed by Costello. He ran one of the toughest crews in the family. His crew had been Luciano's main hitmen. A glare from Genovese's dark eyes from beneath bushy eyebrows intimidated the bravest mafioso. 6 years younger than Costello, Genovese had emigrated as a teenager from Rossellino, a town near Naples, had little schooling, spoke passable but broken English, and made his headquarters in the Little Italy section of Manhattan. Despite his reputation as a thief, thug, and killer, the burly Genovese was only arrested once, when he was 20, on a gun charge, and served 60 days in jail. His penchant for solving problems, even romantic ones, through violence, became mafia lore. Vito's first wife died in 1931 of tuberculosis, and he fell in love with a married cousin, Anna Vernetico. Associates believed Vito had her husband strangled to death so that he could marry her. When Costello took over from Luciano, Genovese was branching out into drugs and was the family's leading narcotics trafficker. A murder case, however, relieved Costello of immediate worries about Genovese's jealousy. In 1937, Vito was implicated in the killing 3 years earlier of a partner who had helped him in a swindle. The slaying occurred after the partner had the temerity to complain about not getting his share of the loot. Learning that prosecutors had a witness ready to testify against him, Genovese fled to Italy. The penniless boy emigrant returned to his native land in comfortable circumstances, reportedly with $750,000 in ready cash. Additionally, Anna Genovese made frequent visits as a courier to Vito, each time carrying $50,000 to $100,000 in cash from Genovese's brother, Michael, who was looking after Vito's racket interests in the United States. Genovese's departure removed internal hostility to Costello's reign from other factions in the family and quelled resentment of his large slice of the family's spoils from gambling, loan sharking, garment center shakedowns, and the routine thefts and hijackings. The good times enabled Costello to establish himself in legitimate businesses, using relatives as screens for investments in liquor importing, real estate, and oil companies. Unquestionably, the most dangerous of Costello's activities was his subtle infiltration of important government institutions through his influence in the city's Democratic Party. He was the shadowy broker who undermined justice in the courts and corrupted major officials to protect mobsters and their rackets. Picking up from Luciano's liaisons with Democratic politicians, Costello used outright bribes and secret contributions to cultivate unprecedented criminal control over Tammany Hall. Dating back to 1789, Tammany Hall, or its official title, the Executive Committee of the New York County Democratic Committee, was the prototypical big city political machine by the 1930s. The name Tammany Hall was synonymous with rigging elections, awarding municipal contracts, and handing out patronage jobs. Except for an occasional and short-lived victory by reformers uniting with the Republican Party to elect an independent mayor, Tammany had dominated the city's government for more than 100 years. William Marcy Tweed, Boss Tweed, Tammany's chairman in the 1850s and 1860s, became an unparalleled symbol of corruption. His most outrageous plundering was the construction of a courthouse behind City Hall that should have cost $250,000. Under Tweed's guidance and sticky fingers, the price tag soared to $12 million. Tweed's excesses finally landed him in jail, where he died in 1878. But his scandals failed to end Tammany's influence. He was the last Protestant head of Tammany, and his demise led to a takeover by a succession of Irish-American politicians, who were in charge when Costello moved in. Fiorello LaGuardia's election in 1933 and his bashing of Tammany unexpectedly made the Democratic machine politicians more subservient than previously to mob money. Under the benevolent administration of the Playboy Mayor Jimmy Walker from 1926 to 1933, Tammany had filled thousands of municipal posts and got kickbacks from job holders. LaGuardia stripped Tammany of its patronage, its hoard of civil service jobs, and its ability to obtain graft by fixing municipal contracts. Bereft of its normal flow of funds to ensure elections to scores of vital city posts, including judgeships and district attorneys, Tammany turned to Frank Costello. The mob boss gladly opened the money spigots and, in return, became the de facto head of Tammany Hall. Costello ran Tammany for decades, noted Ralph F. Salerno, a New York City detective and an expert on organized crime. A lot of politicians and judges owed their elections and positions to him. Until Costello came along, the city's Democratic Party was largely in the grip of Irish ward heelers. The mafia boss thought it was time to install more Italian-American district leaders in Tammany's hierarchy, many of whom were on his payroll, and he did so. The changes in effect placed a mafia leader in charge of the Democratic Party's most important branch in the city, with the power to nominate candidates for the highest elected offices. Thomas Kessner, a biographer of LaGuardia, found that Costello reversed the relationship that had existed between the mob and Democratic leaders. In its heyday, Tammany had sold organized crime protection. But by the 1940s, the gangster Frank Costello called the shots. And before he was through, Tammany spoke with an Italian accent, Kessner wrote. Other mafia bosses became indebted to Costello for exerting his sway when their soldiers and associates needed a favor from a judge, a prosecutor, or a well-placed city official. Costello's ability to pull political and judicial strings enhanced his standing in the Mafia's commission and his bargaining strength with other bosses. Among mafiosi, his political savvy earned him a proud nickname, the Prime Minister. Judges, important politicians, congressmen, authors, and New York society and cafe figures had no qualms about attending soirees that Costello frequently hosted in his penthouse at the majestic apartments overlooking Central Park. Tastefully decorated in Art Deco style, the only ostentatious notes in the apartment were a gold-plated piano and several slot machines. The affable Costello made no attempt to conceal his fascination with gambling, urging his guests to take a whirl at the slots. Unfailingly, every player won a small jackpot of clanking coins. When a guest tried to return the quarters, Costello admonished him, "What do you think I am, a punk? Nobody loses in my house." Costello successfully camouflaged his political muscle and his criminal background from the public until 1943, when he was tripped up by a legal wiretap on his home phone installed by rackets investigators working for Frank S. Hogan, the Manhattan DA who succeeded Tom Dewey. The inquiry failed to implicate Costello in any rackets charge, but the wires caught him talking unabashedly about his involvement in election campaigns. A conversation with Thomas Aurelio, who had just gotten Tammany Hall's nomination for a state Supreme Court judgeship, clearly exposed Costello's ability to put judicial robes on obliging candidates. "Good morning, Francesco. How are you? And thanks for everything," Aurelio said as an opener. "Congratulations," Costello replied. "It went over perfect. When I tell you something is in the bag, you can rest assured." "Right now," the grateful Aurelio continued, "I want to assure you of my loyalty for all you have done. It's undying." At a hearing concerning the nomination, Costello readily admitted that he had obtained Tammany's blessings for Aurelio, which assured his election. An imperturbable Costello acknowledged that he had put in office the current Tammany Hall leader, Michael Kennedy, by persuading 4 district leaders to swing their support to him. Costello had a simple explanation as to why the district leaders followed his advice. They were old friends. The DA released the telephone tapes to the press in an attempt to derail Aurelio's judgeship. Nevertheless, with Tammany's backing, Aurelio was elected to a 14-year term. The disclosures of Costello's behind-the-scenes political strength brought him widespread notoriety, but failed to loosen his grip on Tammany Hall. Years later, revelations about a Costello meeting with William O'Dwyer spotlighted how his authority extended to City Hall when the Democrats regained the city's mayoralty in 1946. A former policeman, lawyer, and judge, the Democrat Bill O'Dwyer was elected in 1940 as the Brooklyn District Attorney. The next year, as the Democratic candidate, he was defeated for mayor by Fiorello LaGuardia, who won a 3rd term. In World War II, O'Dwyer, now an Army Brigadier General, attended a December 1942 cocktail party in Costello's penthouse. 3 top Tammany Hall leaders were also there, and witnesses observed O'Dwyer and Costello having a long, private tête-à-tête in a corner. It is inconceivable that as a district attorney and an experienced politician, O'Dwyer would have been unaware of Costello's underworld eminence. Political insiders believe that O'Dwyer most likely was looking ahead and courting Costello's goodwill and endorsement for the 1945 Democratic mayoral nomination. He did get Tammany's support and was elected. The meeting with Costello became public knowledge after O'Dwyer left office. The former mayor contended that he had sought out Costello as part of a military investigation into reports that a business partner of Costello's was cheating the Army in a uniform manufacturing contract. O'Dwyer, however, admitted that he never filed an official report about contacting Costello or on his presumed inquiry into the uniform contract. Twice elected mayor in the 1940s, O'Dwyer conceded when he was out of office that he had owed political favors to Costello. Part of the debt was repaid, O'Dwyer acknowledged, by appointing friends of Costello and other mafia big shots to important municipal positions, including the fire department commissioner and the second highest official in the city's law department. "There are things you have to do politically if you want cooperation," O'Dwyer replied cryptically, when questioned about the appointments and his relationship with Costello. The import of O'Dwyer's admissions was clear. The mob had been an unseen power in the political governing of America's largest city for decades. In the rare interviews that Frank Costello gave, he never admitted any involvement with the mafia or any attempt to corrupt New York's government. But it was obvious that he craved the same acceptance in the sophisticated upper world that he had achieved in the underworld. "Other kids are brought up nice and sent to Harvard and Yale," he said, lamenting his meager education and his D's and Do's street-talk diction. "Me? I was brought up like a mushroom." Searching for inner peace while hovering between criminal affiliates and respected society, Costello tried psychoanalysis. His analysts suggested that the successful mobster was ashamed of his past and recommended that he ditch his old pals and develop new relationships by spending more time with cultured friends. It was an impossible solution for a Borgata boss, and Costello dropped the analyst instead of the gangsters. Despite an outburst of headlines about Costello's unsavory background, his importance and influence was recognized by philanthropic groups that sought his support. The Salvation Army named him vice chairman of a charity drive in 1949. Costello gladly turned over the popular Copacabana nightclub, in which he was a secret owner, for a Salvation Army fundraising dinner. Besides Costello's mafiosi brethren, the dinner was dutifully attended by scores of judges, city officials, and politicians, all apparently unconcerned by published reports tarnishing Costello as an underworld and political power broker. About the same time, in an interview with the journalist Bob Considine, Costello tried to justify his life. He groped for an explanation defining his chosen career. "For a long time, I've been trying to figure just what a racketeer is," Costello said, and then proceeded to give a terse mafia apologia for the sociological reasons that compelled him to become a criminal. "I never went to school past the 3rd grade, but I've graduated from 10 universities of hard knocks, and I've decided that a racketeer is a fellow who tries to get power, prestige, or money at the expense of entrenched power, prestige, or money." 9. Murder Incorporated. With his conservative, smartly tailored appearance and genial smile, Frank Costello reinvented himself to his society friends as a successful gambler-investor, an average nonviolent businessman. Like much of his life, Costello's public persona was a fraud. Staying on top required all mafia bosses to maintain death squads that guarded their flanks and guaranteed that their edicts would be enforced. The Prime Minister was no exception. Whenever violence or threats were required to protect his assets, Costello often counted on Willie Moretti, a longtime hoodlum buddy from Prohibition days and the Masseria gang. Moretti lived in northern New Jersey and headed a rugged crew of cutthroats who could roam anywhere. Another private deadly resource available to Costello and other mafia hierarchs was a band of professional contract killers that a newspaper reporter would one day dub Murder Incorporated. Spawned by Jewish gangsters, this murderous arm of the mafia was mainly the brainchild of Louis Buchalter, better known by his shorter nickname Lepke. He was one of 4 sons brought up in New York's Lower East Side. In his boyhood, the storied neighborhood was a densely populated, turbulent warren of tenements, sweatshops, peddlers, pushcarts, and immigrants striving to survive. It was also a swirling carnival for every species of criminal. Buchalter's nickname stemmed from the Yiddish diminutive Lepkele, Little Louis, his mother's favorite name for him. Despite the family's poverty, his 3 brothers were well educated and became respectively a rabbi, a dentist, and a pharmacist. In contrast, by the time Lepke Buchalter finished the 8th grade, he was a well-schooled mugger and an accomplished pickpocket. Sent as a juvenile to reformatories and prison for robberies and thefts, in 1920, at age 23, he was released just in time for the advent of Prohibition. Slightly built and physically unimposing, Lepke signed on as a strong-arm enforcer for Arnold Rothstein and other Jewish gangsters, mainly for strike-breaking duties in the garment center. By 1927, Lepke had shot his way to the top of a predominantly Jewish gang, the Guerrilla Boys, and learned it was more profitable to take over union locals than to work solely as a strikebreaker. That way he could cash in from both sides, terrorizing and shaking down both owners and unions in the garment, fur, trucking, and bakery industries. The Guerrilla Boys' murderous record was known and appreciated by the Mafia's high command. Albert Anastasia gave the contract to assassinate Dutch Schultz to Lepke, who dispatched 3 of his accomplices to finish off the Dutchman. In the 1930s, many garment manufacturers operated factories and shops in Brownsville, a largely Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn. Lepke hired a local gang of young killers and loan sharks to handle his garment industry rackets there. The Brownsville gang had earlier committed murders on request and come under the hegemony of a major mafia figure in Brooklyn, Albert Anastasia. Known by the honorific Don Umberto, Anastasia, a notable in the Vincent Mangano Borgata, hit upon a novel plan for carrying out mafia murders, which was endorsed by Costello and the other commission members. With Anastasia relaying orders through Lepke, the boys from Brooklyn would be paid to track down and slaughter victims the mob wanted eliminated. Thus, Jewish killers, rather than Italians, would take all the risks, but would be ignorant about the motive for the murders. Even if the hit went awry and the assassins were arrested, they would have no information or evidence to implicate the Mafia in their crimes. A standard formula was used for most freelance contract murders in New York and out of town. An assassin would meet someone who would point out the intended target, who would then be whacked at an opportune moment and place. The hitman would leave the area immediately, and the local associates of the victim would have ironclad alibis. Long before he took over Murder Incorporated, Anastasia, a native of southern Italy, made his mark in New York's Mafia by his psychopathic enjoyment of watching suffering victims die. He relished the private honorific his mates bestowed on him, the executioner, which the press later transformed into Lord High Executioner, borrowing the title from Gilbert and Sullivan's The Mikado. Anastasia and his brother Anthony Tough Tony Anastasio, a made man who spelled his surname differently, dominated Brooklyn's waterfront for the Mangano Borgata, through Anthony's position as the head of Local 1814 of the International Longshoremen's Association, ILA, and Albert's squad of bruisers and gunmen. Even in hard times, the Brooklyn piers were a treasure chest for the 2 brothers and the Mangano family. Most longshoremen were not steadily employed by stevedoring companies, and jobs were parceled out by ILA foremen at shape-ups when ships docked. Kickbacks to foremen from workers needing jobs were routine, with a large portion of the payments funneled to Tough Tony, who appointed the foreman. All of the mob's bread-and-butter gambling and loan-sharking rackets on the waterfront were monopolized by Albert the Executioner. And inside knowledge about valuable cargo entering and leaving the harbor provided ripe opportunities for big-time hijackings and thefts. For about 5 years, the contract murder plan operated smoothly for the Mafia and Lepke. By the late 1930s, Lepke had about 250 musclemen working for him in labor rackets and loan sharking, and in a drug trafficking ring dealing in heroin brought in from Asia and distributed throughout the country. About a dozen boys from Brooklyn, proficient with guns, ice picks, and ropes to shoot, stab, and strangle their prey, carried out the bulk of Murder, Inc.'s assignments. Murder, Inc.'s corporate name was invented by Harry Feeney, a reporter on the old New York World Telegram. Among the Jewish contingent of savage-tempered slayers were Harry Pittsburgh-filled Strauss, who, upset by slow restaurant service, pierced the eye of a waiter with a fork; Charles the Bug, or Handsome Charlie Workman, who finished off Dutch Schultz with one blast from his .45 caliber pistol; Philip Farvel Cohen, Abe Pretty Levine, Samuel Tootsie Feinstein, and Seymour Red Levine, whose religious piety compelled him to decline assignments if they fell on the Jewish high holy days. The killing machine of Murder, Inc. was partly integrated, and Anastasia sometimes called upon a corps of Italian-American assassins, including Harry Happy Maione, Frank Dasher Abandando, and Vito Chickenhead Gorino, who sharpened his skills by shooting off the heads of live chickens. Unlike the frightening Albert Anastasia, his partner in murder, Lepke appeared unintimidating, with soft brown eyes and a mild voice. His passion for reading, spending nights at home with his wife and young son, and playing golf, instead of carousing with boisterous flunkies, brought him a collegial nickname that he liked, the Judge. This outward demeanor was totally deceptive. Ordering murders was part of his routine agenda, and he seemingly enjoyed participating in the gruesome ones. Homicide detectives were never able to pinpoint the precise number of slayings committed by Murder, Inc., but prosecutors estimated that the contract killers left a trail of at least 60 bodies. Some law enforcement officials believed the total was far above 100, with most of the slayings in the New York area. There was also disagreement over how many were ordered by the Mafia and how many were killed solely for Lepke's benefit or for other clients. The efficiency of Murder, Inc., and rumors of the mob's matchless death platoon reinforced in America's underworld the terrifying effect of a Sicilian proverb: between the law and the Mafia, the law is not the most to be feared. Various techniques were used for Cosa Nostra rub-outs, often depending on the motive for the slaying. An informer would have a canary or a rodent placed in his mouth, as a warning of the harsh penalty meted out to squealers and rats for helping the police. Witnesses to crimes who had agreed to testify would have their eyes shot or carved out, and men who coveted or molested a female relative of a mafioso were killed and castrated. Murder, Inc. devised another technique to escape detection, patterned slightly on the death of Hamlet's sleeping father, who was murdered by poison poured into his ear. The boys from Brooklyn sometimes dispatched a victim by stabbing him with an ice pick deep enough in an ear to strike the brain, in the belief that a careless autopsy might attribute the death to a cerebral hemorrhage. Santo Trafficante, the Mafia's standard-bearer in Florida from the early 1950s until his death in 1987, once explained to his lawyer Frank Regano the reason why many corpses in mob executions vanished. Regano knew that Trafficante was allied with several New York families, and that he and the northern mobsters used similar murder methods. First of all, if there's no body, the police have a harder time finding out who did it, Regano recalled Trafficante saying to him in a candid moment. And number two, some guys do things so bad You have to punish their families after they're gone. By punishing the families, Trafficante meant that there could be no church mass or burial for the victim, and under most state laws, the relatives would be unable to collect life insurance for at least 7 years, when the missing man could finally be declared legally dead. Lepke's success was unhindered until, at the height of his power in 1938, he discovered that Thomas Dewey's hound dogs were hot on his trail. The DA's detectives and accountants uncovered leads indicating that through industrial rackets, Lepke was extorting $5 million to $10 million a year from companies and unions. Dewey suspected that a percentage of Lepke's take in Manhattan and Brooklyn was going to the Costello and Mangano families. Deciding to employ Murder Incorporated for his own personal use, Lepke went into hiding and gave Anastasia a list of potential rats that he wanted killed before Dewey reached them. At least 7 possible witnesses against Lepke were wiped out. With federal authorities hunting Lepke on separate narcotics charges, the Commission decided the manhunts were creating too much law enforcement pressure, and it was time to sacrifice the fugitive before he endangered them. Like Dutch Schultz, Lepke had become a liability and a threat to the Mafia. For some enigmatic reason, the Commission spared Lepke's life. With the assistance of an intermediary, the newspaper columnist Walter Winchell, on August 24, 1939, Lepke surrendered to J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Winchell, on his weekly radio broadcasts, had urged the gangster to give up peacefully before he was gunned down in a shootout with the police or federal agents. Albert Anastasia drove Lepke from a hideout in Brooklyn to the rendezvous with Hoover and Winchell on a midtown Manhattan street near Madison Square Park. Before Lepke agreed to come out of his safe house, Anastasia reportedly assured him that with the Mafia's help, a deal had been negotiated that he would be tried only on federal charges, not by Dewey. The next year, Lepke was convicted on federal drug trafficking violations and sentenced to 14 years. But Anastasia had deceived him. Of course, there was no Mafia pact with Dewey, who prosecuted him on a state indictment for extortion and tacked on a separate sentence of 30 years. Lepke's involvement with the Brownsville gang also surfaced. He was hit with an additional charge in Brooklyn, that he had ordered the murder of an independent trucker before the man could inform on Lepke's violent takeover of garment industry trucking routes. One of the brutal cogs in Murder, Inc., Abraham Kid Twist Rellies, was arrested for homicide in 1940 and, to save his neck, agreed to testify against Lepke and other members of the gang in cases brought by the Brooklyn DA's office. Rellies obtained the Kid Twist moniker from his ability to deftly strangle an unsuspecting victim with one artful turn of a rope. Investigative leads from Rellies, who possessed a photographic memory about dozens of contract slangs, were crucial in constructing a homicide case against Lepke in 1941 and condemning him to execution in the electric chair. Desperate to save himself, Lepke played his last card, reportedly offering to testify about organized crime ties to one of the nation's most prestigious labor icons, Sidney Hillman, the founder of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union. Lepke asserted that from 1932 to 1937, he got a weekly retainer from Hillman that was normally passed along to him through henchmen. A portion of the payment, Lepke indicated, went to Luciano and other mafiosi, who also had their hooks into the union and garment industry rackets. The payoffs were mainly for slugging or enforcement work against union and management troublemakers who were causing problems for Hillman. Lepke claimed that he occasionally met privately with Hillman, and that the labor leader once gave him a $25,000 bonus for helping his union win a tough strike. Lepke's most serious accusation implicated Hillman in the 1931 murder of a garment manufacturer, who had fiercely resisted a unionizing drive by the Amalgamated. Lepke's accounts were passed on to the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, the FBI, and the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. Two of Lepke's butchers, Paul Berger and Albert Tannenbaum, who were under arrest on murder and other accusations, added substance to Lepke's allegations by declaring that they could verify segments of his stories about Hillman. Dewey had long been distrustful of Hillman and the city's other powerful clothing industry union head, David Dubinsky, the president of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. Soon after his appointment as a special prosecutor, Dewey invited the two union dignitaries to his home for dinner, seeking their help in combating the industry's gangsters. Both adamantly denied the slightest knowledge of any racketeering or union corruption. Years later, after his retirement, Dewey, in an oral history of his life given to Columbia University, scoffed at Dubinsky's and Hillman's assumed ignorance. They both dealt with these gangsters and knew all about them, Dewey stated, but they wouldn't give me the slightest bit of help of any kind. None of the law enforcement officials and prosecutors who reviewed Lepke's claims launched a deep investigation into the assertions of Hillman's mob connections. Dewey's office and the other agencies said they lacked independent corroborating evidence of corruption and other grave felonies described by Lepke and his cronies. Federal and state prosecutors were wary of undertaking an intensive investigation of the politically prominent Hillman in the early 1940s. Based on testimony from Lepke, an arch-villain on death row, as their prime witness. At that time, Hillman was a supporter of and advisor to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, and any hint that he was linked to organized crime would have ignited a monumental scandal at the White House. With the allegations against Hillman buried, Lepke's last hope to escape the electric chair was a 1944 appeal for clemency to the governor of New York State. The governor at that time happened to be Thomas E. Dewey, serving his first term, and he declined to commute the death sentence to life imprisonment. Thus, Louis Lepke Buchalter, at age 47, became the only significant American organized crime leader to be executed for murder. In addition to Lepke, Abe Riley's testimony sent 6 other Murder Incorporated assassins to the electric chair, and 3 others to long prison sentences. On the witness stand, Riley's detailed the structure of the gang, identified Don Umberto Anastasia as our boss, and as the mob boss of Brooklyn. Don Umberto, however, was never accused of homicide or of any charge involving the lethal boys from Brooklyn and Murder, Inc. 3 days before he was scheduled to testify at Lepke's murder trial, Kid Twist Rellies met a mysterious and puzzling death. He and 3 other prosecution witnesses were under 24-hour police protection in a 10-room suite at Coney Island's Half Moon Hotel. Of the 4 material witnesses in protective custody, Rellies was the only one permitted to sleep alone in a private room. Just before dawn, on November 12, 1941, Rellies plunged to his death from a window in his room. According to the police, the 37-year-old Rellies used knotted bedsheet strips, strengthened with the length of copper wire, which he attached to a radiator to lower himself from his 6th-floor window. The makeshift rope snapped, dropping him at least 4 stories to his death. 3 of the 5 police officers guarding him claimed they were asleep, and 2 who supposedly were on duty said they had dozed off. Neither the guards nor the 3 other material witnesses in the suite heard Rellis clamber out the window. Seeking explanations for the suspicious death of a vital witness, police officials maintained that Rellies had attempted a harebrained escape, or that, as a prank, he had intended to re-enter the building from the floor about 10 feet below his room, and then return to surprise the police officers with his daredevil stunt. A skeptical press, wondering if Rellies might have been shoved out the window, immortalized his death in news stories such as "The Canary Who Could Sing But Not Fly." The publicity over the episode turned the Half Moon, an undistinguished hotel and a fading beach resort, into one of New York's mafia landmarks and a tourist curiosity for decades. At the time of the Murder Incorporated trials and Relly's death, William O'Dwyer, the future mayor and the acquaintance of Frank Costello, was the Brooklyn DA. Several years later, an investigation under another district attorney, Miles F. McDonald, turned up a surprising angle. During Relly's testimony at 4 Brooklyn trials, Albert Anastasia had gone into hiding, and O'Dwyer's office had put out a wanted notice to all police precincts that he was being sought for questioning. But after Relly's death, the wanted notices were withdrawn by O'Dwyer's office, and the mafia despot again was visible on the streets of New York and Brooklyn. Organized crime insiders said there were persistent rumors that Frank Costello and other Cosa Nostra bosses raised $100,000 for a contract to kill Relly's before he could implicate Anastasia. None of the policemen assigned to guard the celebrated Canary was ever brought up on charges of bribery or complicity in Relly's strange finale. Nevertheless, Relly's plunge effectively ended the Murder, Inc. investigation, and any possibility of connecting that killing machine to Anastasia and the mafia in a courtroom. O'Dwyer, in fact, defended the police guards at department trials for misconduct, and he promoted the officer in charge of the Witness Protection Unit. 10 years later, McDonald impaneled a special grand jury to reinvestigate Relly's end. It concluded that the guards were inexplicably lax, and the original investigation was slipshod. But the jury believed that Relly's met his death while trying to escape. The biggest winners from the demise of Lepke, Relly's, and Murder Incorporated were the 5 New York Borgatas. Whenever necessary, Anastasia and other mafiosi could still muster hitmen for important assignments. So the loss of Murder, Inc. was not a hardship, and as a financial windfall, Lepke's most desirable rackets fell into the laps of the Cosa Nostra families run by Frank Costello and Vincent Mangano. 10. A Profitable War. On Sunday, December 7, 1941, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor and other U.S. military bases in Hawaii, and America was at war. No further combat occurred in the American homeland, and there were no severe civilian privations. But for most of the nation, the 4-year duration of the war was a time of rationing of scarce goods and personal sacrifice. The American mafia sacrificed nothing. As calculating predators, many mafiosi seized upon wartime conditions as a rare opportunity to make substantial profits. The war would also unexpectedly benefit the mafia's only imprisoned leader, Lucky Luciano. Before Pearl Harbor, except for Dewey's efforts as special prosecutor and as Manhattan DA, law enforcement in the rest of the New York area and in the country generally had been lax, corrupt, or incompetent in coping with the Cosa Nostra. Wartime put additional strains on federal and state police agencies, many of which lost their best personnel to the military services. Confronting new priorities of protecting the country from spies and saboteurs, law enforcement became even less vigilant and less interested in the difficult task of investigating organized crime. For the first time since the onset of the Great Depression, the war and the huge defense industry created a roaring economy, full employment, and an abundance of loose money looking to be spent. The New York mob's gambling mills in sports betting, horse racing, and numbers expanded mightily during the war, as economic worries vanished and other recreational and travel opportunities declined. But it was wartime rationing and the black market that generated the biggest gains for aspiring mafiosi. The government placed strict curbs on obtaining gasoline, tires, clothes, shoes, meat, butter, canned goods, sugar, and other staples, issuing special stamps, coupons, and permits necessary for purchasing the items. Mobsters became instant abusers, mainly by counterfeiting coupons, or by getting corrupt government employees to supply them illegally with the scarce federal stamps and selling them for huge profits. Wartime rationing of gasoline, meat, and groceries opened a nationwide black market that the American public patronized as eagerly as it had once bought booze. Paul Mescal, a journalist and expert on the mafia in the 1940s, observed. Overnight, an obscure capo in Brooklyn, Carlo Gambino, became a millionaire by exploiting the rationing system. A refugee from the Mussolini campaign against the Sicilian mafia, Gambino in 1921 stowed away on an Italian ship and sneaked into the United States as an illegal alien at age 19. He settled in Brooklyn, where he had numerous relatives, and soon brought over 2 younger brothers, budding mafiosi from Sicily. At the start of the Castellamarese War, he was attached to Joe the Boss Massaria's camp. Before the battle ended in 1931, Gambino switched to the winning Maranzano faction, but actually stayed on the sidelines, dodging involvement in any dangerous scrapes. A bootlegger, closely associated with Albert Anastasia and Vincent Mangano, one of the founding 5 New York Godfathers, Gambino remained in the illegal booze business even after Prohibition ended, and in 1939 was convicted for conspiracy to defraud the government of liquor taxes. The conviction was overturned because of an illegal federal wiretap, and Gambino sidestepped a 2-year prison sentence. When the nation went to war in 1941, Gambino, an economic dynamo in the Mangano family, became an entrepreneur in the black market. Joseph Valachi, a mob defector who had become a government informer, admitted that he too had become a black marketeer. Valachi identified Gambino as the mafia's black market magnate who pocketed millions of dollars from ration stamps. Gambino, he said, resorted to theft and to bribery to acquire huge supplies of the ration stamps from the Office of Price Administration, OPA, the government agency that oversaw rationing. Him and his brother Paul made over $1 million from ration stamps during the war, Valachi later testified before a Senate committee. The stamps came out of the OPA's offices. First, Carlo's boys would steal them. Then, when the government started hiding them in banks, Carlo made contact, and the OPA men sold him the stamps. He really got rich on that. Even Valachi, a low-level soldier, cleaned up on the black market, netting about $150,000 a year by bribing OPA workers to hand over valuable stamps. There were so many legitimate stamps around, I didn't think it was wise going around with counterfeit stamps, he said. Through a twist of fate, the war proved immensely useful to Lucky Luciano. Languishing in a maximum security prison in upstate New York, far from the city. At the outbreak of the war with Japan, Germany, and Italy, American and Allied ships were being torpedoed and sunk by Nazi submarines, U-boats, off the East Coast at a horrific rate. More than 120 vessels and hundreds of lives were lost in the first 3 months of 1942. No U-boats were sunk. Fear of sabotage on the New York waterfront, America's largest port, heightened in February 1942, when the French luxury liner Normandy, while being converted into a troop ship, caught fire, capsizing in the Hudson River. Much later it was determined that the fire was apparently caused by workers using acetylene torches, but in early 1942, naval intelligence suspected that the ship had been sabotaged by Axis sympathizers. In June 1942, anxiety about harbor security intensified after 8 German spies and saboteurs, who had made it to Long Island and Florida from U-boats, were captured. Concerned that some of the hundreds of Italian-American longshoremen on the docks and fishermen operating small boats might be Mussolini supporters, secretly aiding the U-boats and saboteurs, a naval intelligence unit, B-3, assigned more than 100 agents to ferret out information. The efforts to unearth leads about possible disloyalty were fruitless. Agents quickly discovered that on the mob-controlled waterfront, strangers were kept at bay by suspicious, tight-lipped stevedores and commercial fishermen. Looking for help to protect the port of New York, B3 officials contacted Frank Hogan, the Manhattan DA. Hogan's racket investigators set up a meeting for the intelligence officers with Joseph Sachs Lanza, the head of a seafood workers' union local in the Fulton Fish Market, and widely recognized as the market's crime commissar. Lanza's underworld nickname, Sachs, had no relationship to hosiery. It stemmed from his reputation as a vicious mafia enforcer. In 1942, Lanza was a capo in the Castello Luciano family, and at the Fulton Fish Market, the nation's largest wholesale seafood distribution center. A tyrannical union racketeer. His main stock in trade was double-crossing his union members by extorting bribes from the market's employers for sweetheart contracts. As a sideline show, suppliers and merchants had to pay off Lanza's minions for unloading and loading services. Otherwise, their perishable products would rot before being sold and transported from the market. Lanza was willing to cooperate with the federal counterspies, but his power was limited to the Fulton Market on the East River in Lower Manhattan. His authority did not extend to the vital West Side and Brooklyn piers, all dominated by mafiosi through alliances with the International Longshoremen's Association. Lanza advised the federal agents to reach out to the imprisoned Lucky Luciano, the only man, he said, who could snap the whip in the entire underworld. Following up on Lanza's tip, Murray I. Gerfine, a top aide to Hogan, relayed the Navy's request for Luciano's cooperation to his lawyer Moses Polikoff and to Meyer Lansky, Luciano's Jewish confederate. Through government intervention, Luciano was transferred from Dannemora to Great Meadow Prison in Comstock, New York, 60 miles north of Albany, a more convenient site for visits by Polikoff and Lansky. To convince Luciano of their good intentions and his importance to their plan, the government also allowed Frank Costello and Sachs Lanza to meet with him in prison. Before his conviction on prostitution charges, Luciano had few racketeering interests in the harbor. But members of his crime family and other mafia borgatas and Irish hoodlums who operated on the waterfront owed him favors. He instructed Meyer Lansky to act as his middleman and to spread the message that he wanted everyone to cooperate and comply with naval intelligence requests. Because of Lansky's long relationship with Luciano, none of the mob controllers of the unions and other activities on the docks questioned the authenticity of his instructions. Luciano had been in prison for 6 years and was ineligible for parole for another 24 years when the Navy request came. He made it clear to his lawyer that he expected his aid to the government to lead to a sentence reduction. But there was another thought in the back of his mind, and he stressed to Polikoff and Lansky that he wanted his cooperation kept secret. Never naturalized as a citizen, Lucky realized that he could be deported and feared that Mussolini loyalists in Italy might kill or assault him if his wartime assistance to the Allies was disclosed and the fascists were still in power. Before the July 1943 Allied invasion of Sicily, Luciano's mob helpers found several Sicilians who aided naval intelligence in preparing maps of Sicilian harbors and digging up old snapshots of the island's coastline. Press reports after the war that Luciano had managed to contact and instruct Sicilian mafia leaders to assist in the invasion were absurd fabrications. Luciano was out of touch with the Sicilian mafia, and neither they nor the American Cosa Nostra made any significant contributions to the Allied victory in Italy. Luciano's influence provided limited help to the war effort. Mobsters obtained ILA union cards that allowed intelligence agents to work and mingle on the waterfront, and none of the unions called strikes or work stoppages that would have crippled the port. There were no acts of sabotage, but there had been none before Luciano's intervention, and there is no evidence that any were ever planned by German agents or Nazi sympathizers. Even before the war ended, Luciano tried to capitalize on his cooperation with naval intelligence. His 1943 appeal for a sentence reduction was rejected, but in the summer of 1945, as the war was ending, he again petitioned the governor for executive clemency, this time citing his assistance to the Navy. Naval authorities, belatedly embarrassed that they needed and had recruited organized crime assistance, refused to confirm Luciano's claim. But the Manhattan DA's office authenticated the facts, and the State Parole Board unanimously recommended to the governor that Luciano be released and immediately deported. That governor was Thomas E. Dewey, the former prosecutor who had sent Luciano to prison for a minimum of 30 years. In January 1946, Dewey granted Luciano executive clemency, with provisions that he be deported, and if he re-entered the country, that he be treated as an escaped prisoner and forced to complete his maximum sentence of 50 years. Upon the entry of the United States into the war, Dewey said in a brief explanation for the release, Luciano's aid was sought by the armed services in inducing others to provide information concerning possible enemy attack. It appears that he cooperated in such effort, although the actual value of the information procured is not clear. Luciano sailed into exile on a cargo ship from a Navy yard in Brooklyn on February 10, 1946. The night before, Frank Costello and several other mafiosi, using their ILA connections, slipped past guards to board the ship for a farewell dinner of lobster, pasta, and wine with their erstwhile boss. Lucky was shipped back to his native Sicilian village of Le Carafridi, where he was given a royal welcome as a poor boy who had come back fantastically wealthy. Hundreds of villagers, unconcerned about his mafia ties, cheered and waved American flags as he was driven to the town square in a police car. But Luciano had no nostalgic or pleasant memories of the primitive village. He soon left for Palermo, and then Naples. Luciano's release created a damaging legacy for Dewey. Soon after the mobster's departure, news stories were published exaggerating his wartime assistance to the government. The syndicated columnist and radio broadcaster Walter Winchell reported in 1947 that Luciano would receive the Congressional Medal of Honor, the nation's highest military award, for his secret services. Winchell was suspected of getting that hot tip from an acquaintance and neighbor in his apartment building, none other than Frank Costello. Almost from the start, press allegations circulated that Dewey had sold Luciano his pardon. Finally, in 1953, while still governor, Dewey ordered a confidential inquiry by the state's Commissioner of Investigation. In 1954, a 2,600-page report documented Luciano's involvement with the Navy, without finding any wrongdoing by Dewey or the parole board in granting clemency. Naval officials in Washington reviewed the report and once again were chagrined that their reliance on the mafia would be exposed. Offering feeble excuses that the report would be a public relations disaster for the Navy and might damage similar intelligence operations in the future, the Navy brass pleaded with Dewey to suppress the findings. Despite the harm to his reputation, Dewey complied with the Navy's request and buried the report in his personal papers. The essential facts about the Luciano episode remained confidential until they were made public by Dewey's estate in 1977. Before his death, Dewey confided to friends that Luciano's 30-year minimum sentence was excessive and that 10 years, exactly what he served before clemency was granted, would have been sufficient for the crime of aiding and abetting prostitution. The former prosecutor was confident that Luciano had been an organized crime mastermind. But Dewey's odd comment about the harshness of the sentence buttressed the view of many independent observers, that the trial evidence against Luciano had been flimsy, and that the main witnesses against him, who later recanted, had been cajoled and pressured by Dewey's insistent investigators. Perhaps in commuting the sentence, there was a tinge of a troubled conscience in Dewey's concession that the sentence was overly severe. Was the former prosecutor acknowledging that he got the right man for the wrong crime? 11. Serene Times. When it came to using World War II for personal benefit, Vito Genovese was a master. Moreover, before the fighting ended, he managed the tricky feat of aiding both the Axis and the Allied sides and enriching himself immensely. Forced to flee the United States in 1937 to escape an impending indictment on an old Brooklyn murder case, Genovese, still an Italian citizen, planted himself in Naples. To keep in the good graces of Mussolini's regime, he became an avid supporter of Il Duce, and, as a demonstration of his loyalty, contributed $250,000 for the construction of a fascist party headquarters near Naples. He further aided the dictator in wartime by using his American mob connections to arrange a contract in New York. The assassination in January 1943 of Mussolini's old foe, Carlo Tresca, the anti-fascist refugee editor of Il Martello, the Hammer. For service rendered, Mussolini, the intransigent enemy of the Sicilian Mafia, awarded the American-trained gangster the title Commendatore del Re, a high civilian honor, an Italian knighthood. When the tide of war turned and the Allies invaded Italy in the summer of 1943, Genovese disavowed his fascist sympathies. Capitalizing on his literacy in English and his knowledge of American customs, he became an interpreter and advisor to the U.S. Army's military government in the Naples area. Don Vito quickly resorted to doing what he knew best, conceiving criminal opportunities in any environment. Working out deals with corrupt military officers, Genovese became a black market innovator in southern Italy. Officers supplied him at military depots with sugar, flour, and other scarce items, which he transported in U.S. Army trucks to his distribution centers. It was later learned that he laundered large sums of money through confidential Swiss bank accounts that he had established when he returned to Italy before the war. In war-racked and starving Italy, Don Vito was living in high style when Army intelligence investigators dismantled the black market ring and arrested him in August 1944. Genovese tried to bribe his way out of trouble by dangling $250,000 in cash before an intelligence agent, Orange C. Dickey. The upright agent rejected the offer and, in a background check, learned of the Brooklyn warrant for Genovese's arrest on a homicide indictment. Genovese was extradited in June 1945. By the time he arrived in the United States, however, the homicide case against him had collapsed because of the strange death of a material witness in protective custody in Brooklyn. Prosecutors were counting on eyewitness evidence from an innocent cigar salesman named Peter Latempa to corroborate the murder accusations against Genovese. Understandably worried about Latempa's safety on the streets before the trial, the DA's office had him locked up in the Raymond Street jail. While behind bars, presumably for his own safety, Latempa suffered a gallstone attack and was given what should have been prescription pain-killing tablets. Several hours later, he was dead. The city medical examiner reported that the pills Latempa swallowed were not the prescribed drugs and contained enough poison to kill 8 horses. Although a witness in protective custody was murdered inside a city prison, no one was arrested for the crime or for involvement in an obvious conspiracy to silence the cigar salesman. Burton Turkis, the lead prosecutor in the Murder, Inc. cases, expressed the frustration of trying to solve mob-ordered slings and overcoming omerta. "There is only one way organized crime can be cracked," he said. "Unless someone on the inside talks, you can investigate forever and get nowhere." A free man as a result of Latempa's death, Genovese was back on the top rung of the mafia, ostentatiously flashing the wealth acquired in the New York rackets and the Italian black market. To signal his importance, He built an elaborately furnished mansion on the New Jersey shore in Atlantic Highlands, where he and his wife Anna dined on gold and platinum dishes. Genovese's return in 1946 was an unsettling event for Frank Costello. Lucky Luciano was quarantined in Italy, and apparently had abdicated the title of boss of the Borgata that he had founded. Now, after a decade of running the crime family, Costello faced a dangerous challenge from Genovese, who had considered himself the gang's underboss and heir apparent to the throne when he abruptly hightailed it out of the country. Like other members of his family, Costello was familiar with Genovese's Machiavellian intrigues and savage inclinations. If you went to Vito, Joe Valachi noted, and told him about some guy who was doing wrong, he would have this guy killed, and then he would have you killed for telling on this guy. Genovese spread the word that during his temporary exile, his crew had not been treated favorably by Costello, and had not prospered as much as the rest of the family. Ever the diplomat, Costello arranged a truce with Genovese and his revived faction that left Costello as boss of the family. Costello treated him with great respect, recalled Ralph Salerno, the New York organized crime expert. Genovese was resentful because he had been ahead of Costello when he left the country, and believed he should have been the boss. Instead, Costello remained on top, and he was just a capo. War had helped the mafia. Peace was even better. For the nation, victory in 1945 over Germany in May and Japan in September ushered in a round of national prosperity and a pent-up spending binge. Good times and the lifting of wartime restrictions on wages and traveling was a boon for the 5 New York Borgata's biggest racket and money producer, illegal gambling. Bookmaking on sports and the numbers games were certain winners for all mafiosi. Costello and the other New York big shots also had extensive interests in illegal casinos near Miami and New Orleans. The largest expansion in underworld wealth, however, would arise from a new concept, exploiting legalized gambling in Las Vegas. Various types of gambling had been sanctioned in Nevada since its frontier days in the 1870s, and in 1931, almost every conceivable form of gaming was authorized by the legislature, in the misconceived hope it would help the state overcome the Depression. At the end of the war, Nevada was the only state with wide-open gambling, but it was a minuscule industry in a hard-to-reach area that was unappealing to the high rollers. The handful of tiny casinos in Reno and Las Vegas resembled desert dude ranches with poker as the main attraction for their gambling clientele. Transforming Las Vegas from a dreary desert rest stop for drivers on the way to Los Angeles into a gambling mecca was the inspiration of Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, a garish Jewish gangster racketeer from the East Coast. Siegel was born in New York, and as a teenager teamed up with another ambitious Jewish hoodlum, Meyer Lansky. Both of them would provide valuable services for Luciano, Costello, and other mafia bosses. Lansky, whose birth name was Meyer Sucholyansky, emigrated in 1911 as a young boy with his family from Grodno in Byelorussia, or White Russia, part of the Pale of Settlement, the area where Jews were compelled to live under the Tsars. Street brawls between Italian, Jewish, and Irish teenagers were common on the Lower East Side, and according to Lansky's biographer, Robert Lacey, Lansky and Luciano first met during one of these encounters. Lansky, scrawny and slightly built at 5 feet 3 inches, impressed Luciano with his pluckiness and sharp backtalk when outnumbered by a group of Italian toughs. On the Lower East Side, Siegel and Lansky's pack of hoodlums were called Starkers, Yiddish for strong men or tough guys, and became recognized as the Bug and Meyer Gang. The gang protected crap games run by Lansky and Siegel, and rode shotgun to prevent hijackings of shipments of beer and liquor for Luciano during Prohibition. Siegel supposedly acquired his nickname when a judge reviewing charges of a savage street fight commented, "You boys have bugs in your head." Throughout their alliance, Lansky was viewed as the inventive idea man, and the combustible-tempered Siegel was feared for his reckless violence. Anyone who dared call him Bugsy to his face might get punched out and kicked in the ribs, often with the warning, "The name is Ben Siegel, don't you ever forget it." He reportedly admitted participating in 12 murders. Most organized crime historians believe that Lansky, as a favor to Luciano, drafted Jewish hitmen for the murders of Joe Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano, and that Siegel was a triggerman in the two slayings that resolved the Castellamarese War. By 1936, Siegel was operating mainly out of Los Angeles, where Luciano sent him to revamp a mafia outpost of his empire that was headed by Jack Dragna. Luciano and other members of his Borgata considered Dragna an unproductive remnant of the Mustache Pete generation, lax in developing prostitution and gambling rings, and unable to exploit labor racketeering opportunities at Hollywood movie studios. A natty dresser, suave if not handsome, and with inexplicable charm for women, Siegel was the perfect mafia steward for Los Angeles and Hollywood. He installed discipline into the disorganized Los Angeles gang, expanded its illegal gambling interests, and added a new wrinkle by launching an offshore casino on a boat. Looking to cash in on Hollywood's main industry, he rigged elections and the stagehands union, thereby gaining the muscle to extort the studios for labor peace. Enjoying Hollywood glamour, Siegel palled around with actor George Raft, who was the movie's stereotypical Italian-American gangster, and toyed with the idea of taking a screen test himself. Besides the social high life, Siegel funneled millions streaming in from gambling and shakedowns before and during the war to Costello's East Coast Borgata. He kept enough to build a 35-room mansion for his wife and 2 daughters, and to put on a respectable front that enabled him to join some of the area's exclusive country clubs. On the West Coast, Siegel showed the mafiosi back in the East that he had organizational brains as well as a killer's instincts. Burton Turkis, the Brooklyn Murder Inc. prosecutor, credited him with opening up and exploiting Southern California for the mafia. After the war, Las Vegas became Siegel's obsession. He had previously been there to look after minor mob bookmaking matters at the existing shabby casinos, and became convinced that the desert town was ideal for a unique casino-hotel concept. With travel restrictions lifted, Las Vegas was in easy reach by car for Southern California's exploding population, and air travel could bring in well-heeled suckers from the Midwest and East to the only legal luxury casino in the country. In 1946, Siegel raised $3 million from Costello, Lansky, and a consortium of mafia and Jewish underworld investors. Siegel was hardly a novice in the gambling business, having been a long-time partner with Costello and Lansky in an illegal gambling club in Hallandale, Florida, near Miami, that was run by Lansky. By most estimates, Siegel's dream casino hotel, the Flamingo, should have cost about $1 million to build, but he spent 3 times over the original budget and still needed more. The Flamingo's rushed opening on December 26, 1946, was a disaster. In its first weeks, the casino had an incredible run of bad luck, actually losing money, and there was no income from the hotel because its rooms were unready for occupancy. Siegel closed the Flamingo for 2 months to straighten out the kinks and to gather more investments and loans from his backers. The casino reopened in March 1947, but continued to lose money. On June 20, 1947, Siegel was alone in the Los Angeles home of his mistress, Virginia Hill, who had stormed out after a spat. Besides her liaison with Siegel, Virginia had earlier been a companion to several other gangsters, and reputedly was an underworld courier employed to transfer money and messages. Siegel sat reading a newspaper on a living room couch when, shortly before midnight, he was killed by a barrage of 9 .30-caliber bullets from an Army carbine fired through a window that riddled his head and upper body. There was no shortage of suspects, but, like almost all gangland murders of that era, the crime was unsolved. The financial losses at the Flamingo had antagonized and alienated many of Siegel's backers, who believed he was cheating them. Though there were press rumors that Jewish underworld investors ordered and arranged the execution, the mob grapevine attributed the slaying to East Coast mafiosi, upset by Siegel's independence and incessant demands for more of their money. "The Jews don't fuck with the Italians," observed Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano, a Los Angeles-based mobster from the Siegel era. They learned that lesson a long time ago. Eventually, the Flamingo, under new mob management, became a resounding success. The forerunner of a building surge of casinos that were controlled by the mafia for decades. The Flamingo brought Las Vegas into the modern era, and it was the original centerpiece of Las Vegas's famous Strip. Las Vegas was a new resource and territory for the Cosa Nostra, and to avoid jurisdictional conflicts, the Commission declared it an open city, which meant that any crime family could operate there. In the late 1940s, Nevada's casino regulators welcomed with open arms the Italian and Jewish gambling specialists who flocked to Las Vegas. Protecting and encouraging the growth of an infant industry that promised to become the state's largest revenue gusher, state officials discreetly ignored the underworld links of these casino investors. The officials pretended that the newcomers were professional gamblers, not professional criminals. At several of the mob-run Las Vegas casinos, Meyer Lansky, an experienced major domo of illegal clubs in Florida, New York, and Texas, and of legal ones in Havana, Cuba, was brought in as a trusted behind-the-scenes manager. Lansky's illegal gambling clubs, commonly known as carpet joints, were more upscale, with fine food and drinks, and better furnished than the ordinary grimy parlors run by the mob in New York and other big cities. He was unequaled at the bookkeeping art of skimming, diverting cash before it was counted as a casino's winnings, to avoid paying the state of Nevada its share of the earnings. Despite his affiliations with Luciano and Costello, Lansky was at best a junior partner who knew his subservient status in the mafia universe. Among his unschooled criminal companions, he was admired as a financial wizard, a deep thinker who was a member of the Book of the Month Club. More important to his underworld survival was his reputation as a trusted big earner for important mafiosi who profited from his gambling deals. Yet because he was not of Italian heritage, Lansky could never become a made man or be admitted into the Cosa Nostra's inner councils, where policies were set and life and death decisions were made. He took orders and never gave them. The inspiration for the mafia's bonanza in Las Vegas must be attributed to the pioneering efforts of Bugsy Siegel. He was the first important criminal to recognize the potential of legalized gambling in Nevada. Howard Abedinsky, an organized crime historian, says, Lansky biographer Lacey points out that Siegel's murder put his new gambling palace on the front pages of most newspapers in America. Ironically, it was the enormous coverage of Bugsy's death that publicized the Flamingo and helped make the entire Las Vegas Strip famous. Expanding into Las Vegas was another mafia success that met no concentrated resistance from the authorities. Even when not corrupted by mob money, federal and local law enforcement efforts against the high and low ranks were woeful and uncoordinated. Federal agencies and police departments around the country operated independently, rarely sharing intelligence information, and sometimes stumbling over each other in their infrequent investigations of a mobster or a Cosa Nostra racket. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the nation's largest crime-fighting force, had the interstate jurisdiction to delve into almost any crime that occurred from coast to coast. J. John Edgar Hoover, the FBI's director since its inception in 1924, dismissed as fantasy suggestions that an American mafia or any interrelated national crime organization existed. As a result, there were no FBI authorities on organized crime. Through the 1940s, not a single agent, even in mob-infested cities like New York and Chicago, was assigned exclusively to organized crime work. An unsurpassed manipulator of the press, movies, television, and radio, Hoover crafted the spurious image of the omnipotent, incorruptible G-Man, overcoming the nation's most dangerous criminals and foreign enemies. His main targets in the 1930s were kidnappers and bank robbers, and he reaped enormous acclaim from his agents stalking and gunning down John Dillinger, the much-publicized bank bandit. During World War II, the FBI's emphasis shifted to enemy spies and saboteurs. With the beginning of the Cold War in the late 1940s, the Bureau focused on Soviet espionage and suspected communist and leftist traitors. Hoover's standard rebuttal to questions about the possible existence of an interstate crime syndicate and sophisticated organized crime gangs was to label them as mere hoodlums and regional police problems outside the FBI's jurisdiction. The federal government can never be a satisfactory substitute for local government in the enforcement field. Hoover once chided a congressional committee that raised the question. Even the use of the word mafia in internal Bureau communiques and reports was banned by Hoover. He prohibited agents from working undercover to infiltrate and expose illicit complex enterprises, fearing that associating in any manner with criminals might someday taint or compromise the FBI's integrity. Playing it safe, Hoover compiled glowing statistics by concentrating on easily solved federal crimes, especially interstate shipments of stolen cars and bank robberies. Stolen cars could be traced through tips on where they were stored and vehicle identification numbers. Bank holdups were often committed by inept amateurs, who could be traced down easily through witness identifications and license plate numbers of getaway cars. A consummate bureaucrat and power broker, Hoover maintained confidential, unflattering dossiers on congressmen and government officials, gray mail, to discourage critics who might have the courage to challenge his views. Typically, he would use messengers to subtly inform a legislator or an official that the Bureau was aware of an ethical or romantic lapse, and that Hoover, as a friendly gesture, would do his best to suppress the embarrassing information. The FBI director serves at the pleasure of the president, and Hoover held on to the post for 48 years, even though Presidents Harry Truman and John F. Kennedy despised him. He ran the Bureau as his private kingdom, and his idiosyncrasies became enshrined. Agents were supposed to represent his vision of the ideal white American male. Until the final years of his reign, Hoover personally vetted each trainee at a brief meeting in his office, and a damp or limp handshake automatically disqualified the prospective agent. He instituted a rigid dress code, known as Hoover Blue, requiring all agents on duty to wear dark business suits with a white breast pocket handkerchief, white shirts, gleamingly polished black shoes, and hats. Ties, of course, were de rigueur, but rookies in training school were informed that red ones were banned because Hoover considered the color insincere. For almost half a century, the dressed-alike agents, during Hoover's tenure, they were also forbidden to grow mustaches and beards, were easily recognizable at crime scenes, and their Hoover Blue outfits often compromised them on surveillance and other investigative assignments. Hoover's reluctance to seriously challenge the mafia stemmed from three main factors, according to former FBI agents and criminal justice researchers. First was his distaste for long, frustrating investigations that more often than not would end with limited success. Second was his concern that mobsters had the money to corrupt agents and undermine the Bureau's impeccable reputation. And third, Hoover was aware that the mob's growing financial and political strength could buy off susceptible congressmen and senators who might trim his budget. Armed with the FBI's glowing public reputation, and with his bureaucratic skills, Hoover had a free hand in choosing his investigative priorities. The only official who challenged his assertion that a dangerous Italian-American crime organization did not exist was rival law enforcement expert Harry J. Anslinger, the director of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. As head of the agency since its formation in 1930, Anslinger's mission was to deter and uproot drug trafficking. Unlike Hoover, Anslinger's investigative tactics were dynamically original, unorthodox, and far ahead of his time. He dispatched numerous agents masquerading as criminals to penetrate narcotics rings, promised immunity from prosecution to criminals who switched sides, and recruited paid informers. Justifying payments to squealers, Anslinger said that information was a dangerous occupation, and that several of his snitches were murdered by suspicious drug dealers. He also authorized harsh third-degree interrogation methods that were commonplace among police units in the 1930s and 1940s, but were unconstitutional. Disregarding civil rights, in gathering information, his agents battered uncooperative suspects, sometimes working them over with rubber hoses, and Anslinger resorted to illegal wiretaps without court approval to gather intelligence and arrest drug dealers. "The world belongs to the strong," the dour, huskily built Anslinger said, justifying his methods to another government official. "It always has. It always will." Lacking Hoover's bureaucratic clout and gift for political intrigue, Anslinger, in 32 years as head of the Narcotics Bureau, never got the substantial government support and media attention that the FBI obtained. Hoover won the headline war as the government's unrivaled crime fighter, while Anslinger labored in relative obscurity. With a maximum of 300 agents, Anslinger's agency was a third the size of the FBI, and its agents were paid far less than Hoover's men. Nevertheless, Anslinger assembled a band of hard-boiled agents, including former cops who were familiar with the culture and nuances of the drug trade. When Anslinger organized his agency in 1930, he found that the illegal drug business was diversified with Jewish gangsters predominating, although Chinese tongs and Irish and Italian groups operated in many big cities. By the late 1930s, however, through undercover work and arrests, his agents discovered a major shift in the nation's narcotics networks. All were virtually controlled by Italian-American gangs. They seemed to have an extraordinary cohesion, Anslinger later said of the mafia gangs, in an interview with the writer Frederick Sondern, Jr. But none of us were aware that they were predominantly Sicilian, or what that meant. It took us a while to find that out. Aware of the mob's rising strength, Anslinger hired Italian-American agents, because they might better understand its mores and practices than other investigators. Anslinger's strategy turned up a trove of intelligence about mafia activities that went far beyond narcotics. He compiled files on some 800 mafiosi that he called the Black Book. Hoover, in a typical sign of contempt for other law enforcement agencies, declined Anslinger's offer of a copy of his invaluable records. Anslinger's operatives in the 1940s obtained enough intelligence information to work on narcotics cases involving the Galliano, Bonanno, and Costello Genovese Borgatas in New York, and other major mafia families, especially those headed by Santo Trafficante in Tampa and Carlos Marcello in Louisiana. The vigilant Anslinger kept his eagle eye on Lucky Luciano when he was deported, and assigned agents to bird-dog the exiled boss in Italy. "That dirty son of a bitch Anslinger," Luciano said, deliberately mangling the name when he was told that narcotics investigators suspected he might try to open new drug routes to America. In late 1946, Anslinger discovered that Luciano was in Havana, apparently testing the waters to determine if he could resume control of his crime family from Cuba. Luciano summoned Costello, Genovese, other high-ranking members of the family, and Meyer Lansky for a meeting in Havana. Anslinger got wind of Lucky's machinations and, based on his discovery, the American government pressured the Cubans to kick Luciano out of the country, effectively ruining his comeback plan. Narcotics in the 1930s and 40s was not the scourge it was later to become in the United States. The Narcotics Bureau estimated that 95% of the drugs entering the United States immediately after World War II was smuggled by mafia traffickers. Alarmed by its intelligence reports, the Bureau, in a March 1947 memorandum, issued a clear warning to other federal agencies concerning the larger menace it had perceived after more than a decade of narcotics investigations. For many years, the report declared, there has been in existence in this country a criminal organization, well defined at some times and places, and at other periods rather loosely set up. This is composed of persons of Sicilian birth or extraction, often related by blood and marriage, who are engaged in the types of criminal specialties in which a code of terror and reprisal is valuable. These people are sometimes referred to as the Mafia. Anslinger and the Narcotics Bureau recognized the general outlines, if not the totality and magnitude of the Mafia's framework. But the FBI and all other competing federal law enforcement units ridiculed the intelligence analysis as unsubstantiated rumors and hypotheses by an agency seeking undeserved glory and praise. No attention was paid to Anslinger's incisive findings. At mid-century, almost 2 decades after their formation, the 5 New York families were prospering, with 4 of the original godfathers still in place, controlling huge criminal conglomerates. The Borgatas, run by Joseph Bonanno, Joseph Profaci, Vincent Mangano, and Gaetano Tommy Galliano, were secure and under no pressure from the law. These 4 men were powerful crime figures, yet their names and their organizations were invisible to the public and to most law enforcement investigators. The only mafia boss with a widely recognized name was Frank Costello, Lucky Luciano's successor. Costello became a public figure because of his scandalous political influence in Tammany Hall and his gambling and slot machine interests. But the full extent of his domain as the boss of the nation's largest organized crime family was unknown, and the word mafia was never publicly linked in government reports and the media to the name Frank Costello. Overall, about 2,000 made men, assisted by thousands of wannabes and associates, operated in New York City and nearby suburbs. The 5 Borgatas constituted almost half of the total 5,000 mafiosi in the country's 24 crime families. The combined strength of the New York families dwarfed the second-largest mob group of roughly 300 soldiers in Chicago. A post-war bonus for the New York gangsters was the departure in 1945 of Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, who did not seek a 4th term after 12 years in City Hall. LaGuardia's gadfly administration and scrupulously honest police brass had not disrupted any major racket except for Costello's slots. The reform mayor, however, had at least driven gambling and other traditional mafia money-making franchises underground, and had forced mafiosi and their helpers to worry about police raids. Conditions changed radically in the new administration of former Brooklyn DA William O'Dwyer, the candidate of Tammany Hall and Frank Costello. Soon after Mayor O'Dwyer took office, the police department seemingly adopted a laissez-faire policy toward gambling, a supposedly nonviolent crime. The changeover was most visible in low- and middle-income neighborhoods. For years, bookmakers and numbers operators had conducted their businesses furtively in back rooms of stores and pool rooms. Now, under the new administration, police pressure was relaxed. In sections like the Lower East Side, Harlem, Williamsburg, Brownsville, and the South Bronx, bookies and numbers runners worked freely on the streets, some using clipboards to openly record wagers. The relaxed crime-fighting atmosphere suggested that the PAD, Police Talk for Systemic Corruption in Local Precincts and Districts, was back. Police laxity became so outrageously flagrant that the FBI took note. Beginning in LaGuardia's administration, some precinct commanders failed to list all reports of unresolved thefts and robberies, so as to burnish their crime-solving statistics. Inside the department, the practice of discarding crime complaints in waste cans became a common joke. assigned the case to Detective McCann. Under O'Dwyer's police commissioners, the Detective McCann caseload became so excessive that the FBI in 1949 refused to publish New York City crime statistics, citing them as unreliable and discredited. All mafia families continued to rely heavily on proven garden-variety rackets, sports gambling, numbers, loan sharking, and hijackings. Each also developed separate criminal niches, sometimes jointly with another borgata. Costello's gang dominated the Manhattan waterfront and the Fulton Fish Market, and together with other families controlled trucking and other interests in the garment industry. Vincent Don Vincenzo Mangano, the boss of a Brooklyn-based borgata, had a stranglehold on the Brooklyn docks and, with Costello's organization, had begun to take over private garbage carting companies in the city. Another Brooklyn-based boss, Joe Profaci, had entered the country illegally with Vincent Mangano. They were boyhood friends and fellow refugees from Mussolini's mafia shackles in the 1920s in Sicily, where Profaci had served a year in prison for theft. In the New York region, Profaci used mob money from bootlegging, prostitution, and the numbers and loan sharking rackets to acquire 20 legitimate businesses. The gross take from his numbers or lottery action was a staggering $5 million a week, according to a confidential FBI analysis. Famous in the grocery industry as the olive oil king, he was the largest importer of olive oil and tomato paste in the country through the Mamma Mia Olive Oil Company. Anslinger's investigators suspected it was used as a cover to smuggle narcotics. Despite convictions for violating the Food and Drug Act and for income tax evasion, Profaci never served a day in an American jail, getting off leniently with fines or probation. He lived modestly in Brooklyn, but owned a hunting lodge, a private airport, and a 328-acre estate in rural Hightstown, New Jersey. The godfather in the Bronx was Tommy Galliano, a low-profile, secretive figure, unknown outside of the mafia's select ranks. Galliano's longtime right arm and underboss, Tommy Three-Finger Brown Lucchese, was his front man in setting up a variety of cash cow garment industry and union rackets. Lucchese also oversaw the family's narcotics trafficking interests and its protection kickbacks from garbage haulers and construction contractors in Long Island. Joe Don Peppino Bonanno's family equaled Costello's in overall illicit wealth, with extensive sports gambling, loan sharking, numbers, and narcotics deals. There were also Bonanno mob-engineered monopolies providing restaurants with laundry services and supplying mozzarella cheese in the New York area. He remedied a problem stemming from his illegal entry into the country by briefly staying in Canada and returning legally to the United States through Detroit. That ploy cleared the way for his naturalization in 1945, ruling out potential deportation proceedings that plagued Luciano, Genovese, and other top-echelon mafiosi. For relaxation from his hectic activities in the city, Bonanno retreated to a 14-room colonial-style house he built on a 280-acre estate and dairy farm in upstate New York. Impressed by the organizational strength and wealth of the New York families, some Cosa Nostra leaders in the country sent young mafiosi there for training in the 1940s. A notable prodigy was Santo Trafficante Jr., son and heir of the mafia boss in Tampa. Jr. got special tutoring from Tommy Lucchese and other members of the Galliano family. Later, after becoming Tampa's mafia boss, Trafficante told his lawyer Frank Ragano that he picked up invaluable lessons in New York about illegal business ventures, mafia lifestyles, and a code of behavior concerning women. From the New Yorkers, Trafficante learned that mafiosi were expected to maintain a higher regard for the sanctity of their women than the rest of male society. Their rigid code prohibited an affair with the wife or girlfriend of another mobster, under penalty of death, Ragano noted. And they were obligated to protect the wife or mistress of a fellow mobster if he was not around. Trafficante explained to Ragano that the mafia had no objection to married soldiers having affairs, but there was a caveat. Santo had a mistress, but conducted the affair with discretion to spare his wife and daughters embarrassment, Regano added. That was expected of all mafia members. By the late 1940s, the Prohibition era of bloodshed and rivalries between the New York families was a distant memory. Bonanno and Profaci further secured their relationship through the marriage of Bonanno's son Salvatore Bill to Rosalie Profaci, Joe Profaci's niece. Uniting two mafia royal houses, the wedding was attended by all the aristocracy of La Cosa Nostra, with the singer Tony Bennett serenading 3,000 guests. The opulent reception at New York's Hotel Astor was the social event of the year for the American mob, and it became the model for the opening wedding scene in the movie The Godfather. Except for Frank Costello, who delighted in mixing with political and café society, the other Godfathers shunned ostentatious lifestyles. Joe Bonanno, however, made one exception. He started a flashy trend among mobsters by wearing huge ruby, sapphire, jade, and onyx pinky rings. As a respite from serious mobster meetings and commission business, Bonanno, Mangano, Profaci, and Galliano enjoyed one another's company at purely social events, each hosting parties featuring gargantuan home-cooked meals. Frequent rendezvous took place at Mangano's horse farm on Long Island, where he personally prepared multi-course dinners of fish, veal, filet mignon, and pasta, which were washed down with numerous bottles of wine. Bonanno wrote that a typical meal with Mangano and Profaci was highlighted by the Sicilian custom of toasting each other in rhyming couplets. Bonanno cited a witty example of one of his favorite toasts. "Friends, if after this meal I die in Brucolino, I ask to be buried with my mandolino." These fraternal meals symbolized the serene prosperity that prevailed midway through the 20th century for the bosses within their own families and with their fellow godfathers. The next decades, however, would not be so carefree. 12. Wake up, America. Two freshman senators wanted the prize. It would be an enviable plum: investigating organized crime. The competitors were Estes Kefauver of Tennessee and Joseph R. McCarthy of Wisconsin. Both were groping in 1950 for the politically hot issue that would get them national headlines. Simultaneously, they struck upon the idea of a coast-to-coast examination of the strength and political influence of organized crime. The impetus came largely from complaints by civic crime commissions and mayors that illegal gambling and interstate crime were soaring without interference from the federal government. Since Kefauver's party, the Democrats, controlled the Senate, he outmaneuvered the Republican McCarthy for appointment as chairman of a special subcommittee to investigate interstate gambling and racketeering activities. As a consolation, McCarthy found another provocative subject: probing communist influence in the government. McCarthy's unscrupulous investigative methods and exaggerated claims of communist infiltration brought him worldwide attention, far greater than Kefauver received. His ruthless distortions, unethical tactics, and browbeating of witnesses earned his methods an eternal unflattering eponym: McCarthyism. At the outset, little was expected of an organized crime inquiry led by Estes Kefauver, an unlikely provincial crusader from Tennessee. He was a relatively inexperienced legislator, best known for campaigning in his home state with a massive grin and wearing a coonskin cap perched absurdly on his head. Nevertheless, the investigation and Kefauver's decision to concentrate on gambling was opposed by the Democratic administration of President Harry Truman. Northern Democratic leaders feared that the committee's conservative Southern Democrats and Republicans would focus mainly on big city Democratic machines, the party's bedrock. Kefauver's staff got no help from the administration or from Hoover's FBI. Echoing Hoover's sentiments, Attorney General J. Howard McGrath thundered that federal investigation would be wasteful because there was no evidence that a national crime syndicate existed. Local remedies were the best solution for combating illegal gambling, the Attorney General declared, signifying the White House's animosity. On the local level, most police departments offered little help to Kefauver's congressional investigation. Undaunted, Kefauver and his staff pressed on. Aided by Anslinger's Narcotics Bureau, Manhattan District Attorney Frank Hogan, several other state prosecutors, and private municipal crime commissions in Chicago and New Orleans. Ralph Salerno, who became a New York Police Department mafia expert, and 10 other New York detectives were ordered to quickly assemble the sparse intelligence files they possessed on the city's mafiosi. The police commissioner knew that Kefauver was coming to town, and he wanted to be prepared to answer questions and not look foolish, Salerno recalled. It turned out that no other city police department kept any files on mobsters. These cities would get some old-timer cop to talk with Kefauver's people, but they had no records, no solid information. From May 1950 to May 1951, the subcommittee, formally titled the Special Committee to Investigate Organized Crime in Interstate Commerce, held public hearings in 14 cities. Overall, the committee called more than 600 witnesses, but its proceedings got generally lackluster attention until it arrived in New York for 9 days of climatic sessions in March 1951. In New York, the subcommittee and the mafia discovered the power of the new television medium. The 3 major networks then in existence, ABC, CBS, and NBC, televised the hearings live in a rare coast-to-coast hookup. The parade of shady characters, bookies, pimps, politicians, and slippery lawyers on TV screens captivated the nation, becoming television's first live spectacular public event, drawing an unprecedented audience of between 20 and 30 million viewers daily. The highlight of the event was the appearance of Frank Costello. Other important mafia leaders, Tommy Lucchese, Vito Genovese, Albert Anastasia, and lesser lights subpoenaed by the committee, relied on the Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination to clam up and get out of the TV glare quickly. Not Costello. Even though he was the nation's most important underworld figure, and his ties to Tammany Hall had been previously exposed, Costello agreed to enter the lion's den and testify. He apparently wanted to escape the onus of being automatically tarred as an underworld generalissimo, like the witnesses who used the Fifth Amendment as a refuge, and he believed he had the wits to deflect harsh questioning and maintain for his reputable friends the myth that he was a businessman. Costello made one demand that the committee accepted. The TV cameras could not show his face. During his 3 grueling days of testimony, the cameras focused on his hands, with close-ups of his cuticles, his fingers drumming on the table, and his hands clasping and unclasping. The eerie combination of Costello's hands and his accented, gravel-crunching voice cast him in a more sinister and mysterious role than showing his face on television. His hands became the frightening symbol of an otherwise unseen criminal empire. One television comedian devised the skit in which Costello's unattached hands ran the gamut of emotions: surprise, innocence, anguish, and finally, in fury, they strangled Estes Kefauver. The television audience was unaware of the medical reason for the intimidating sounds that emerged from their sets. Costello's vocal cords had been damaged in an unsuccessful operation to remove throat polyps, resulting in a hard-edged, unnatural timbre. In the movie The Godfather, Marlon Brando, who played the title role of a first-generation mafia autocrat, is said to have imitated Costello's voice and cadence from his televised jousting with the committee. Although he testified, Costello refused to answer hostile questions and skirted others. The only light moment in spectator laughter came when a senator, noting Costello's reputed illegal gambling operations, asked what he had done for America in return for the riches he had accumulated. "Paid my tax," Costello countered. The committee hearings wrote finest to William O'Dwyer's political career, by re-examining Costello's political influence with Democrats in New York's Tammany Hall and City Hall. O'Dwyer, the candidate, who had solicited Costello's support at the infamous 1942 cocktail party, had already resigned as mayor in 1950 and had been appointed by President Truman as ambassador to Mexico. "My country needs me," said O'Dwyer, disingenuously explaining his abrupt departure. The actual reason was a brewing graft scandal involving his administration and widespread police protection for bookies and other gamblers. In a tense exchange with committee curmudgeon Senator Charles W. Tobey, O'Dwyer conceded that he had coveted Costello's endorsement and financial contributions. "What has he got, Tobey?" a New Hampshire Republican asked, referring to Costello's political influence. "What kind of appeal does he have? What is it?" O'Dwyer, after a long pause, replied, "It doesn't matter whether it is a banker, a businessman, or a gangster. His pocketbook is always attractive." Before the public hearings ended, several senators saw interrelated threats from the syndicates and the nation's Cold War with the Soviet Union and the ongoing Korean War. "The two great enemies within our ranks, the criminals and the communists, often work hand in hand," Senator Tobey warned. "Wake up, America." Based on its whirlwind investigation, the committee concluded that the mafia was a reality, that it was aided by widespread political and police corruption, and that its two major territories were New York and Chicago. More ominously, according to the senators, the gangsters' strength stemmed from an alien conspiracy. There is a sinister criminal organization known as the Mafia operating throughout the country, with ties in other nations, in the opinion of the committee, the panel summarized in a final report. The Mafia is a loose-knit organization specializing in the sale and distribution of narcotics, the conduct of various gambling enterprises, prostitution, and other rackets based on extortion and violence. The findings marked a breakthrough in that a federal body, for the first time, publicly identified the Mafia as a group alive and flourishing in America. But since the committee lacked specific evidence of crimes, the FBI and most law enforcement agencies minimized the committee's declarations as unsubstantiated generalities, and failed to pursue the leads that surfaced at the hearings. Congress also disregarded the committee's work, declining to pass any meaningful legislation that might hamper organized crime. Despite its efforts, in retrospect, the committee unmasked little of the mob's vast holdings, was less than half right about its size and influence, and overlooked numerous mafia bosses. In New York, its investigators failed to pinpoint or call as witnesses three major godfathers: Joe Bonanno, Joe Profaci, and Gaetano Galliano. The biggest casualty of the congressional investigation was Frank Costello, the only Don intrepid enough to testify. His sidestepping answers about his net worth resulted in a contempt of Congress conviction and a 15-month prison sentence. Costello's TV appearance and revived notoriety galvanized the Internal Revenue Service, the Mafia's chronic nemesis, to form a task force to scrutinize his tax returns. Remembering Al Capone's downfall, Costello had been careful about concealing his actual wealth, but he was trapped by his wife's jealousy. Whenever she discovered her husband's dalliance with a mistress, Mrs. Costello went on a spending binge. An IRS audit found that over a 6-year span, she had spent $570,000, a spree that was unjustified by Costello's reported income for those years or by withdrawals from his legitimate holdings and investments. He was convicted of tax evasion and was imprisoned for 11 months before the conviction was overturned on appeal. Even behind bars, Costello had little difficulty running his crime family and transmitting orders from prison through trusted intermediaries. While the Kefauver Committee was unaware of many authentic mafia barons, it plopped Meyer Lansky in the center ring and magnified his importance. Lansky used the Fifth Amendment as a shield when called to testify, but, along with Costello, he was severely damaged. Lansky had largely avoided scrutiny before the hearings, but he became one of the committee's prime targets. Disclosures about his gambling background and criminal pals forced disgraced local authorities to close his illegal carpet joint casinos in Florida's Broward County and in Saratoga Springs, in upstate New York. He pleaded guilty to gambling charges in Saratoga, where he was jailed for 3 months and fined $2,500. Describing Lansky erroneously as one of the principal organized crime leaders in New York and on the East Coast, an unrestrained Kefauver denounced him as one of the rats and the scum behind a national crime syndicate. The committee's limelight mistakenly elevated Lansky from his true role as a wealthy but junior partner with the Cosa Nostra into the position of a mafia financial Goliath. Until his death at age 80 in 1983, Lansky was relentlessly pursued by law enforcement agencies, although never convicted of a federal felony. As he had hoped, Kefauver emerged from the hearings a political somebody. The national exposure also brought him rebukes and criticism. Questions were raised as to why he had steered away from underworld gambling fiefs in Memphis, in his home state, in Hot Springs, Arkansas, in Nevada, and in states whose senators were on the subcommittee. Reporters digging into Kefauver's personal life pounced on a seemingly hypocritical element. The sanctimonious anti-gambling reformer got free passes and other perks on his frequent visits to racetracks. Kefauver's sudden national fame enabled him to throw his coonskin into the 1952 contest for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. His investigation, however, had antagonized Harry Truman and the big city political bosses, who gave the nomination to Adlai E. Stevenson. 4 years later, Kefauver, on better terms with the party's bigwigs, ran unsuccessfully for vice president when Stevenson lost for a second time to incumbent Dwight D. Eisenhower. As Kefauver's investigators searched for evidence of mob activities, a vital power shift occurred right under their noses. In 1951, Vincent Mangano, an original commission member, disappeared. He had headed his Brooklyn-based Borgata for 20 years. His body was never found, but there was no doubt among other commission members that Mangano had been eliminated by his nefarious underboss, a founding partner in Murder, Inc., Albert Anastasia. Anastasia boldly appeared at a commission meeting to announce his presence as the new godfather of Mangano's family. The other dons considered Anastasia a hothead, but accepted the fait accompli and, in effect, violated a Cardinal Commission rule by overlooking an unsanctioned slaying of one of their own elite untouchables. Without explicitly admitting that he had killed Mangano, Anastasia relied on a flimsy mafia excuse. He indicated that he had struck first in self-defense because Mangano resented him and was plotting his assassination. Even Joe Bonanno, who had been close to Mangano for 20 years, exonerated Anastasia, declaring that he wished to avoid a war between families. Although Anastasia came from the Italian mainland, Bonanno reasoned that since he admired ancient Sicilian traditions, he deserved a boss's crown and should be honored and distinguished as Don Umberto. Celebrating his new rank, Anastasia built a mansion in Fort Lee, New Jersey, near the George Washington Bridge. Anastasia, the executioner, was vigilant about his own safety. He surrounded himself with bodyguards, and at his new home erected 7-foot-high barbed wire fences and unleashed ferocious Doberman pinschers to patrol the grounds. Anastasia's malevolence as the executioner extended beyond the mafia itself. In February 1952, Willie the Actor Sutton, an elusive bank robber and prison escape artist, was captured in Brooklyn. A reward for the arrest was given to 21-year-old ex-Coast Guardsman Arnold Schuster, who trailed Sutton and alerted the police after spotting the bank thief in the subway. Watching Schuster being interviewed on television, an incensed Anastasia reportedly blurted out, "I can't stand squealers. Hit him." Joe Valachi later disclosed that the Mafia grapevine resonated with news that Schuster was gunned down near his Brooklyn home by Anastasia's hirelings. Another significant Mafia development overlooked by the Kefauver inquiry and law enforcement was the changing of the guard in the Borgata founded by Gaetano Galliano in the early 1930s. Fatally ill from a heart ailment, Galliano relinquished control to Gaetano Tommy Three Finger Brown Lucchese, his longtime number 2 powerhouse. The Borgata became known as the Lucchese family. Born in Palermo in 1900, at age 11, Lucchese emigrated with his parents to the overcrowded tenements of East Harlem. A disobedient teenager and a petty thief, Lucchese's juvenile escapades dishonored his parents, and when he was 16, his father threw him out of their apartment. He briefly worked in a machine shop, the only legitimate job he ever had, where his right index finger was mangled in an accident. The injury soured him on a workman's life, and he launched a full-time career in crime. A policeman who fingerprinted Lucchese, arrested for car theft when he was 21, jokingly bestowed on him the alias Three Finger Brown. The officer was a fan of the Chicago Cubs pitcher Mordecai Three Finger Brown. The nickname stuck. During Prohibition, Lucchese enlisted in the Masseria gang and formed partnerships with Lucky Luciano. A Luciano confidant, his duplicity set up the murder of Salvatore Maranzano, enabling Luciano to create the Five Families and the Commission in 1931. Luciano rewarded him by landing him the number 2 position in Tommy Galliano's new family, and Lucchese's underworld business acumen enriched Galliano and himself. Thin, fidgety, and hyperactive, Lucchese over 2 decades became a Mafia trailblazer, inventing money-making schemes and refining conventional mob rackets. Using muscle and brain power, he acquired control of New York's kosher chicken cartel, a protection shakedown that masqueraded as a window cleaning company, garment industry trucking companies, and a narcotics trafficking ring. Lucchese's master stroke was replacing Lepke Buchalter as the garment industry's most feared Shylock and introducing a new loan sharking gimmick. A perennial headache for clothing manufacturers was raising capital to stay in business while awaiting sales receipts for their new lines of seasonal coats, suits, and dresses. Unable to get legitimate loans, the owner's last resort was Lucchese. He supplied cash, but only on terms known as a knockdown loan. This meant that the borrower paid usurious interest of 5 points, 5% weekly, for at least 20 weeks before the principal could be whittled down. Thus, for a $10,000 loan, the borrower paid $500 a week or $10,000 over 20 weeks. At the end of the 20-week period, the manufacturer still owed the mobster the complete principal. Under threat of physical harm, the victim had to continue paying $500 a week indefinitely until the full original sum of $10,000 was paid separately. At a minimum, Lucchese doubled the profit on each illegal loan. The scheme is said to have generated more than $5 million a year, even during the darkest days of the Depression. As a cover, and for income tax purposes, Lucchese kept an office in the Garment Center and listed his occupation as dress manufacturer. He did own or had publicly registered interests in more than a dozen dress factories in New York and in Scranton, Pennsylvania. The garment industry unions, obviously aware of his Mafia importance, made no attempt to unionize his sweatshops. Boss of more than 100 men of honor, Lucchese was sufficiently wealthy and confident to give his capos and soldiers wide latitude in their own numbers, gambling, and hijacking operations. Under his leadership, a sphere of influence that became increasingly important was the rough-and-tumble business of professional boxing. Since the early days of Prohibition, Irish, Jewish, and Italian gangsters were deeply involved in managing fighters and promoting matches. Oni Madden, Dutch Schultz, Al Capone, Lucky Luciano, and other racketeers had all been secret owners of popular boxers and champions. It was a violent sport similar to their own risky occupations, that mafiosi and other gangsters understood and identified with. Authentic fans, they enjoyed the ambiance and macho electricity of arenas and training gyms. Just as owning nightclubs gave mobsters a demimonde status, there was a similar underworld prestige in possessing and controlling champions and contenders. Many bouts were actually on the level, but others were predetermined, and there was almost good-natured internal competition among mafiosi to fix fights and pull off betting coups. In the 1940s, a Lucchese hitman began a gradual takeover that made his borgata dominant in the fight game and squeezed out the other families. The soldier who acted in Lucchese's behalf was best known as Frankie Carbo, though his real given names were Paul John. Reared in the Bronx, starting at age 18, Carbo chalked up a lengthy police record for homicides and assaults. Arrested on 4 murder charges and suspected in the assassination of Bugsy Siegel, Carbo was convicted of only 1 killing, serving 5 years for manslaughter in the 1920s. After an acquittal in 1942 for a slaying involving an assignment from Murder, Inc., Carbo turned most of his attention to boxing. By that time his monikers included Frank Tucker and Mr. Fury, but his alias in arranging rigged fights was Mr. Gray. A keen student of boxing, Carbo actively managed several fighters. His main influence was exerted through violence and threats against managers, promoters, and trainers. Those who balked at Carbo's suggestions were visited by lead-pipe-carrying sluggers. His control of fighters and managers forced promoters to do Carbo's bidding if they wanted to stage top-rated bouts and remain healthy. From the 1940s until the early 1960s, Carbo was the undisputed mob linchpin and underworld commissioner of the boxing game. It was Mr. Gray who determined the contestants in many lightweight, middleweight, welterweight, and heavyweight division championship titles. He often had a hand in deciding the results. Carbo cashed in by getting a thick cut of fighters' purses and a share of the promoters' profits, and by always placing the right bets. Carbo's boss, Tommy Lucchese, impressed his neighbors in the upscale Long Island town of Lido Beach with his knowledge of boxing and urged them to wager on big fights. They said he always gave them tips on the winners. Long after his retirement, Jake LaMotta admitted that Carbo ordered him to take a dive in a 1947 bout with Billy Fox. LaMotta dumped the fight, and in return, Carbo gave him a crack at legitimately winning the middleweight championship from Marcel Cerdan 2 years later. When the man known as Mr. Carbo wanted to see somebody, it was a command performance. Sugar Ray Robinson, a middleweight and welterweight champion of the 1940s and 50s, said. One of the stellar boxers of his era, Robinson wrote in a biography co-authored by Dave Anderson that he rejected Carbo's order to fix a series of fights with LaMotta. Robinson's popularity and drawing power apparently allowed him to politely defy Carbo and survive unharmed. Nat Fleischer, the editor and publisher of the boxing industry's Bible, Ring Magazine, at a congressional hearing in 1960, tersely summed up the terror exerted by Carbo. Everybody was scared of him, Fleischer said, of the pudgy gangster with owlish horn-rimmed glasses. The mobster's reign was finally shattered by law enforcement investigations begun in the late 1950s. The Manhattan DA's office obtained an indictment accusing him of illegal matchmaking. The prosecutor in charge of the case, Alfred J. Scotty, labeled Carbo the most powerful figure in boxing. In Los Angeles in the early 1960s, Carbo was convicted on federal charges of extortion and threatening managers and promoters. The sentence was 25 years in prison. Before his imprisonment, Carbo's final accomplishment for Lucchese was gaining control of Sonny Liston and a huge slice of the million-dollar purses earned by him as the heavyweight champion from 1962 to 1964. Liston was KO'd by Muhammad Ali, the first heavyweight champ in 3 decades believed to be totally free of gangster influence. Carbo's misfortunes barely affected Lucchese's illicit income in New York and elsewhere. Outside his home territory, he forged narcotics trafficking and other deals, principally with Santo Trafficante Jr., the boss of the Tampa Borgata. Lucchese had been close to Trafficante's father in the 1940s, and he had helped train the son. The younger Trafficante met frequently in New York with Lucchese, and on one jaunt he brought along his lawyer, Frank Regano, and Regano's future wife, Nancy Young. The two mafia emperors treated each other regally on visits, sparing no expense. One night, Lucchese invited Trafficante and his other Florida guests to an expensive restaurant, Mercurio's, near Rockefeller Center. The mob bosses spent most of the dinner talking with each other in Sicilian, until Lucchese suddenly turned to Nancy Young, a vivacious blonde, addressing her in English. Upon learning in the conversation that the young woman did not own a fur coat, Lucchese insisted upon making her a gift of one. Regano was impressed by the generosity, but, reluctant to become indebted to Lucchese, tried to decline. Trafficante frowned and whispered to the lawyer that he should accept, warning him that he was violating a mafia rule by crossing a godfather. "Don't embarrass me," Trafficante ordered. "You'll insult him by refusing." The next day, Lucchese escorted the wide-eyed Nancy through a fur salon filled with racks of hundreds of fur coats, stoles, jackets, and pelts. With Lucchese's guidance, she chose a full-length black mink that Regano estimated cost at least $5,000, a year's salary for a factory worker at that time. Regano characterized Lucchese as Trafficante's most trusted ally in the New York families. The Florida boss particularly admired Lucchese's liaisons with corrupt government officials. "This guy has connections everywhere in New York," Trafficante told Regano, with a touch of envy. "He's got politicians and judges in his pocket." In the political sphere, Lucchese maintained a close alliance with Frank Costello and, like the Prime Minister, became a power broker in New York's Democratic Party machine, and in the appointments of corrupt judges, assistant district attorneys, and city officials. But unlike Costello, Lucchese's interests remained hidden, never attracting public attention. Lucchese also cultivated Republican officials and extended his range to the radical wing of politics. He successfully lobbied Vito Marcantonio, the congressman representing his old East Harlem neighborhood, the only member of the House of Representatives repeatedly elected by the leftist American Labor Party, to nominate his son for appointment to West Point. One of Meyer Lansky's sons was also a West Pointer. Lucchese's suburban home was far removed from the railroad flats of East Harlem, but the mob still swayed votes in the then heavily Italian section. Tommy Lucchese's discreet influence with legislators and politicos was further demonstrated when he was naturalized as a citizen in 1943, through a private bill approved by Congress. About the same time, several legislators persuaded the New York State Parole Board to grant Lucchese a certificate of good conduct, expunging his arrests and convictions in the 1920s for auto theft and bookmaking. In 1945, probably in a backroom deal with Frank Costello and Tammany Hall, Lucchese chose a minor clubhouse politician and fellow Sicilian-American, Vincent R. Impellitteri, as O'Dwyer's running mate on the Democratic ticket. O'Dwyer was elected mayor, and Impellitteri, whose only job experience was as a law clerk to a Democratic judge, became city council president, a mainly ceremonial office. When O'Dwyer resigned in 1950, Impellitteri, Impy in tabloid headlines, succeeded him as acting mayor. Tammany leaders, however, considered Impellitteri too incompetent, too inarticulate, and too lightweight even by their modest standards. They endorsed Judge Ferdinand Pecora in the 1951 election for mayor. Impellitteri, who had grown accustomed to the pomp, power, and perks of City Hall, refused to drop out of the race, running as the sole candidate of a newly created Experience Party. The election put the Mafia in the enviable position of having a stake in both candidates, as Lucchese secretly supported Impy while Costello backed Pecora. With revelations from the Kefauver hearings still fresh in voters' minds, Impellitteri centered his campaign against Tammany Hall, the Mafia, and Costello, the very group that had raised him up from law clerk to mayor. He highlighted every stump speech by declaring, "If Pecora is elected, Frank Costello will be your mayor." With the help of a slick public relations campaign, Impellitteri won a startling upset, becoming the only independent party candidate ever elected mayor of New York. Soon after taking office, Impellitteri was spotted dining in a restaurant with Lucchese and a former federal prosecutor. Questioned by reporters, the mayor innocently claimed he barely knew Lucchese, and that the gangster had been introduced to him as a clothing manufacturer. A floundering blunderer, Impellitteri was turned out of office in 1954 after one abbreviated term. In that mayoralty contest, the tables were turned on him. He was accused by reformers of being in league with organized crime. Impellitteri's political and mafia friends did not forsake him. They eased him into a comfortable judgeship. With Impey's defeat, however, the mob's invaluable pipeline to City Hall was essentially severed. 13. Heroin and Appalachian. His brief prison sentences and the Kefauver Committee hearings behind him, Frank Costello in the spring of 1957 was confidently going about his usual business. Shunning bodyguards and bulletproof limousines, the 66-year-old godfather met with his mafia associates in restaurants and traveled about Manhattan in taxis like any ordinary businessman. On May 2, 1957, Costello had a late dinner date with Anthony "Tony Bender" Strollo, one of his capos, at Chandler's, a Theater District restaurant. As usual, he took a taxi back to his luxury Central Park West apartment. As Costello walked toward the building's elevator, a man wearing a dark fedora brushed past a doorman and shouted, "This is for you, Frank." Turning, Costello heard what sounded like a firecracker, as a bullet grazed the right side of his forehead, knocking him to the ground. The gunman fled in a waiting black Cadillac. Wounded slightly, his head bandaged in a hospital emergency room, Adair Costello provided no information to the police about his being shot at almost point-blank range. "I didn't see nothing," he told detectives. A search of his pockets produced an interesting item: a slip of paper with the notation, "Gross casino win as of 4/27/57, $651,284. That figure, detectives later discovered, matched the precise house stake or gross winnings that day at Las Vegas's new Tropicana Casino, in which Costello was a major secret partner. Although Costello professed ignorance as to why anyone would want to kill him, detectives had a strong theory that Vito Genovese had the most likely motive to place a contract on the Prime Minister. Released from the hospital, Costello informed the police that he had no fear for his life and would continue his normal rounds without a single bodyguard. The police brass, however, assigned 2 detectives to keep an eye on the wounded boss. When the detectives showed up in the vestibule outside of his apartment, the urbane Costello insisted that they come in for breakfast with him and his wife. One of the investigators was an Italian-American, and he told fellow detective Ralph Salerno that the unruffled Costello bantered with him. "What's an Italian boy like you doing with all these Irish cops?" Costello asked. "They pay you peanuts. Come along with us. We pay bananas, and they come in big bunches." On the first day of their assignment, the plainclothesmen followed Costello's taxi to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in an unmarked car. He went there almost daily for a manicure, a hair trim, and a massage, and for conferences in the hotel's bar and restaurant. Irritated by the prospect of being shadowed constantly, Costello proposed a compromise. "Let's be gentlemen," he said to the detectives. "I'm going to see my girlfriend, and I don't want you guys behind me." Advising the detectives that he could easily slip $100 to a cabbie to shake them, making them look bad, He promised to return to the Waldorf in about 2.5 hours, and they could then resume their watch over him. For the next several days, until the police canceled their protection, the gentleman's agreement existed between the detectives and Costello whenever he had an assignation. Manhattan DA Frank Hogan was not so obliging as the police. He subpoenaed Costello before a grand jury, demanding answers about the shooting and $651,284 in casino winnings. This time, citing his Fifth Amendment rights, Costello refused to talk about the attempt on his life and the slip of paper found in his pocket. As a result, before anyone was arrested for creasing his brow with a bullet, it was the victim Costello who served 60 days in the workhouse, the municipal jail, for contempt of court. Costello might have been reluctant to cooperate, but the doorman of his building, Norval Keith, picked out a suspect from the rogues gallery files. He identified Vincent Chin Gigante, a chauffeur and muscle man for Vito Genovese, and holder of an arrest record for bookmaking, auto theft, and other petty crimes. A former light heavyweight prizefighter, the 29-year-old Gigante vanished after the shooting for 3 months before voluntarily surrendering. At Gigante's trial in 1958 for attempted murder, Frank Costello was a reluctant prosecution witness. Under oath, Costello admitted having been a bootlegger, a bookie, a slot machine operator, and the owner of a gambling club in New Orleans, but, he added, he was now retired. Smiling during most of his testimony, Costello grew serious when for the first time he gave his version of the attack that nearly cost him his life. I walked through the front door into the foyer. I heard a shot. It sounded like a firecracker to me at the time. I paid little attention to it for the moment. Then I felt something wet on the side of my face. It was blood, and I realized I was shot. Under cross-examination, Costello complied with the oath of omerta. He testified that he had not seen the gunman, even though he had briefly faced him, did not know Gigante, and knew of no reason why Gigante would want to shoot him. As Costello walked from the well of the courtroom, newspaper reporters heard Gigante whisper, "Thanks a lot, Frank." Even though the doorman stuck to his story that Gigante was the assailant, after 6 hours of deliberations, the jury brought in a verdict of not guilty. The jury foreman told reporters that the doorman's identification was questionable, and that the entire case against Gigante was weak. His close call changed Costello's belief in his invulnerability. Vito Genovese, he knew, was trying to settle an old score. He went around without bodyguards because he never suspected that Genovese or anyone else would try to kill him, Salerno said. 10 years had gone by since Genovese had come back from Italy, and Costello thought everything was okay. Soon after the bullet nicked Costello's skull, Salerno and other detectives learned that he had assured Genovese that he was taking early retirement. That shot from Gigante was just as effective as if it had killed him, Salerno added. True to his word, Costello relinquished all of his mob holdings to the new boss, Don Vito Genovese. For the rest of his days, Costello lived peacefully in Manhattan, rarely going out at night, and tending to the garden at his country home in Sands Point, Long Island. His few public appearances were at flower shows to display his own prized entries. His continual notoriety contributed to the revocation of his citizenship in 1961, because he had lied about his occupation and criminal record at his naturalization hearing in 1925. In 1973, Costello, former Prime Minister of the Underworld, died of a heart attack, almost a forgotten figure. He was 82. Although Costello surrendered unconditionally to Genovese in 1957, his ally, Albert Anastasia, was infuriated by the assault on a fellow godfather, with whom he had sponsored mutually profitable deals. 6 years earlier, Anastasia, the executioner, remorselessly eradicated Vincent Mangano and took over his family without first seeking approval from a majority of the commission members. Now he asked the commission to allow him to wage war against Vito Genovese for taking over a family without permission, just as he had done. Joe Bonanno, the secure leader of his own family, took congratulations for preventing a ruinous battle between the Genovese and Anastasia factions by bringing the two rival killers together at a select dinner, where they kissed each other on the cheek and presumably made peace. Recounting his intervention, Bonanno demeaned Anastasia and Genovese as impetuous ruffians, while heaping praise upon himself as debonair, articulate, and prepossessing. Commission rules might bar a capo di tutti capi, but Bonanno immodestly considered himself first among equals, a capo consigliere, chief counselor, to whom other bosses looked for diplomatic guidance on thorny issues. He pompously christened the results of his mediation on the commission between Anastasia and Genovese as the Pax Bonanno. 5 months after resolving the Anastasia-Genovese dispute, in October 1957, Don Peppino Bonanno flew to Italy on a mission that would have momentous consequences for the Mafia and for the United States. He was accompanied by ranking members of his Borgata and business associates from New York. Bonanno and his party were greeted like royalty by government officials in Italy and Sicily. Red carpets were actually rolled out for the group at airport ramps. In Rome, a minister of the ruling Christian Democratic Party, strongly and openly supported in Sicily by the Mafia, was on hand to welcome the visitors. Writing almost 30 years later, Bonanno, in his self-serving autobiography, described his first trip back to Sicily as a nostalgic sightseeing journey to his native land, an opportunity to become reacquainted with relatives and boyhood friends, and to visit his parents' graves and Castellammare del Golfo. There is a casual reference in his book to conversations in Palermo with some men of honor, without further amplification. The primary reason for his trip to Sicily was omitted in Bonanno's book. He was heading an American mob delegation, negotiating a pact with the Sicilian Mafia for the importing of huge quantities of heroin to the United States. The Grand Hotel et des Palmes, an upscale but fading Belle Epoque relic in the 1950s, was a favorite meeting spot for Sicilian Cosca nabobs and their retainers. When in Palermo, Charlie Lucky Luciano, the exiled American Don, made the hotel his second home. His favorite conference nook always was reserved for him in the bar lounge. Unbeknownst to Italian and American law enforcement agencies, more than 30 Sicilian and American Mafia leaders assembled at the hotel for a fateful parley from October 10th through October 14th, 1957. Each day they met in the Sala Wagner, an ornate suite named after Richard Wagner, the 19th century German composer, who had orchestrated works while staying at the hotel. With a Renoir portrait of Wagner staring at them from the wall, the Sicilians and Americans used the room to map out details for an explosive expansion of the heroin trade in America, illustrating how little American investigators knew about the Mafia at mid-century. The major U.S. law enforcement agencies remained unaware of the meeting and its significance for 25 years. These agencies and their Italian counterparts finally learned about the Grand Hotel sit-down in the 1980s, when it was revealed by Sicilian and American Mafia defectors. Luciano had narcotics interests and vital mob connections on both sides of the Atlantic, and he brought the two groups together. Shortly before the meeting, Luciano had even persuaded the main Sicilian Mafia chiefs to adopt one of his American innovations by establishing a commission-like body to resolve their disputes. In Sicily, it was called the cupola. Indicating the gravity of the deliberations, at Bonanno's side in the sessions in Palermo were his underboss John Bonventre and his consigliere, Carmine Galante, who was also his principal drug trafficker and narcotics advisor. At the Hotel Conclave, the new cupola leaders heard about the American priorities. Bonanno explained that the United States bosses were worried about potential danger from the recent passage by Congress of a tough narcotics control law, the Boggs-Daniels Act of 1956, which imposed sentences of up to 40 years for drug convictions. The Americans feared that mandatory penalties could induce mafiosi nailed on drug charges to save themselves by breaking the oath of omerta, becoming informers, and possibly compromising and implicating bosses and other hierarchs. Narcotics was far from the top moneymaker for the Americans, but drug arrests were a threat because the 5 New York families and their satellite associates imported and supplied more than 90% of the heroin in the nation. Since the formation of the Commission in 1931, the Sicilian Mafia clans had not operated in America. The centerpiece of the Grand Hotele de Palm plan was the Americans permitting the Sicilians to take over the risky task of distributing heroin in the States. With ample supplies of heroin from refineries run by Corsicans in France, and later by themselves in Italy, the Sicilian bosses would obtain a captive market in America. The American mobsters would benefit because there would be less danger of their soldiers being caught smuggling and distributing drugs, especially by Harry Anslinger's narcotics investigators. Profits for the Americans would come from franchise fees, a share of the income, for allowing the Sicilians to sell large amounts of heroin to wholesale drug dealers on United States territory. Until the 1950s, heroin and cocaine use in America had largely been limited to a tiny segment of the population, mainly musicians, prostitutes, criminals, gamblers, and affluent thrill-seekers. A sinister innovation in the Sicilian-American plan was the scheme to develop vast heroin sales and usage by reducing the price of the drug and pushing it in working-class black and white neighborhoods. American and Sicilian mafiosi had long slipped into each other's countries undetected by local law enforcement units. The American police had no records or mugshots of the Sicilians, and the Italian authorities were equally ignorant of the American gangsters. By operating far from home, the Sicilian drug runners would be reasonably safe in America, and the Italian police would neither know nor care what the Sicilians were up to in a foreign land. Another cover for the new heroin channel was the fact that the American and Italian law enforcement agencies went their separate ways, never sharing information. To mark the heroin accord, most of the mafiosi concluded the international conference at a 12-hour banquet in a closed-off seafood restaurant on the Palermo waterfront. Only one incident marred the prolonged celebration for the normally cool-tempered Bonanno. A waiter, apparently unaware of Bonanno's prominence and his knowledge of the Sicilian dialect, mumbled an insult about Bonanno being a haughty, demanding American tourist. Overhearing the remark, Bonanno hurled a pitcher of ice water at him. The waiter suddenly realized his extraordinary mistake and pleaded for forgiveness. The Cosa Nostra's variegated crimes, its murders, loan sharking, extortions, gambling, brutal beatings, prostitution, political fixes, police corruption, and union and industrial racketeering, created immeasurable costs and pain for America. None of these illicit activities, however, inflicted more lasting distress on American society and damaged its quality of life more than the Mafia's large-scale introduction of heroin. In the decades following the Palermo Agreement, the Sicilian Mafia and its American helpers inundated the United States with the drug. An estimated 50,000 Americans were addicts in the late 1950s. By the mid-1970s, according to studies by government and private groups, at least 500,000 were hooked. The mob carved out a boundless market for itself and future ethnic crime groups that wanted a share of the gigantic profit from heroin, cocaine, and the drugs that followed. Violent ripple effects from narcotics trafficking, especially in New York and other big cities, were staggering. Crime rates skyrocketed as thousands of junkies turned to muggings and burglaries to support their addictions. Rival drug gangs staged gun battles on the streets, killing and wounding innocent victims. Large swaths of inner-city neighborhoods were ravaged, making life there almost unbearable for its beleaguered residents and merchants. And the credibility and reliability of police forces were undermined by massive bribes from drug dealers. About the same time in 1957 that Luciano helped the American Mafia create the world's largest heroin exporting venture, he sat for an interview with the writer Claire Sterling for a magazine profile. When she raised the subject of narcotics, Charlie Lucky dismissed as nonsense rumors of his involvement in large-scale international smuggling. Instead, he complained about police surveillance and their ceaseless efforts to pin a drug charge on him. "They've been watching a long time. Let 'em watch," he groused. Luciano died in 1962, in exile in Naples, of a heart attack. He was 65. Shortly after his death, American and Italian officials announced that he had been targeted for arrest as an alleged member of a ring that smuggled $150 million worth of heroin into the United States. 2 weeks after the Palermo conclave, on the bright Manhattan morning of October 25, 1957, Albert Anastasia eased himself into a barber's chair at the Park Sheraton Hotel near Central Park for his daily shave and trim. Seated in the next chair was his nephew, Vincent Squillante, who took care of the family's private garbage carting shakedown rackets. As they chatted, 2 men sauntered into Grasso's barber shop and fired a fusillade of 5 shots into Anastasia's head and chest. The professional hitmen knew their grisly business. Anastasia toppled to the floor, killed instantly. The gunmen walked briskly into the hotel lobby and disappeared in the crowd. Shouting, "Let me out of here," Squillante bolted unscathed from the shop. As so often happens in well-planned mob executions, Anastasia's bodyguard was conveniently absent when the assassins appeared. The bodyguard, Anthony Coppola, had driven Anastasia to the hotel, but was inexplicably missing from his boss's side when the shooting occurred. There were several touches of ironic justice to the slaying of Anastasia, a killer who prided himself on his preoccupation with security. Dreaded mainly for his homicidal ingenuity as one of the founders of Murder, Inc., he was caught completely off guard at the peak of his power. Crime historians also noted that he was murdered in the same hotel where Arnold Rothstein had lived, and into which he staggered after being fatally shot on the sidewalk 29 years earlier. Anastasia had the distinction of being the first mob boss since the 1931 Peace Pact to have been rubbed out in old-fashioned gangland style in a public area. When he had eliminated his chief and rival Vincent Mangano, Anastasia had performed the murder discreetly, and the body was never found. The Mafia's wise men quickly realized that the execution was sponsored by 2 leaders who had the most to gain from Anastasia's death, Vito Genovese and Carlo Gambino. Despite Bonanno's intervention, Genovese feared that Anastasia was gunning for him to avenge the attempt on Frank Costello's life, and for forcing his ally on the commission into retirement. Gambino, although Anastasia's consigliere, suspected that his erratic, seething boss had grown resentful of his wealth and influence in their borgata and intended to ensure his position by whacking him. With a mutual interest in eliminating Anastasia, Gambino and Genovese put their heads together and found Byzantine reasons to plot Anastasia's extermination. Gambino, the former black marketeer, would be enthroned as the head of one of the nation's largest mob families and automatically become a member of the ruling commission. Genovese, a boss of only 4 months, would solidify his position by acquiring Gambino as an ally. And there would be a third boss in the new alliance, Tommy Three-Finger Brown Lucchese. Lucchese had become close to Gambino through his daughter Frances's marriage to Gambino's son Tommy. The two in-laws and Genovese would form a young troika on the commission, effective opposition to the two old-time, more conventional bosses, Joe Bonanno and Joe Profaci. Of all the mafia hits in New York, the shooting of Anastasia in a busy midtown location before eyewitnesses was one of the most audacious. The memorable murder was frequently reenacted in movies, most notably the Italian film Mafioso, and in fiction. The vivid image of a helpless victim swathed in white towels was stamped in the public memory. The police's hottest first lead and suspicion centered on Santo Trafficante Jr., the Tampa godfather, who was in town for sit-downs with Anastasia. Registered at a hotel under the name B. Hill, Trafficante had checked out just 2 hours before Anastasia's final haircut, and then disappeared for several weeks. Detectives learned that Anastasia was trying to get a share of the manna flowing from Havana, where Trafficante was a major mob player with large interests in 3 casinos. One deal on the table was an offer from Trafficante to become partners with Anastasia in the casino concession for the Hilton Hotel being built in Havana. A minor sticking point was a demand by Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista for a yearly bribe of $1 million. It was unclear if the fiery New York Don was trying to strong-arm his way into Havana or work out a peaceful compromise with Trafficante. The theory implicating Trafficante fizzled out, even though he was untraceable for weeks. Eventually, detectives concluded that Gambino and Genovese were the conspirators behind the murder, and most likely had given the contract to a thug in Joe Profaci's family, Joseph Crazy Joey Gallo. Shortly after the hit, Gallo proudly hinted to close friends that his crew was responsible. "You can call the 5 of us the barbershop quintet," a police informer quoted the smirking Gallo. These intelligence nuggets concerning the 3 Gs, Gambino, Genovese, and Gallo, could only be interred in the conventional dossiers of the police department's detective bureau. They were tidbits adding to the fascinating folklore of gangland violence and intrigue, but worthless as evidence that could stand up in a courtroom. Detectives in robot fashion went through the motions of seeking Anastasia's killers, knowing in their hearts that mob homicides were destined to be classified as unsolved. They rationalized the futility of working on mafia hits by reciting a popular police maxim: "It's only vermin killing other vermin." The hubbub over Anastasia's murder was of little interest to the police in a rustic slice of New York called the Southern Tier, near the Pennsylvania border, 150 miles west of Manhattan. 3 weeks after the slaying, on November 13, 1957, a state police sergeant, Edgar D. Croswell, was investigating a bad check complaint at the Parkway Motel in the region's main town, Binghamton, when his interest was aroused by a young man booking 3 rooms and informing the desk clerk that his father would pay for them. The young man was the son of Joseph Barbera Sr., a wealthy local resident and soft drink and beer distributor, who Croswell knew had been a bootlegger with an arrest record in his younger days for murder and assaults. That afternoon, Croswell and Trooper Vincent Fascisco drove out to Barbera's home, a secluded hilltop English manor house nestled in a 130-acre estate in a hamlet called Appalachian. Observing more than a dozen cars, many with out-of-state license plates, Croswell realized something was afoot, and surveillance was warranted. His interest was further piqued when a local food supplier told him that Barbera had ordered 207 pounds of steak, 20 pounds of veal cutlets, and 15 pounds of cold cuts to be delivered that day. Suspecting that a conspiratorial meeting at Barbera's place was underway to plan the violation of liquor laws, Croswell asked for help from a local unit of the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The next afternoon, November 14th, Croswell and Vasisco, with 2 ATF agents, drove to Barbera's house and spotted more than 30 large autos and limousines parked on the grounds. As the investigators backed out of the driveway to set up a barricade on the public road leading from the estate, about a dozen men scampered pell-mell from the house. One of the guys looked up at the road and hollered, "It's the Stadies," and they all started running into the fields and woods, Vasisco said. Croswell radioed for more troopers. Ultimately, the police picked up for questioning 46 men leaving hurriedly in cars, and 12 others slogging through the woods and fields. Those struggling on foot on the raw, rainy day looked bedraggled and unfit for country hikes. They were middle-aged and elderly, dressed in pointy wing-tipped shoes and business suits. Most of the men offered the same explanation as to why they had gathered at the manor house in sleepy Appalachian. It was a coincidence that they all came from mass sick call on Barbera, an ailing friend recovering from a cardiac problem. The investigators knew the story was ridiculous. Quick identification checks turned up a star-studded cast of underworld figures from New York, New Jersey, California, Florida, Texas, Pennsylvania, New England, and the Midwest. The New Yorkers taken for questioning to a state police barracks included Vito Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Gambino's brother-in-law Paul Castellano, Joe Profaci, and Joe Bonanno. An unknown number of Barbera's guests slipped past the hastily formed police roadblocks, and several who were en route turned back after hearing radio reports about the roundup. Tommy Lucchese was the only Borgata boss from New York who evaded the cordon. Along with Sam Giancana, the Chicago godfather, he got to a road and hitchhiked out of the area. All who were picked up carried wads of money, between $2,000 and $3,000 in cash, an extraordinary amount of pocket money. But without evidence of a crime, and finding no unlicensed weapons, the police released everyone without photographing or fingerprinting them. The press immediately identified the organization that linked the men and their prominence. "Seize 62 Mafia chieftains in upstate raid," blared the front-page headline in the New York Daily News. The actual number, according to police records, was 58. From electronic eavesdropping, from tips from informers, and from Joe Bonanno's autobiographical admissions, the reasons for the Appalachian get-together were gradually pieced together. Since 1931, the Commission and Mafia leaders from other parts of the country had met every 5 years. The regular 1956 meeting had been held safely and comfortably at Barbera's estate. Another refugee from Sicily's Castellammare del Golfo. Barbera was the boss of a borgata that operated mainly in the Scranton, Pennsylvania area, and he gave assurances that the sparse, unsophisticated police detachments in Appalachian posed no threat to a mobster convention. The brainstorm for the unscheduled 1957 meeting came from Vito Genovese. Following Anastasia's murder and Costello's resignation, he decided that the rest of the country's mob family should be reassured that all was well and stable in New York. A national conference, Don Vito thought, was the best forum to introduce himself and Carlo Gambino as new bosses to the rest of the Cosa Nostra elite. Another important emergency item on the agenda was setting policy on coping with the stricter new federal drug law, the Boggs-Daniels Act, and dealing with the Sicilian heroin importers. Before Sergeant Croswell broke up their session, the Godfathers gave lip service to a total ban on drug deals by declaring that the penalty for made men involved in narcotics trafficking could be mafia capital punishment. As time went by, the prohibition was selectively, if ever, enforced, because drug profits were immense. Some of the bosses, recalling Frank Costello's frequent cautions about the dangers of deep involvement in narcotics, were ambivalent about how to resolve the question. Narcotics money was too tempting for avaricious dons and their henchmen to forsake. What they feared most was that the new law's harsh prison penalties could induce soldiers facing certain conviction to save their skins by becoming informers. There was also the possibility that traffickers could themselves become addicted and undermine discipline and secrecy. And last, there was a public relations issue. Most mafia operations, especially gambling, were tacitly approved by an indifferent public. But widespread involvement in drugs could provoke public outrage and demands for more vigilant enforcement. They knew the new law would be trouble, and it was an accurate prognosis, said Detective Ralph Salerno. What the edict against narcotics really meant was that if you're involved, don't compromise any other made guys by being seen with them when you are making drug deals. That was the main message to the troops. Work alone without endangering the family. The Godfather's final act before the state police interruption was to close the books, put a temporary halt on adding new members, and leaders were advised to prune unqualified mafiosi from their lists. They knew that one of Anastasia's cronies had been selling memberships in his borgata for as much as $40,000, thereby enrolling untested and undeserving people. The new membership ban, with only a few nepotistic exceptions for close relatives of leaders, lasted 20 years in many families. Joe Bonanno was out of the country, returning from his trip to Italy, when Vito Genovese set up the Second Appalachian Conference. Bonanno had presided at the undisturbed national meeting the year before in Barbera's home. In his memoirs, Bonanno claimed that he opposed the 1957 rendezvous because it violated established protocol of a mass meeting every 5 years, and it was too risky to congregate 1 year later at the same site. Other bosses believed Bonanno was chagrined because he had not been consulted about the second meeting, and that his influential position in New York and in the country was being challenged by the upstart Genovese. In his autobiography, Bonanno maintained that he was near Appalachian for private sit-downs, but boycotted the big powwow at Barbera's home. The state police, he insisted, mistakenly identified him because one of his gophers, who was stopped, was using Bonanno's driver's license. His explanation was contradicted in a confidential report on the police raid prepared for then New York Governor Averill Harriman. The report specified that troopers found an embarrassed Bonanno thrashing through a cornfield adjoining Barbera's property, and that he told them he was visiting a sick friend. The 1957 attempted murder of Frank Costello, the slaying of Albert Anastasia, the Appalachian disaster, all in a 6-month period, put the mob squarely back in the public eye for the first time since the Kefauver hearing 6 years earlier. There was renewed pressure on law enforcement officials for explanations about the mystifying sequence of events culminating in Appalachian. The obvious disquieting questions were, who summoned all these reputed gangsters to a mass meeting? What was its purpose? And how powerful is this group? A federal grand jury indicted 27 of the Appalachian participants, and 20 were convicted of conspiracy to commit perjury and to obstruct justice. The verdicts were overturned unanimously by an appeals court on grounds of insufficient evidence of a conspiracy or of perjury. A principal reason cited in the judicial decision exposed the widespread naivete that prevailed at the time in the criminal justice system about the existence of the Commission and the Mafia's methodology. Although noting the bizarre nature of the Appalachian gathering, the 3-judge panel reasoned that common experience precluded the notion that a criminal plot would be hatched in such a large, seemingly non-secretive assemblage. The judges may have ruled correctly about the lack of evidence in the case, but like most jurists at that time, they were clearly clueless about the Mafia's operations and its motive for the meeting. The only reason for the Appalachian deliberations was to plot and plan criminal activities. Even after Appalachian, J. Edgar Hoover, the nation's most prominent law enforcement expert, was still publicly in denial about the existence of the Mafia. The FBI viceroy, however, was privately humiliated after Appalachian by the kudos given to his knowledgeable arch-rival, Harry Anslinger, the Narcotics Bureau head. Overnight, Anslinger was recognized by the press as law enforcement's best authority on organized crime. Hoover had to respond. Characteristically, without acknowledging previous misjudgments or mentioning the forbidden word mafia, he ordered a crash catch-up program modeled on one of his public relations successes, the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list. Every FBI bureau would identify and seek prosecutions of the 10 top hoodlums in their jurisdictions. Hoodlums, in Hoover's terminology, was a code name for mafiosi. Coming up with 10 targets was simple for agents in New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, and other big cities. But bureaus in states where the Cosa Nostra had never ventured, Wyoming, Idaho, Montana, Iowa, Utah, Nebraska, and many others, complied with Hoover's command by apprehending petty criminals and juvenile delinquents. The program nabbed dozens of small-time bookies and gamblers, but the overall impact of the arrests was meaningless. Hoover's other step was clandestine and more effective in gleaning intelligence information, but it was illegal. He issued confidential instructions for black bag jobs, FBI argot for planting bugs without court authorization in suspected mafiosi hangouts. In a directive to SACs, special agents in charge of regional offices, he told them to employ unusual investigative techniques, a euphemism for electronic surveillance. It was a difficult assignment, since most agents and bureau supervisors were almost totally ignorant of mafia ways, or where its leaders talked business. As in the top hoodlum campaign, little intelligence was gained, except for a lucky break in Chicago, where aggressive agents bugged a room above a tailor shop used by Sam Momo Giancana, that city's godfather. They picked up one conversation that conclusively demonstrated the importance of the Appalachian meeting and the humiliation caused by the police roundup. Agents heard Giancana on the telephone chastising Stefano Magaddino, the Buffalo boss, for helping to organize the meeting. The illicit eavesdropping could never be used as evidence in a court, but parts of it were leaked by FBI agents to the press 7 years later. "Well, I hope you're satisfied," a sarcastic Giancana complained to Magaddino. 63 of our top guys made by the cops." "I gotta admit you were right, Sam," replied Magaddino. "It never would have happened in your place." "You're fucking right it wouldn't," Giancana exploded. "This is the safest territory in the world for a big meet. We could have scattered you guys in my motels. We could have given you guys different cars from my auto agencies, and then we could have had the meet in one of my big restaurants. The cops don't bother us here." Hoover had one more secret ace up his sleeve. Under the direction of a top aide, William C. Sullivan, a monograph or special report was researched for him on whether or not the mafia actually existed. Completed in July 1958, it declared, "The truth of the matter is, the available evidence makes it impossible to deny logically the existence of a criminal organization known as the Mafia, which for generations has plagued the law-abiding citizens of Sicily, Italy, and the United States." Pulling no punches, the report found that many law enforcement officials were unable to comprehend the Mafia, and it is easy to rationalize and conclude there is no formal organization called the Mafia. Finally, Sullivan's analysis warned, in this sense, it is the American counterpart of the old Sicilian-Italian Mafia. It exists not as a distinctly outlined conventional organization, but as a criminal movement and a mode or way of life no less harmful to the United States. The monograph was essentially a historical account of the origins and nature of the Mafia in Sicily, and its transplantation to America. Only a handful of the director's most trusted lieutenants were permitted to read the report, which totally discredited his infallibility on the contentious subject. After receiving it, Hoover buried it in an FBI vault as a classified document. Regardless of Hoover's obstinacy, The fallout from Appalachian reached Congress in 1957 in the form of a new committee with a jaw-breaking title: the Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in the Labor or Management Field. Its chairman, Senator John L. McClellan, an Arkansas Democrat, was attached to the party's Southern conservative states' rights anti-integration wing. They were known as the Dixiecrats. Reared in a small town near Hot Springs, the crusty senator was not beholden to union and mob-backed big city Democratic machines. He was also a crafty negotiator for getting legislation that he wanted approved by Congress. Noting that 22 of the identified Appalachian visitors were employed by unions or in labor relations jobs, the committee convened a special hearing on the mobster conference. Except for stating their names and official legal occupations, the subpoenaed bosses and their assistants took refuge in the Fifth Amendment. Carlo Gambino listed himself as a labor consultant and counselor. One of his prized accounts was a $36,000 a year fee for advice on union matters to the developers of the Levittowns on Long Island and in Pennsylvania. William J. Levitt, the giant company's chief executive, denied that the payments for Gambino's unspecified services were a shakedown to avoid labor disruptions. But Levitt executives were unable to provide background material to support Gambino's dubious claim of being an expert in construction or union relations. There was also little information forthcoming from Tommy Lucchese and Vito Genovese. All the senators learned from Lucchese was that he was a dress contractor. Genovese said his income derived from investments in trash handling and package delivery businesses. Genovese set an unofficial record by invoking the Fifth Amendment more than 150 times. At one point in the hearings, a scowling McClellan, incensed by the parade of uncooperative gangster witnesses, many of them immigrants, lashed out with nationalistic fervor. "They do not belong to our land, and they ought to be sent somewhere else. In my book, they are human parasites of society, and they violate every law of decency and humanity." Testimony before the committee about mob intrigues in unions, and evidence from a previous hearing about corruption in the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, led to significant labor legislation. The passage of the Landrum-Griffin Act in 1959, a law regulating union elections and requiring the submission of annual union financial reports to the Department of Labor. "The testimony we have heard," McClellan summed up at the hearings, "can leave no doubt that there has been a concerted effort by members of the American criminal syndicate to achieve legitimacy through association and control of labor unions and business firms. The extent of the infiltration poses a serious threat to the very economy of our country." Appalachian and the Senate hearings were particularly embarrassing to Vito Genovese. His fellow bosses blamed him and his imperial ambitions for having the unprecedented meeting in the first place, and the hearings unveiled fissures in his personal life. To spotlight Genovese's bulging wealth, the chief counsel for the McClellan Committee, young Robert F. Kennedy, presented evidence from a separation suit by Genovese's wife. As part of a property settlement, Mrs. Genovese gave details of Don Vito's illegal income from gambling, racetracks, nightclubs, union shakedowns, extortions, and other rackets. By her calculations, he netted more than $40,000 a week and had secret caches in numerous safe deposit boxes in America and Europe. Kennedy's exposure of the separation settlement notified every mafiosi in the country that Anna Genovese had left the mob boss. Genovese's murderous temperament was feared in the mafia, and his wife's departure and financial revelations were inordinate insults to the Godfather's prestige. Don Vito, who had wed Anna after arranging her first husband's slaying, had a soft spot for his bride by murder and never made a move to harm her. Genovese's marital problems were overshadowed by a small-time drug pusher in East Harlem named Nelson Cantelops. During the Appalachian uproar, the Puerto Rican Cantelops was serving time for a drug conviction. Seeking a deal for early prison release, he told federal narcotics investigators that he had worked directly for Vito in drug trafficking. The authorities said he passed lie detector tests and volunteered first-hand information that corroborated Genovese's complicity in a heroin operation. Mainly on Cantelop's testimony, Genovese was convicted on narcotics charges in 1959 and sentenced to 15 years in prison. "All I can say, Your Honor, is I am innocent," were Genovese's only remarks at the sentencing. He may have been telling the truth about this specific narcotics charge. In a parallel to Lucky Luciano's trial, the validity of the guilty verdict in Genovese's case was later questioned by many experienced detectives and lawyers. They believed the government got a kingpin mobster for the wrong crime. Ralph Salerno emphasized in his book The Crime Confederation that the most incriminating witness against Genovese was the low-level courier Cantelops, who swore in court that he had personally met and talked with the boss of a mafia family about details of the drug network. Salerno found this relationship totally contrary to traditional mob practices. To anyone who understands the protocol and insulation procedures of Cosa Nostra, this testimony is almost unbelievable, he wrote. Vito Genovese's imprisonment culminated the most tumultuous decade of leadership shifts in the mafia since the five families had been organized. In one gang, Vincent Mangano and Albert Anastasia were murdered, leaving Carlo Gambino in charge. Frank Costello, the successor in his family to Lucky Luciano, retired after being wounded, and that Borgata's new godfather, Vito Genovese, was imprisoned. In a third gang, Tommy Lucchese had replaced Gaetano Galliano after his death. The five families had endured the humiliation of the Appalachian mess, the scrutiny of the Kefauver and McClellan hearings, and 3 major family power shifts. Yet they remained as vibrant as ever. But confrontations with unyielding, defiant mafiosi had whetted the fervor of Senator McClellan and his investigative committee's counsel, Robert Kennedy. Their implacable commitment to dig deeper into the fabric of organized crime would alter the future of the mafia. 14. Death of a President. For 100 years of health, and to John Kennedy's death. With unrestrained elation, the 2 men dining in Tampa's ritziest restaurant clinked their glasses of scotch. They were celebrating the assassination only a few hours earlier of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. It was the evening of November 22, 1963, and Santo Trafficante Jr., the mafia boss of Tampa, and his lawyer and confidant, Frank Regano, knocked back several more joyful toasts with loud introductory salutes, and with gusto enjoyed an expensive dinner and several bottles of wine at Tampa's International Inn. "Isn't that something? They killed the son of a bitch," Trafficante repeated several times during the meal. "The son of a bitch is dead." Trafficante and Regano's merriment was vividly noticeable in the restaurant. But the 2 men were unconcerned about the reactions of the other subdued and mournful diners and the staff, who were stunned by the murder that day of a young popular president. Among mob leaders, Trafficante's behavior was probably the most conspicuous public display that evening of the relief that swept through the mafia after the death of Kennedy. "This is like lifting a load of stones off my shoulders," Trafficante confided to Regano. The mobster meant, and his lawyer clearly understood, that Kennedy's elimination would ease and perhaps abruptly end an unprecedented law enforcement threat to himself and his mafia cohorts throughout the country. The genesis of the mafia's enmity for Kennedy stemmed from the 1960 presidential election and the mob's entanglement in it. Joseph Kennedy, father of the president and patriarch of the Kennedy clan, secretly sought financial and political aid from Northern mob bosses in both the Democratic primary campaign and in the general election. The elder Kennedy was a multimillionaire, a financial tycoon, the regulatory official chosen by Franklin D. Roosevelt to reform Wall Street after the 1929 crash, and a former ambassador to Great Britain. Despite those super-respectable credentials, Joe Kennedy maintained loose ties to organized crime that dated from Prohibition, when he engaged in bootlegging partnerships with Frank Costello. Joe Kennedy was never owned, and was never a flunky for a mob boss, but he knew how to reach out to mafiosi for clandestine help in business and political matters. Long after the 1960 presidential election, investigators and congressional committees would learn of claims by mobsters that in the spring of 1960, at Joe Kennedy's urging, they pumped money into an early primary won by John Kennedy in West Virginia. Kennedy needed a smashing victory there against his main opponent, fellow Senator Hubert Humphrey, to prove that a Catholic could carry a heavily Protestant state. Even more important in the general election that year, the Northern mafiosi, again reportedly solicited by Joe Kennedy, used their influence with big-city Northern Democratic machines to produce votes for his son. Chicago's outfit members, led by their boss Sam Giancana, boasted that they had helped Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley steal enough votes for Kennedy to squeak by in Illinois and provide the vital electoral votes to defeat Richard M. Nixon, the Republican candidate. It was the closest presidential election since 1916, and mafia bosses were convinced they had a role in Kennedy's razor-thin victory. Frank Sinatra, the singer and actor, played a role in the Kennedy Mafia drama. He helped initiate a delicate love-sex triangle between Sam Giancana, President Kennedy, and Judith Campbell Exner, an alluring young woman who moved in the show business circles of Hollywood and Las Vegas. Sinatra, a friend of Kennedy's and of his brother-in-law, the actor Peter Lawford, was a longtime buddy of Giancana's and was on friendly terms with other mobsters. In 1960, before Kennedy's election, Sinatra introduced Ms. Campbell to Kennedy and Giancana, and both men had sexual affairs with her while Kennedy was president. Giancana, according to Ms. Exner, delighted in crediting organized crime for swinging the election to Kennedy. "Listen, honey," she quoted the mobster in a kiss-and-tell book, "if it wasn't for me, your boyfriend wouldn't even be in the White House." Because of their support, the mob bosses expected a comfortable, relaxed relationship with the new administration. Instead, they got Robert F. Kennedy, President Kennedy's younger brother, and his Attorney General. The 35-year-old Robert Kennedy assumed the job of the nation's top law enforcement official in January 1961, unaware of his father's election requests of the Mafia. On the contrary, his most incisive memories of mobsters arose from his encounters with arrogant gangsters when he was a counsel with Senator McClellan's investigative committee. Two of Robert Kennedy's immediate priorities were destroying the backbone of organized crime, the Mafia, and dissolving the mob's corrupt affiliations with labor unions. A review of operations at the Justice Department and at the FBI left the new Attorney General livid at the apathy he found. He was appalled to discover that America's highest law enforcement officials not only had no strategy for combating mobsters, but, even more disturbing, refused to recognize the existence of powerful Italian-American gangs. After the publicity uproar from the Appalachian raid in 1957, the Eisenhower administration's Justice Department had created a unit of prosecutors to specialize in organized crime investigations. The unit's major effort in 3 years was obtaining convictions against some of the Appalachian participants for conspiracy to obstruct justice and commit perjury. The verdicts, however, were overturned, and Kennedy found that the unit had drifted into a soporific state, without a single major accomplishment. Undertaking a quick shakeup, he beefed up the department's organized crime section of prosecutors from 17 to 60, replacing most of the ineffective old hands with gung-ho recruits. Kennedy's impatience, with placid indifference, spread quickly among the newcomers, especially one of his rebukes when career administrators cited legal hurdles in launching prosecutions of mobsters. "Don't tell me what I can't do," he insisted. "Tell me what I can do." An energetic new prosecutor, G. Robert Blakey, encountered the widespread indifference in the department to tackling the mafia. He was greeted by blanket denials from department veterans that organized crime was a severe problem. "They told me that the mob does not exist. It was just a loose association of gangs. They are not organized." One of Kennedy's first moves to overcome the lethargy was the creation of a team to zero in on labor racketeering in the nation's largest union, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, IBT. At Senator McClellan's committee hearings, Kennedy had squared off with the union's truculent president, James R. Hoffa, over allegations that the union was beset with corrupt organized crime connections. Kennedy hired Walter Sheridan, an investigator from the McClellan Committee and an implacable antagonist of Jimmy Hoffa, to head the unit. Sheridan's dedication was so intense that his staff pinned a handmade valentine on his door with a photograph of a grinning Hoffa in the center and the inscription, "Always thinking of you." Sheridan's investigators and lawyers, with the blessing of Kennedy, became known as the Get Hoffa Squad. At the FBI, Hoover, after completing his gimmicky but ineffective Top Hoodlum program in the late 1950s, had again closed his mind to the mob. Hoover's investigative commitments were most evident in New York, where a grand total of 4 agents were assigned full-time to keep an eye on the nation's largest and most active mafiosi detachment of more than 2,000 soldiers and thousands of wannabe associates. In contrast, Hoover, chronically fearful of the espionage threat of the Communist Party, assigned more than 400 agents to maintain surveillance in the New York area of the party's dwindling and aging members, most of whom had long ceased to be a political or a subversive threat. The Bureau's intelligence records on organized crime in 1961 consisted mainly of newspaper clippings, and Robert Kennedy eagerly accepted Harry Anslinger's long-ignored Black Book dossiers on mafia suspects, and turned them over to his reinforced phalanxes of prosecutors and investigators for action. At first, Hoover appeared unimpressed by Kennedy's campaign. "No single individual or coalition of racketeers dominates organized crime across the nation," he pronounced publicly, almost a year after Kennedy began moving against the mob. Although the Bureau was structurally under the administration of the Justice Department and the Attorney General, the dogmatic Hoover had always set his own agenda. But in the Kennedy administration, he was unable to outflank the Attorney General by maneuvering over his head to the President. This Attorney General had the ear of the President, and they were brothers, an affiliation too solid for Hoover to fracture. For 3 decades, whenever possible, Hoover had ignored the mafia. He had reasons for doing so. These investigations were tricky, difficult, and often unproductive. Moreover, Hoover realized that his agents, predominantly from small Midwestern and Southern towns, lacked the know-how and street smarts to infiltrate the Borgatas, or quickly make significant headway in producing cases that would stand up in court. And like all law enforcement bureaucrats, he knew that investigations into organized crime were corruption minefields, hazardous for ordinary police officers as well as for federal agents. Mobsters, many of whom were harvesting fortunes from gambling and loan sharking, would bribe anyone, possibly even tempting wholesome FBI agents, and thereby tarnishing Hoover's reputation. But with Robert Kennedy cracking the whip and the President supporting him, Hoover was forced to undertake an intensive investigation of the mob. Kennedy urged him to scrutinize organized crime as fervently as he had 2 of his favorite targets, domestic communists and Soviet bloc espionage. Hoover responded with his customary bureaucratic ploys, creating a new FBI Special Division for organized crime, and developing another of his most wanted lists. After decades of disputing the Mafia's existence, he suddenly compiled a roster of 40 suspects who were ripe for immediate probing. The top 40 were mainly bosses and their lieutenants, who had been spotlighted earlier by other law enforcement authorities and by the press after Appalachian. New York's prominent godfathers, Carlo Gambino, Joe Bonanno, Joe Profaci, and Tommy Lucchese, were high on Hoover's target list. Ignorance was the main obstacle for agents in the FBI's new platoon of mafia hunters. Under Hoover's aegis, agents generally had avoided cooperating closely with other federal agencies and with state and local police forces. Hoover was disdainful of the ability and the corruptibility of big city police departments, and distrusted other federal organizations as rivals. He rarely permitted joint undertakings, primarily because he had no intention of sharing recognition with any law enforcement official. When asked to turn over their own data on criminal cases to the Bureau, detectives in New York and other cities usually did so grudgingly. The Bureau had a legal right to inspect police intelligence dossiers on the Mafia without having to reciprocate. Remo Franceschini, a New York organized crime detective, was incensed at the Bureau's high-handed rape of our files. FBI agents, however, often refused to turn over information they might possess to local investigators, citing federal law restrictions. On one rare occasion, Franceschini said the Bureau did give him its confidential research material on a mobster, but it was worthless. The entire FBI file consisted of intelligence reports that the city's police department had given to the Bureau. Most big city detectives resented the FBI's propaganda apparatus and its unearned reputation for excellence. As a sign of contempt for Hoover's agents, New York detectives sarcastically referred to the Bureau's initials as standing for famous but incompetent. Because of the FBI's zeal in generating meaningless anti-crime statistics through the recovery of stolen cars, other wags labeled FBI agents fan-belt inspectors. Now Robert Kennedy's demands for results compelled Hoover's sleuths to seek help from outsiders with first-hand knowledge about the Mafia. One veteran they turned to was Ralph Salerno, the New York detective, who willingly shared his hard-earned files with them. They had a lot of catching up to do, Salerno said. It was the first time they came and said, "What have you got on these guys?" He tutored agents on fundamental tactics of gathering intelligence information about Mafia families, through diligent surveillance at mob social events, wakes, funerals, weddings, christenings, and restaurant meals. Pecking orders in families, the detective instructed, often could be traced through the respect shown to individuals at these occasions, which were also used for meetings to discuss family matters. The Mafia's rigid code of behavior required elaborate demonstrations of homage to leaders, and the treatment accorded to mobsters in public rituals often disclosed recent promotions, power shifts, and alliances. The detective's practical tips included secretly photographing mobsters at the gatherings for identification purposes, and slipping into wedding receptions of Mafia sons and daughters to obtain lists of guests as a means of identifying known and new members. He advocated filching lists of cash gifts that brides sometimes recorded. The amounts would indicate the importance and rank of mobster guests because, under Mafia protocol, wedding gifts were made according to status, with the largest sums coming from the highest in rank. From a wiretap, Salerno once got a risible peek into mob matrimonial etiquette. He heard an anxious Lucchese soldier's wife sounding out the wife of a family higher up on the amount her husband was planning to give at a coming wedding. The soldier's wife said her husband wanted to be generous, but was fearful of showing up his immediate superior as a cheapskate. Hoover's other major step against the Mafia was resorting once again to illegal bugs, as he had after the Appalachian embarrassment. He directed field supervisors and agents to employ highly confidential sources, bureau speak, for planting listening devices and eavesdropping in scores of mobsters' homes and hangouts, without court authorization. In this avenue of investigation, the FBI, with decades of experience from espionage surveillance, was unrivaled. The Bureau's electronic technicians even impressed Ralph Salerno. "I saw them install a bug in 30 seconds. They were real good, masters at their trade." In 1962, under confusing existing laws and court rulings, federal agencies were prohibited from interception and disclosure of telephone conversations. In 1954, during the Eisenhower administration, Attorney General Herbert Brownell gave Hoover the discretion to use bugs, concealed microphones or transmitting apparatus in internal security cases. The authority was intended for use by the FBI against Soviet bloc nations and the Communist Party. Hoover now dynamically interpreted and expanded that authorization to include organized crime investigations. The FBI's theory was that it could secretly intercept, listen in on bugs and telephone or wiretaps, so long as the contents were not disclosed. The information from the eavesdropping could never be used as evidence in a court, but it would provide the Bureau with invaluable intelligence and clues about mafia activities. The electronic spying was a carefully guarded secret, and Hoover never officially told Robert Kennedy that he had launched the illegal project, which some agents referred to by another coded name, the June Files. For the record, the Bureau maintained that its sudden cornucopia of information and insight on the mob came from informers, turncoats, and intensive legwork by agents. Only one official in the Justice Department, William G. Hundley, the head of Bobby Kennedy's Organized Crime Section, was discreetly informed that agents might be resorting to illegal and unconstitutional eavesdropping. Hoover never asked for authorization, Hundley said. Occasionally, my counterparts in the FBI would hint in a roundabout way that they had some information from a bug, but they were never specific. Hundley believed that the agents informed him unofficially of the eavesdropping as a bureaucratic cover, which would allow the FBI to claim that the Justice Department was aware of the legally questionable program, should it blow up into a scandal. It was apparent to Hundley that some prosecutors in the department, from careful reading of FBI reports, could deduce that the confidential information could have come only from surreptitious bugs, known as black bag jobs. When Kennedy learned belatedly about the Bureau's electronic tactics, he asked Hundley why he had kept the sensitive information to himself. Kennedy said to me in effect, "You knew about it? Why didn't you say something to me?" Because of the legally questionable nature of the bugs and wiretaps, Hundley had kept his mouth shut to protect Kennedy from personal damage if the surveillance program became a political hot potato. It was one of those things you don't talk about, Hundley conceded. Hoover had never done anything on organized crime. His game plan was to catch up in a hurry with the bugs. Later he could use the information from the bugs to develop informers, make cases, and nobody would ever know. Technically, the electronic spying techniques were near perfect. Nevertheless, it took time for agents unfamiliar with mafia slang expressions and its puzzling protocol and culture to figure out what they were hearing. They were sent to language schools to learn Italian, especially the Sicilian dialects that were often spoken or interjected into profanity-laced conversations by gangsters. A naive FBI squad in Las Vegas, oblivious to mobster schedules, at first routinely worked on surveillance and electronic eavesdropping from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eventually the agents discovered that mafiosi and their gambling coteries conducted most of their business well past midnight, when the agents were off duty and asleep. In less than a year, the FBI had surmounted the learning curve, and bugs were flooding the Bureau and the Justice Department with leads. They had to learn from scratch, Bob Blakey, one of Kennedy's lawyer prosecutors, said of the FBI's efforts. But by mid-1962, they got it all down. Robert Kennedy opened another front by trying to isolate mobsters from the lawyers and accountants who willingly or unwillingly abetted them. Defense lawyers traditionally considered themselves and prosecutors equal members of the same professional fraternity, the legal bar, and therefore immune from investigation of their association with dubious clients. To cripple the mob, Bobby Kennedy broke that unwritten, seemingly sacrosanct rule. Without evidence of possible illegal acts, the FBI began investigating lawyers, accountants, and businessmen who provided support services for mob families. A long-range goal was to discourage or intimidate these specialists from sheltering the vital interests of mobsters and protecting them from indictments and convictions. Isolated from their skilled hired hands, mafiosi might be more vulnerable to prosecutions and imprisonment. A secondary goal of the plan was to turn or persuade these non-criminal supporters to inform or cooperate with the government in cases against the mob. Since the professionals were well aware of the fate that awaited squealers, this part of the program got few results. Kennedy also implemented the deportation power of the Immigration and Naturalization Service against high-ranking mobsters who had entered the country illegally or had questionable immigration status. His first big-shot quarry was Carlos Marcello, the undisputed mob boss of New Orleans. Marcello, whose baptismal name was Calogero Minacore, was born in 1910 in Tunisia, then a French colony with a sizable Sicilian population. At the age of 8 months, he and his mother arrived in New Orleans to be reunited with his father. His crime career was similar to other mafiosi of his generation. An early school dropout, petty crimes followed by robbery and narcotics trafficking convictions. Marcello's big break came when he connected with Frank Costello's gambling operations in the late 1930s and 40s in Louisiana, eventually becoming a partner with Costello and Meyer Lansky in illegal casinos. In 1947, at age 37, Marcello became one of the nation's youngest mafia godfathers when he took control of the New Orleans family. Because he was only 5 feet 4 inches tall, the new Don was commonly known in the New Orleans underworld as the Little Man, a sobriquet that was totally misleading in terms of his influence and assets. Marcello's legal covers were pinball and jukebox companies, real estate developments, and a shrimp boat fleet. The mob boss's pride and joy was a 3,000-acre plantation, Churchill Farms, that he bought and restored in a New Orleans suburb. On immigration and other government forms where he had to list his occupation, Marcello modestly described himself as a tomato salesman and real estate investor. Illegally, he ran casinos, bookmaking rings, slot machines, brothels, and a horse racing wire service to bookie parlors in the South and Midwest. Federal narcotics agents long suspected that Marcello's shrimp business was a cover for smuggling heroin and cocaine from Central America and Mexico by boat. But they could never cobble together a case against him. Because of his wealth and political influence gained through widespread bribery, Marcello had extraordinary status within the American mafia. He was the most respected and autonomous godfather outside of New York and Chicago, and had the unique privilege of shaping major crime policies and admitting members to his family without clearing his decisions with the Commission. The Kefauver hearings, however, had exposed Marcello's immigration Achilles' heel. Neither he nor his parents had applied for citizenship. After 1952, he had to report every 3 months to the immigration inspectors for a check on his legal right to remain in the country as an alien. It was a nuisance for the crime boss, but he showed up for the routine quarterly examination for 8 years, without trepidation. Singling out Carlos Marcello as one of his first pet projects, Robert Kennedy moved decisively against him. On April 4, 1961, just 3 months after the new Attorney General was sworn in, Marcello dutifully appeared at the New Orleans office of the Immigration and Naturalization Service. This time, Kennedy's immigration agents clasped handcuffs on him and suddenly accused him of holding a passport from Guatemala that had been obtained through a forged birth certificate. Despite the protests of a lawyer who had accompanied Marcello, he was ordered deported immediately. Without a court hearing, The infuriated mafia boss was hustled onto a government plane and flown to Guatemala City. For 2 months, as lawyers scrambled to get the suddenly stateless Marcelo readmitted to the United States, he was booted out of one country after another. Guatemala deported him to neighboring El Salvador, where he was locked up in military barracks before being driven to the Honduran border and forced to cross on foot. The paunchy 51-year-old godfather, dressed in a business suit and tie, trekked 17 miles under a torrid sun before reaching a peasant village. Finally, Marcelo and an American lawyer who was with him got a ride to the Honduran capital, Tegucigalpa, where investigators lost track of him until he suddenly emerged in New Orleans. How he managed to re-enter the country without being stopped by immigration officials is unclear. A prevalent theory is that Marcelo got to Mexico and from there sneaked into the country on one of his own shrimp boats, which brought him to a secluded bayou in Louisiana. Rediscovered in New Orleans, Marcelo was socked by the government with charges of evading $835,396 in federal taxes, illegal re-entry to the country, and perjury. The seething Don privately vowed revenge against the young attorney general who had disrupted his life. While Kennedy spurred his prosecutors and the FBI to harass and dismantle the mafia, his biggest intelligence and public relations success arrived serendipitously in the form of a semi-literate criminal named Joseph Valachi. A seasoned button man, soldier, and small-time narcotics dealer, Valachi's career in 1962 was effectively over. Although he had never been convicted of a homicide, Valachi was suspected of being the hitman or wheelman in more than 20 slings. He was 59 and serving a 20-year narcotics sentence in Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, the same maximum security prison where his family boss, Don Vito Genovese, was imprisoned for a separate drug conviction. Valachi's claims to fame were that he had survived the Castellamarese War and that Genovese had been the best man at his wedding. A combination of convoluted events involving Genovese suddenly made prison life dangerous for Valachi. Rumors spread that he was an informer, and Genovese wanted him to kill another inmate who had supposedly insulted Valachi by calling him a rat. Convinced that the devious Genovese actually distrusted him and had bestowed on him the kiss of death, Valachi became semi-paranoid and constantly watchful. On June 22, 1963, walking in the prison yard, he believed that an approaching inmate was an enforcer, Joseph Jobec de Palermo, sent by Don Vito to kill him. Grabbing an iron pipe from a construction site in the yard, Valachi battered the other inmate to death. He had killed an innocent man, mistaking his victim for de Palermo. From solitary confinement, Valachi sent a message to federal narcotics agents that he was ready to tell all he knew about his 30 years as a mafioso. Valachi and the agents were aware that Genovese's hatred guaranteed that he would be killed once he was convicted and returned to the general prison population. A deal was cut with the Justice Department. Valachi pleaded guilty to second-degree manslaughter and, in exchange for disclosing what he knew about the mafia, was promised a lifetime of protection as a pampered prisoner. Although Valachi's information was limited to his experiences in the New York area as a lowly soldier in the trenches, he painted the first clear canvas of life inside the mafia. He confirmed the existence of the 5 families. He outlined their organizational structure. He exposed the secret blood induction ceremony. He explained the effectiveness of the Omerta vow. And he identified the leaders of each family, thereby for the first time attaching a name tag to each borgata. From Valachi's debriefings, myths and vague theories about the mafia were punctured or proven. Hoover's confidential bugs and wiretaps were a great intelligence victory for the FBI. Yet the meaning of segments of conversations and arcane references eluded agents. Valachi, however, with a little prodding, supplied the Rosetta Stone for one mystery. the common identifying name used by all families. Agents had picked up frequent references, beginning with a word in Italian that sounded to them like cosa, the Italian for thing, or casa, house, or cosa, cause. At times, the phrase was translated by agents as Casa Nostra, our house, or Cosa Nostra, our cause. Nostra means our. A skilled FBI interrogator, James P. Flynn, raised the subject of the puzzling expression with Valachi, demanding to know if the families used the name Mafia. "No," Valachi replied, "it's not Mafia. That's the expression the Outsiders uses." Fencing with Valachi, Flynn bluffed, saying he knew that the real name began with Cosa and waited for an answer. The agent recalled that Valachi blanched, then said, "Cosa Nostra, so you know about it." Cosa Nostra, our thing. It became part of the American idiom. Uncovering the confidential organizational name was a delicious bureaucratic triumph for Hoover over Harry Anslinger, the head of the Narcotics Bureau, who for 20 years had championed the name Mafia. Forgetting his past disclaimers that a crime organization with national links existed, Hoover took total credit for having unearthed the name of the dreaded crime syndicate. Continuing the FBI ban on the title Mafia, Hoover, adding an unnecessary article to the name, adopted La Cosa Nostra, inaccurately the Our Thing, and the abbreviation LCN, as the crime organization's only proper appellation in FBI official documents and statements. Other law enforcement agencies, officials, and the media, however, continued to use Mafia as an equally accurate designation for the families and the Commission. Robert Kennedy seized upon Joe Valachi's defection as the ideal prop to garner support from Congress and the public for his assault on the newly minted LCN, or Mafia. Reminiscent of the publicity engendered by the Kefauver Committee hearings, in the fall of 1963, Valachi was presented through television at hearings before Senator McClellan's Investigations Committee as the nation's first reliable witness on the inner workings of the Mafia. Unlike the faceless Frank Costello at the Kefauver hearings, Valachi appeared in full view before the cameras, and under gentle questioning from the senators, described his initiation as a mafioso, the murders that he knew about, and his other sordid experiences as a soldier. The FBI displayed photographs, charts, and graphs for the committee and the TV audience, seeking to present an image of the families as rigidly organized military units, with strictly defined duties for each rank. While it was a generally accurate outline of each family's framework, the portrait missed the essential point that each member was an individual entrepreneur who had to be an earner and a producer to survive, prosper, and advance. Valachi stressed the necessity of illegal business skills when asked by Senator Carl Mundt of South Dakota if he got a regular paycheck from the family's boss. "You don't get any salary, Senator," Valachi explained, adding that part of his loot had to be given to the hierarchs. "Well, you get a cut then," Mundt continued. "You get nothing," Valachi said. "Only what you earn yourself. Do you understand?" Questioned by senators from rural and agricultural states about the large number of Italian Americans from big cities in the rackets, Valachi countered with a valid explanation. "I'm not talking about Italians. I'm talking about criminals." Before his public appearance, Valachi had been coached by agents, spoon-fed information about other families that the Bureau had picked up through electronic surveillance. Subtly brainwashed, Valachi believed his disclosures before the committee emanated from his own experiences and intimate understanding of the American Mafia. Hoover had used him as a transmitter to publicize facts the FBI wanted Congress and the public to know about the mob, without revealing that the data had been obtained through unconstitutional methods. Valachi's Cosa Nostra knowledge was primarily limited to his activities in one crew or subgroup of a family, and he lacked evidence and leads that could generate a single indictment. Comparatively ignorant of details about other New York families and Borgatas and the rest of the country, Valachi was even unaware that Chicago's mob called itself the Outfit, New England's was the Office, and Buffalo's was the Arm. He also harped on second-hand historical stories, misleading the FBI and the senators into accepting the gory tale of the night of the Sicilian Vespers. When Lucky Luciano arranged the September 1931 murder of Salvatore Maranzano, Valachi told the spellbound senators, a wave of gangland slangs eliminated Luciano's enemies throughout the country. Valachi wrongly verified long-persisting rumors that the death toll ranged from a dozen to more than 100, with 40 knocked off in one day of mass executions. Believers of the supposed massacre named it the Sicilian Vespers Purge, a reference to the 13th century violent uprising against the French. As late as 1987, the FBI gave credence to the 1931 Vespers yarn by citing it in an official report on the history of La Cosa Nostra. But a study in 1976 by historian Humbert S. Nelly of the gangland hits 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after Maranzano's murder discounted Valachi's Vespers concoction. Nelly found that on the day of the killing and in the following 3 months, 3 mob-style slangs were reported in the New York area and 1 in Denver. It was even unclear if those 4 hits were related to Maranzano's assassination, and they certainly did not constitute a bloodbath. Despite Valachi's shortcomings, his testimony gave investigators a rough sketch of the dimensions of the Mafia's strength and its operational methods. So little had been known about the mob's inner workings that his revelations engrossed the public. Valachi may have been a low-ranking hoodlum, but he was the first made man to shatter the oath of omerta and provide accurate details about the Mafia's customs and codes of behavior. And with Hoover and the Attorney General endorsing Valachi's accounts, all of the nation's law enforcement agencies, even previous naysayers, had to jump on the bandwagon to acknowledge the existence of the Mafia, or LCN, even if they disagreed with the magnitude of its threat. For his cooperation, Valachi obtained the most comfortable treatment and lavish furnishings the Federal Bureau of Prisons could provide. A 2-room air-cooled prison suite with couches and a kitchenette, isolated from the general inmate population, was built for him at the La Tuna Penitentiary near El Paso, Texas. The FBI and the Bureau of Prisons had sound reasons to quarantine their celebrity inmate and fear for his safety. At the time that Valachi testified, an FBI bug on Stefano Magaddino, the Buffalo boss and a commission member, heard his views on Valachi. "We passed laws that this guy has got to die," Magaddino said to his underlings. William Hundley, the Justice Department official, who served as Valachi's counsel at the Senate hearings, said a plan by Robert Kennedy to provide Valachi with a new identity and put him and a girlfriend on a desert island fell through. Valachi's solitary existence, always alone except for guards, was not a bed of roses. He once tried to commit suicide by hanging. In 1971, at age 68, Joe Valachi died in prison of natural causes. On Friday, November 22, 1963, a month after Valachi's groundbreaking testimony before a Senate committee, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated riding in an open limousine and a motorcade in Dallas's Dealey Plaza. Barely an hour later, in another section of Dallas, Lee Harvey Oswald, a 24-year-old ex-Marine and a supporter of left-wing causes, was arrested and accused of murdering President Kennedy and gunning down a police officer who tried to apprehend him. 2 days later, as Oswald was being escorted from the basement of the Dallas Police Headquarters to a county jail, a stubby middle-aged man jumped out of a crowd of news reporters and photographers and fatally shot Oswald. Live television captured the scene. The gunman was Jack Ruby, a raunchy local nightclub owner, with long-time ties to organized crime figures. By audaciously killing Oswald, Ruby would emerge as an enigmatic segment of a larger vexing puzzle. Did the Mafia plot the assassination of a president? 15. The Ring of Truth. Vice President Lyndon Baines Johnson, riding in another limousine in the motorcade on that fateful Friday in Dallas, was uninjured, and that day took the oath of office as president. With the prime goal of determining if Kennedy had been the victim of a foreign or a domestic conspiracy, Johnson appointed a commission headed by the highly respected Earl Warren, Chief Justice of the United States, to issue a conclusive report on the assassination. The Warren Commission relied on the FBI as its main investigative arm, after Hoover craftily usurped jurisdiction from the Secret Service, the agency responsible for protecting the president. Hoover spearheaded the investigation through an obscure jurisdictional technicality that federal property had been destroyed when the assassin's bullet struck the windshield of the president's limousine. Dependent essentially on the Bureau's detective work, the Commission issued its findings in September 1964. The main conclusions ratified Hoover's analysis. There had been no conspiracy. Oswald, a disgruntled loner with a history of erratic behavior, was the sole shooter, firing a cheap mail-order rifle from a sixth-floor window in the Texas School Book Depository, where he worked. The bulk of the FBI investigation was hastily completed in less than a month. Under Hoover's orders, many investigative areas and clues were ignored. Almost from the moment the Commission's 888-page report was released, its essential judgments came under withering fire as being inaccurate, misleading, and undermined by glaring omissions. A large crop of critics disputed the Commission's verdict that Oswald was the lone gunman. These challenges, centering on the number of bullets fired and the direction they came from, generated a large variety of conspiracy theories. The first suspects were the Mafia and Fidel Castro. Leads about the mob's possible complicity trickled out gradually over the years, and much of it was compiled and revealed in 1979. That year, a select committee of the House of Representatives completed a 2-year reevaluation of the Warren Commission's investigation. A principal area that the committee explored was the possibility of a mafia scheme to murder the president as the most effective method of halting his brother's crusade against them. Another assassination theory stemmed from the Central Intelligence Agency's recruitment of influential mafiosi in the early 1960s to help kill Castro, thereby inciting the Cubans to retaliate by murdering President Kennedy. Evidence that many Cosa Nostra leaders feared Robert Kennedy's offensive against them, and of their rising hatred of the Attorney General and the President, were found by the committee in previously secret FBI files. The intriguing information came from bugs installed before the assassination, during Hoover's clandestine electronic surveillance catch-up program against the mob. Hoover had withheld important information from the Warren Commission. He did not reveal the existence of the bugs, and the valuable evidence and insight derived from them. The Commission was never aware that the FBI had recorded the rampant hostility expressed by important mafiosi toward the Kennedys. In another odd twist, Hoover had assigned the assassination probe in 1963 to the FBI division that handled bank robbery and destruction of federal property investigations. The two most qualified FBI units for looking into domestic or foreign conspiracies, the Organized Crime and National Security Divisions, were largely sidetracked from participating in the investigation. Congressional investigators later speculated that Hoover's unorthodox assignment was deliberate. They said he might have feared that a more wide-ranging examination by qualified agents and hard-nosed prosecutors would have exposed the illegal bugging and blighted his reputation. By the time the Congressional Committee began its work in the late 1970s, The FBI tapes had been erased or destroyed. The new investigators were forced to fall back on incomplete summaries and partial transcripts of the recorded conversations. Most of the suggestive threats made by mobsters were plucked from fragments of longer conversations. The covert FBI bugs revealed outright loathing of the Kennedy brothers, particularly Robert. In the taped conversations, many mobsters reviled individual FBI agents, but there were surprisingly few threats or malicious comments aimed at J. Edgar Hoover. On May 2, 1962, agents heard Michelino Mike Clementi, an important captain in New York's Genovese family, express his views to several soldiers. Bob Kennedy, Clementi warned, won't stop today until he puts us all in jail all over the country. Until the commission meets and puts its foot down, things will be at a standstill. Stressing the need for increased secrecy to thwart Kennedy, he added, "When we meet, we all got to shake hands and sit down and talk, and if there is any trouble with a particular regime, family, it's got to be kept secret, and only the heads are to know about it. Otherwise, some broad finds out, and finally the newspapers." A year later, on May 23, 1963, Stefano Magaddino, Joe Bonanno's cousin, the boss of the Buffalo Borgata and a member of the commission, was apprehensive about the government's inroads, lamenting to lieutenants, "We are in a bad situation in Cosa Nostra. They know everything under the sun. They know who's back of it. They know Amici. They know Capodicina. They know there is a commission. We got to watch right now this thing, where it goes, and stay as quiet as possible." Magaddino was unaware that he was being bugged, and that most FBI intelligence about the mob was coming from unguarded conversations. On June 6, 1963, Magaddino was at it again, cautioning several of his men about the difficulties created by the Kennedys. "Here we are situated with this administration. We got from the president down against us, but we got to resist." There was then a sound like a fist slamming a table. That same month, the Godfather admitted to one of his soldiers, Anthony DiStefano, that after a visit from FBI agents, he was perplexed by the Bureau's ability to gather intelligence. "You see, the Cosa Nostra, the other day they made me become frightened. They know our business better than us. They know the heads of the families, the Capodicina, the FBI does. Therefore, that's why, the other day, I say be careful before you open your mouth, because sometime somebody could be a spy, and you might think he is an amico nostro." A month before the assassination, on October 31, 1963, Magaddino's son Peter, a made man, heatedly told his father that the president should drop dead. The son added, "They should kill the whole family, the mother and father, too." Early on in the mob investigation, on February 9, 1962, FBI agents listened to inflammatory remarks in a gripe session between Angelo Bruno, the boss of the Philadelphia family, and Willie Weisberg, a trusted business associate. "See what Kennedy done?" Weisberg said. "With Kennedy, a guy should take a knife, like one of them other guys, and stab and then kill the fuck, where he is now. I'll kill. Right in the fucking White House. Somebody's got to get rid of this fuck." On the subject of mob revenge, the Congressional Committee took a hard look at Carlos Marcello, the New Orleans potentate, and his malice toward the Kennedys. Robert Kennedy acknowledged responsibility for Marcello's temporary deportation to Central America in 1961, maintaining the expulsion had been done in accordance with immigration laws. Before the assassination, the mobster repeatedly had vented his outrage against the Attorney General for his humiliation. A troublesome issue that concerned the committee was a reported conversation in September 1962 between Marcello and Edward Becker, a wheeler-dealer with known business ties to underworld figures. Becker had various occupations, investigator for a private eye firm headed by a former FBI agent, public relations man, show business manager, television producer. He claimed that he heard Marcello pledge that he would get his revenge against Robert Kennedy for deporting him. "Don't worry about that little Bobby son of a bitch," Becker quoted Marcello. "He's going to be taken care of." In 1967, the FBI looked into the story of Marcello's purported threat after learning that Becker had provided an account of it to Ed Reed, a writer on organized crime subjects. An Internal Bureau memorandum based on an interview with Reed said that Becker had recalled Marcello telling him that, in order to get Bobby Kennedy, they would have to get the president, and they could not kill Bobby because the president would use the Army and the Marines to get them. Marcello allegedly told Becker that killing President Kennedy would cause Bobby to lose his power as Attorney General because of the new president. Becker was dismissed by the FBI as disreputable and unreliable, so no effort was made by the Bureau to interview him or to adequately verify or refute his information. A decade after the FBI turned a cold shoulder to Becker, he was questioned by House Assassination Committee investigators. He recounted that he had met 3 or 4 times in New Orleans with Marcello between September 1962 and January 1963, regarding the fuel oil additive business that Becker and an associate of the mob boss wanted Marcello to invest in. During the course of one meeting at Marcello's Churchill Farms estate in September 1962, Becker asked Marcello about pressure from Robert Kennedy's investigation, and it was then that the mob boss exploded in rage. Becker could not recall Marcello's exact words, but said he clearly stated that he was going to arrange to have President Kennedy murdered in some way, and that someone outside of the mafia would be manipulated to carry out the actual crime. Becker also asserted to committee investigators that Marcello made a reference to President Kennedy being a dog, and Robert Kennedy the dog's tail. Becker paraphrased Marcello as saying ominously, "The dog will keep biting you if you cut off its tail, but that if the dog's head is cut off, the dog would die." The shrill comments occurred during a minute or two of a business meeting that lasted more than an hour, Becker told investigators. Marcello's harangue disturbed Becker, but he was accustomed to hearing mobsters and other criminals routinely threaten adversaries, and he did not take them seriously. His fear of mob retribution, if he reported Marcello's remarks to the authorities before or immediately after President Kennedy's assassination, had kept him silent for years. The House Committee's staff substantiated the objective facts of Becker's story concerning dates and places that he met with Marcello, and found that the FBI had unjustifiably disparaged Becker and his information. They made no attempt to impartially investigate what he had to say, a committee lawyer reported. All they did was shoot the messenger and discredit him. Called before the Special House Committee in executive session, Marcello became enraged when he retold how he had been snatched by Bobby Kennedy's agents and dumped summarily in Guatemala. But he vigorously denied making the threatening statements attributed to him against President Kennedy. "No, sir. I never said anything like that. Positively not. Never said anything like that." With only Becker's word to go on, the committee's inquiry into Marcello's possible involvement in the assassination came to a dead end. Ironically, on November 22, 1963, the day that President Kennedy was shot, Marcello was acquitted by a New Orleans jury of conspiracy to falsify his Guatemalan passport, one of the charges brought against him by Robert Kennedy's prosecutors. He was never again deported. A second mafia luminary, Florida's Santo Trafficante Jr., also was of particular interest to the committee. Trafficante, who had mob rackets on both Florida coasts, in Tampa and in Miami, worked closely with Marcello. Their provinces comprised the mob's southern citadels. Before Castro's revolution in 1959, Trafficante was the dominant American mafioso in Cuba. He had investments in 3 casinos, and was heavily involved in shipping narcotics to the United States. While most mobsters dashed back to America when Castro seized power, Traficante, who spoke fluent Spanish, remained in Cuba, confident he could retain his lucrative casinos by bribing the new regime. He soon learned that he was mistaken. Castro's government did not cooperate with gamblers or drug traffickers. It appropriated Traficante's holdings, imprisoned him, and threatened to execute him. There are two versions of how Traficante escaped Castro's revolutionary justice. He was kicked out after all his property was confiscated, or he bribed a prison official who released him without the knowledge of higher-ups. Incensed by his losses in Cuba, Traficante returned to Florida, where he cultivated ties with the anti-Castro exile movement. His hatred of Castro and his links to the émigrés attracted the secret attention of U.S. spy masters. A year before the House committee began its work on Kennedy's assassination, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, in 1975, disclosed an embarrassing intrigue by the Central Intelligence Agency. It employed Traficante and other mafiosi in a ludicrous scheme to kill Castro. An alliance with the Mafia was one of the 8 conspiracies hatched by the CIA from 1960 to 1965 to eliminate Castro and topple his leftist government. In the summer of 1960, the CIA asked Robert Mayhew, a former FBI agent with mob contacts, to find mafiosi who could pull off a hit on the Cuban dictator. Mayhew enlisted John Roselli, a Los Angeles hood, who brought in Chicago's Sam Giancana and Tampa's Santo Traficante Jr. Of the trio, only Traficante had intimate knowledge of Cuba and had close ties to anti-Castro exiles. CIA operatives gave Mayhew $150,000 to pass along to the putative assassins. During the planning stage, an internal agency review accurately described the Mafia participants as untrustworthy racketeers and emphasized that they were interested mainly in reacquiring gambling, prostitution, and dope monopolies if Castro was overthrown. The cautionary red flag was ignored, and in late 1960 or early 1961, at a meeting in a room in Miami's elegant Fontainebleau Hotel, Mayhew gave Traficante a briefcase crammed with CIA money. He also handed over lethal capsules to be used by the plotters to poison Castro when he dined at a favorite restaurant in Havana. The poison pill comic opera caper never materialized. A confidential CIA review was unable to pinpoint why the plan failed, or whether it was even attempted. Neither the CIA nor the Senate committee could trace what happened to the $150,000 earmarked for the operation. Of the hit team trio recruited by the CIA, only Santo Traficante was alive to testify before the Kennedy Assassination Committee. Subpoenaed before the committee in 1978, Traficante sketched a portrait of himself as an insignificant bit player and translator in the CIA attempt to murder Castro. CIA money? Poison pills? His memory was a total blank. Sam Giancana was murdered in his home the night before he was scheduled to be questioned in 1975 by the Senate committee investigators looking into the CIA's ventures in Cuba. He was shot at close range in the back of the head and in his mouth and throat. For Mafia analysts, the method of execution imparted a clear message. In a traditional mob hit, bullets in the mouth or throat signify that the victim has been talking and that he will never rat again. John Roselli vanished in 1976, shortly after secretly testifying before the Senate committee and 2 days after a dinner date with Traficante in Fort Lauderdale. 2 weeks later, Roselli's legless corpse was fished out of a 55-gallon oil drum floating in Dumbfoundling Bay in North Miami. The manner of Roselli's murder also fit a Mafia pattern. Mutilation and torture before he was strangled meant that he had already violated the oath of omerta, or that he was about to. Traficante, of course, maintained that he knew nothing about the slayings of his collaborators in the CIA Castro escapade. Concerning knowledge of Kennedy's slaying, Trafficante was equally evasive before the House committee. The panel had evidence that he knew Jack Ruby, and that Ruby had worked for the mob before Castro's takeover, apparently smuggling money out of Cuba for Trafficante and other mobsters involved in Havana casino and prostitution rackets. The Florida Godfather's memory again failed him when it came to his dealings with Ruby. Asked about meetings or associations with Ruby, the mobster's answers were, "I don't remember," or "I don't recall." Before the public hearings began, the committee came across another tantalizing mob threat against John Kennedy, this one presumably uttered by Trafficante. A prominent Cuban exile leader, José Alemán, informed investigators in a private interrogation that in 1962, Trafficante had told him that President Kennedy was going to be hit. But called before the committee in a public session, Alemán was a reluctant witness, indicating that he feared for his life and requesting government protection. On the intriguing issue of Trafficante's hit statement, Alemán radically altered his original version. He testified that he had understood Trafficante to mean that if Kennedy sought re-election, he was going to be hit by a lot of votes, and that there had been no implied threat on the president's life. Alemán's 180-degree turn led to another blind alley for committee investigators searching for clues to an old mystery. The committee's final report in 1979 raised doubts about the Warren Commission's most consequential conclusion 15 years earlier, that only one shooter, Oswald, had been responsible for President Kennedy's death. The congressman did agree with the commission that there had been no conspiracy involving Cuba, the Soviet Union, the CIA, or any other federal agency. They nevertheless gave great weight to compelling circumstantial evidence that more than one gunman fired at Kennedy in Dealey Plaza. But the committee conceded that its 2-year investigation had failed to turn up sufficient evidence to implicate anyone except Oswald. G. Robert Blakey, a former aide to Robert Kennedy, and the committee's chief counsel and principal drafter of the report, asserted that organized crime had a hand in the assassination. There was ample evidence from the bugs, he believed, that mafia leaders were at least thinking about removing President Kennedy and his brother. Blakey's analysis specified a powerful motive for the murder of the president. His death would derail Robert Kennedy's sustained and comprehensive assault on organized crime. In its report, the committee suggested that the mafia leaders most likely to have conspired against Kennedy were Carlos Marcello and Santo Trafficante, Jr. The committee explored another enticing angle: Oswald's move to New Orleans in the spring and summer of 1963. Shortly before the assassination, he lived for a time with his uncle, Charles Dutz Moret, a bookmaker in Marcello's organization. The committee questioned whether Oswald might have been inveigled into being used as a hapless fall guy shooter by Marcello or someone in his Borgata, but it reached no definite conclusion. There was also a tangential Marcello linkage to Dallas, part of his mafia empire. There, Jack Ruby's Carousel Club had been a watering hole for local mafiosi, many of them working for Joe Civillo, Marcello's underboss and guardian of his interests in Texas. An essential part of the committee's investigation was its independent combing of FBI records of the electronic surveillance of mobsters before and after the assassination. The tapes produced no smoking gun, no concrete evidence of a mafia plan to kill the president. But after reviewing the FBI's overall conspiracy investigation, the congressmen and their investigation staff branded it as seriously flawed. They rebuked the Bureau for having concentrated narrowly on Oswald as the only suspect, for failing to pursue fresh and worthwhile leads about organized crime involvement, for disregarding Becker's allegations about Marcello's threats, and for withholding from the Warren Commission vital information, including evidence from the secret bugs reflecting the mafia's animosity to the Kennedy administration. The findings obliquely pointed out the FBI's inability in the early 1960s to penetrate the criminal webs of Marcello and Trafficante as effectively as it had the Borgatas of northern mob leaders. The Bureau had neglected to bug Marcello even once, and it had electronically eavesdropped on Trafficante only 4 times, without meaningful results. An unidentified FBI official conceded to the committee that Trafficante's organization in Tampa and Marcello's in Louisiana were blind spots for the FBI in the 1960s. Summing up the failure to investigate and eavesdrop on Marcello, the official said crisply he was too smart. Congressional staffers privately evaluated the Bureau's agents in New Orleans as either incompetent or corrupt for ignoring Marcello's mob empire. 16 years after the committee finished its work, more indirect evidence surfaced to buttress the belief that major mafiosi had roles in an assassination conspiracy. The new information came from Frank Regano, a lawyer for Trafficante, Marcello, and Jimmy Hoffa, the Teamsters Union president, when Kennedy was killed. In an autobiography, Mob Lawyer, written with this author, Regano shed light on the Mafia's loathing of the Kennedys. Of greater importance, Regano said that Trafficante, shortly before he died, made statements to him that amounted to confirmation that mobsters were involved in the assassination. A Florida-based attorney, Regano represented Trafficante over a 30-year period, and for much of that time he was a close friend and confidant of the Don. Their relationship was so warm that Regano considered Trafficante his guiding star, and the equivalent of an older brother. Regano admitted that until late in his life he had struck a Faustian bargain with Trafficante that brought him financial riches. As a quid pro quo, he had forsaken his ethics and had become house counsel and mob lawyer for a ruthless criminal boss and his organization. Through his intimate relationship with Trafficante, Regano met and partied with numerous Southern and Northern Mafia godfathers, capos, and soldiers. The experience gave him first-hand exposure to their twisted morals. When Northern mob dignitaries vacationed in Florida, Trafficante entertained them at Capra's, a favorite restaurant in Miami, and often invited Regano. In the months before the assassination, Regano said he heard Sam Giancana, the Chicago boss, lash out at Robert Kennedy and the FBI for harassing him and Phyllis McGuire, a popular singer with whom he had a highly publicized affair. At one dinner, Regano recalled Giancana blustering that his organization won or stole the 1960 election for Kennedy by fixing votes in Cook County. "That rat bastard son of a bitch," Giancana said. "We broke our balls for him and gave him the election, and he gets his brother to hound us to death." Shortly after the assassination, Regano was dining with Tommy Lucchese and other New York mobsters and their women friends when the topic of Kennedy's murder came up. "It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy," Lucchese commented acidly. Regano was at the celebratory dinner with Trafficante in Tampa on the night of the assassination, when the mobster was in a radiant mood. He was buoyant, Regano said, convinced that the president's death would end investigations of himself and Marcello, and of Hoffa, with whom both Southern bosses had crooked deals. Previously, Trafficante had ranted repeatedly against President Kennedy for allowing Castro to remain in power, thereby blocking him from regaining his profitable casinos in Havana. He despised President Kennedy for withholding American air support from the anti-Castro forces in the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, and, in his view, dooming the operation. "We'll make money out of this, and maybe go back to Cuba," Regano remembered Trafficante saying happily the night John Kennedy was killed. One of Regano's confidential roles for Trafficante and Marcello was acting as their conduit to Hoffa, camouflaging their relationship to the Teamsters Union head from the FBI's prying eyes. They used Regano to arrange Hoffa's blessings for multi-million-dollar loans from the Teamsters Pension Fund, for projects in which they were behind-the-scenes partners or brokers. It was through Traficante's intervention that Regano joined Hoffa's legal team. The lawyer said that he was never paid directly for his services to Hoffa. Instead, like the mafia bosses, he was richly rewarded through Hoffa's misuse of the Teamsters' pension fund for real estate development deals. Regano was paid off in brokerage fees and in direct profits for arranging union loans on favorable terms for himself, mobsters, and legitimate business people, which Hoffa speedily authorized. Lavish loans from the billion-dollar fund, at the time the largest union welfare pool in the country, promoted the development of mob-backed casinos in Las Vegas. Although the pension fund was jointly administered by union and management representatives, Hoffa virtually controlled the authorization of loans that were intended to produce guaranteed profits. Hoffa was candid with Regano about the Teamsters' compacts with mobsters. In frank conversations, Hoffa rationalized that he and earlier IBT leaders had been compelled to use mafia muscle in the 1930s and 40s to counterbalance brutal strikebreakers hired by companies fighting the Union. Mob support was the keystone of Hoffa's success. New York families created paper or non-existent locals in New York that were vital to his election as IBT president. Defending the Underworld Alliance, Hoffa said that mobster influence had helped the Union grow and obtained unparalleled wages, fringe benefits, and working conditions for its blue-collar workers. Hoffa was confident he could swing pragmatic deals with mafia leaders without surrendering his or the Union's independence. Under his vigorous command, the Teamsters' membership swelled from 800,000 in 1957 to nearly 2 million by 1963, making it America's largest union. But the Teamsters' corruption scandals tarnished the entire American labor movement. And in 1957, the AFL-CIO expelled the Hoffa-led union on charges that it was widely infiltrated by gangsters. The Kennedy administration was also concerned. It feared that Hoffa and his mafia bedfellows had the power to cripple the country's economy through a nationwide trucking strike. In the summer of 1963, shortly before the assassination, Regano claimed that Hoffa was consumed by Robert Kennedy's intensive investigation of his activities and his organized crime affiliations. Regano met frequently with Hoffa at his headquarters near the Capitol in Washington to discuss legal matters. At a private session on July 23, 1963, Hoffa brushed aside Regano's questions about legal issues in a pending criminal trial that was prosecuted by Robert Kennedy's staff. Instead, the Union leader, with the authority of a drill sergeant, had orders for Regano. Hoffa commanded him to relay an urgent demand to Santo Traficante and Carlos Marcello. He wanted them to engineer the president's assassination. "Something has to be done," Regano said Hoffa instructed him. "The time has come for your friend and Carlos to get rid of him. Kill that son of a bitch, John Kennedy." Regano said that he believed Hoffa was venting his spleen over criminal charges launched against him by Robert Kennedy, and did not take the outburst seriously. The next day, however, Regano had a prearranged meeting with Traficante and Marcello at the Royal Orleans Hotel in New Orleans to discuss an illicit loan contract they were working out with Hoffa. Although Regano regarded Hoffa's request for a hit on Kennedy as a bad joke, he dutifully relayed it to the Mafia godfathers. "You won't believe this," Regano told them, "but he wants you to kill John Kennedy." The two mobsters stared back in icy silence. Aware that he might have stepped into a minefield, Regano quickly changed the subject. On November 22, 1963, minutes after Kennedy was fatally shot in Dallas, Regano said Hoffa telephoned him in his office. "Did you hear the good news?" the Union president said exuberantly. "Yeah, he's dead. I heard over the news that Lyndon Johnson is going to be sworn in as president. You know he'll get rid of Booby." Booby was Hoffa's derisive name for Robert Kennedy. 3 days after the assassination, Regano attended a meeting in Hoffa's office in Washington with other lawyers to discuss his criminal cases. Declaring that the Kennedys had hounded him, Hoffa refused to allow the American flag on the building's roof to be lowered to half-staff in mourning and respect for the slain president. After the legal strategy meeting, Hoffa pulled Regano aside. "I told you they could do it," Hoffa whispered. "I'll never forget what Carlos and Santo did for me." For Regano, an epiphany about the assassination came almost a quarter of a century after Kennedy's death. On a Friday morning, March 13, 1987, he said that he picked up Trafficante at his home in Tampa and, following the mobster's wishes, took him for a drive in his own car. At 72, Trafficante was seriously ill. His hands trembled continuously, dialysis kept his kidneys functioning, and he was about to undergo a second open-heart surgery. On the drive along Tampa's scenic Bayshore Boulevard, Trafficante at first reminisced about their mutual friends and experiences, before veering back to the subject of the Kennedys' long-ago campaign against the Mafia. Speaking to Regano in Sicilian, as he often did, Trafficante grumbled, "Goddamn Bobby. I think Carlos fucked up in getting rid of Giovanni. Maybe it should have been Bobby." To Regano's astonishment, Trafficante added, "We shouldn't have killed Giovanni. We should have killed Bobby." Regano knew that Giovanni was John Kennedy. Moments later, Regano said that Trafficante talked to him about another fateful event in their lives, Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance in 1975. Regano had been on Hoffa's defense team in 1964, at 2 trials when Robert Kennedy's Get Hoffa squad succeeded in winning convictions on jury tampering, fraud, and conspiracy charges. Hoffa was serving a 13-year prison term when his sentence was commuted in 1971 by President Richard M. Nixon. Later, Regano asserted that Hoffa and one of his top aides admitted to him that the commutation was obtained through a $1 million contribution, secretly funneled to Nixon supporters, presumably as a contribution to the Republican Party's re-election campaign for Nixon in 1972. But after Hoffa's release from prison, Trafficante told Regano that the belligerent Union leader had alarmed the New York families by announcing that he was writing a book that would expose the mob and that he wanted to regain control of the Teamsters Union. Trafficante related to Regano that he had warned Hoffa that the Northern Mafia believed he had become an uncontrollable disruptive force who could endanger their financial interests in the Union. On their ride in Tampa, Trafficante gave Regano his version of Hoffa's abduction and slaying in 1975. He was lured to a garage in the Detroit suburbs, supposedly for a peaceful sit-down meeting to discuss his attempt to regain power in the Union with Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, a high-ranking Detroit mafioso. In the garage, Hoffa was knocked unconscious and strangled by a hit team assembled by Anthony Tony Provenzano, a Teamsters Union head in New Jersey, and a Genovese capo, who had a long festering feud with Hoffa. Trafficante added that Hoffa's body probably would never be found. Under guidelines established when he first represented Trafficante, Regano said he was obligated to listen to whatever Don Santo wanted to divulge to him, but he was prohibited from ever asking incisive questions. Under those rules, he was unable during that talk with Trafficante to get him to amplify his revelations about the murders of President Kennedy and of Hoffa, and the disposition of Hoffa's body. 4 days later, on March 17, 1987, Trafficante died while undergoing heart surgery. From his earliest days as a lawyer, Regano kept detailed notes and diary descriptions of meetings and conversations with clients. The yellowed, sometimes crumpled records, combined with hotel receipts substantiating Regano's whereabouts, tend to support his accounts of business and social sessions with mafiosi and with Hoffa. His records included a note that he said he jotted down a day after his farewell conversation with Trafficante. In it, Regano wrote about the mobster's alleged knowledge of the murders of President Kennedy and Jimmy Hoffa. Afterward, Regano came to believe that Trafficante, an amateur student of history and a voracious reader of biographies of important men, had confessed to him out of perverse pride. Trafficante, he speculated, may have wanted the world to know that he and his mob partners had masterminded the elimination of a president, outwitted the government's top law enforcement agencies, and escaped punishment. To stay alive during 3 decades as a mob attorney and as a confidant to Trafficante, Regano maintained his own strict oath of omerta. His legal and social affiliations with Trafficante and other mobsters, however, put him in the thick of Robert Kennedy's campaign targeting professional aides of major mobsters. The intense scrutiny of Regano by the FBI and by the IRS led to 2 convictions on relatively minor income tax evasion complaints. He served 10 months in prison in 1993 on the 2nd conviction. Through his book, Regano broke his long vow of silence. All of the disreputable mafia clients he had served were dead, and his lawyer-client obligation of silence had ended. Moreover, he was ill and realized that his own end was approaching. To many of Regano's relatives and friends, his public confessions about his checkered past and his aggressive ambition and quest for wealth were signs of Catholic remorse, repentance, and atonement for a misspent career. At age 75 in 1998, Regano died in his sleep, apparently suffering a heart attack. Although not categorically conclusive, Regano's assertions are among the starkest signs implicating mafia bosses in the death of President Kennedy. G. Robert Blakey, an unsurpassed authority on the assassination and on organized crime, characterized Regano's information as plausible. It has the ring of truth, he added. The Cosa Nostra's own warped moral code rejects violence against honest officials, and John and Robert Kennedy should have been immune from mob retaliation. But the FBI's electronic spy tapes and Regano's testimony show that mob bosses believed that Joseph Kennedy had made a commitment for his sons, and wittingly or unwittingly, the sons had violated it. The bosses felt that they had been double-crossed. By reneging on what the mafia considered an ironclad bargain, the Kennedys might have been viewed as fair game for their savage vindictiveness. The mafia LCN lords had good reason to fear Robert Kennedy. In 1960, the last year of the Eisenhower administration, a scant 35 low-level gangsters were convicted, mainly on petty gambling charges. During Kennedy's blitz against higher-ranking mobsters, which lasted less than 4 years, 116 made mafiosi and associates were indicted, including Jimmy Hoffa. To the nation's mafia VIPs, those statistics were alarming, and they knew the Attorney General was committed to destroying them. On the legislative front, Robert Kennedy's warning about the mob's uncontested power, combined with the political strength of the president, created a groundswell for easy passage in Congress of the first package of bills aimed at a national crime organization. 4 new laws broadened the federal government's jurisdictional power to indict mobsters. The main statutes prohibited traveling across state lines for racketeering purposes, and the interstate shipment of gambling equipment. Although the laws were difficult to enforce, they marked the first concentrated effort by Congress to impede the mob. Within the Johnson administration, Robert Kennedy had a troubled political and personal relationship with his brother's successor. He stuck it out for 9 months, resigning 1 month after Hoffa's conviction in 1964. Elected to the Senate from New York, Kennedy, in 1968, met the same fate as his brother, an assassin's bullet, while campaigning in Los Angeles for the Democratic presidential nomination that almost assuredly was his. The assassin, Sirhan Sirhan, had no connection with the mob. Clearly, President Kennedy's murder halted the federal government's first diligent drive against the mafia. The steam went out of the Justice Department's campaign after Robert Kennedy's departure. His successor, Attorney General Ramsey Clark, concerned about the warrantless electronic surveillance program, pulled the plug on the bugs that were providing the FBI with essential intelligence. Mafia investigations were effectively shelved. Keenly aware of the administration's indifference, Hoover dropped the Mafia LCN as an investigative priority. With the FBI and the government once more quiescent, mob dons could relax. The pressure was off. Whether or not they had a part in it, the Mafia had triumphed as a big winner after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. 16. A splendid band. The Mob. We're bigger than U.S. Steel. The catchy phrase sounded like a clever advertising slogan, touting the strength and prominence of a multinational corporation. It was actually an offhanded remark about the Cosa Nostra in an unguarded, totally candid moment from the lips of the mob's financial guru, Meyer Lansky. During Robert Kennedy's clampdown, and as part of Hoover's orders to employ highly confidential sources, agents arranged with several New York hotel detectives to listen in on mobsters who favored their hotels. Mafiosi and their important associates were assigned rooms or suites that had been turned into secret recording studios. Lansky, the last of the big-league Jewish gangsters and an economic asset for Cosa Nostra, checked into one of these suites at the Volney Hotel on Manhattan's East Side in May 1962. Lansky had become a disreputable national figure after his appearance a decade earlier before the Kefauver Committee. With Kennedy on the warpath, Hoover placed Lansky high up on his list of organized crime targets. The FBI director described the aging, bantam-sized racketeer as an exceptionally important individual in the national crime picture, and he instructed agents to employ extraordinary investigative techniques, Hoover's euphemism for illegal electronic surveillance. Recuperating from a recent heart attack, Lansky spent most of his time in his suite, chatting idly about personal matters with relatives and friends. The FBI listened to every word. On the evening of Sunday, May 27, 1962, Lansky and his wife were alone, watching David Suskind's television program Open End, a talk show. The Justice Department's campaign against the Mafia was spawning headlines, and Suskind's topic that night was organized crime. An agent's report on the bugging, leaked years later to reporters, stated that Lansky was silent until one of the panelists on the TV show referred to organized crime as being second in size only to the government itself. It was then that Lansky flippantly remarked to his wife, "We're bigger than U.S. Steel." Although excluded from the Mafia's ruling class, Lansky was enmeshed in many deals with mob leaders and reflected their self-confidence at mid-century. Despite the damage done by Bobby Kennedy's assault, the bosses were not raising a white flag of surrender. Hoover knew this. The Lansky tapes were part of the rich intelligence information secretly gathered through bugs that provided Hoover and his top aides with data on the Mafia's enormous vitality. Astonishingly, government statisticians believed that Lansky had vastly undervalued the Mafia's overall resources in his sardonic U.S. Steel quip. A confidential Justice Department analysis in the mid-1960s conservatively estimated that organized crime's profits were equaled by those of the 10 largest industrial corporations combined. The 10 big companies cited were General Motors, Standard Oil, Ford, General Electric, Chrysler, IBM, Mobil Oil, Texaco, Gulf, and U.S. Steel. It was an unscientific analysis based largely on assumptions that the mob's profits came mainly from illegal gambling, loan sharking, hijackings, and narcotic sales. Factoring in the Mafia's huge markups, low overhead, and avoidance of taxes, the government's rough estimate was that nationwide, the mafiosi and their accomplices netted $7 billion to $10 billion a year. At the end of 1964, however, Hoover was again free to use his own judgment in determining FBI agendas. There was no interference from Lyndon Johnson's administration, which was absorbed in the pressing issues of an expanding guerrilla conflict in Vietnam, the war on poverty, the civil rights movement, and riots and disorders in some inner cities. Despite the huge number of cases developed in the Kennedy years, the Bureau's director rapidly downgraded the Mafia as a vital priority. Complying with a directive from Attorney General Ramsey Clark to use electronic surveillance only for national security matters, Hoover retired his most effective weapon, the bugs in mob hangouts. The Johnson administration's political concerns dovetailed with Hoover's own conservative Cold War priorities. He accelerated investigations of groups that he personally classified as un-American or subversive. These included opponents of the Vietnam War and organizations championing civil rights for African Americans. The only hate-filled organization on the other side of the political spectrum that Hoover tried to repress was a rabidly anti-black and anti-Semitic Ku Klux Klan. A new tactic, COINTELPRO, FBI speak for Counterintelligence Program, was established to monitor and disrupt groups Hoover looked upon unfavorably, and to infiltrate them with agent provocateurs, eager to manufacture criminal cases. An internal letter distributed to all FBI field offices laid bare Hoover's goals and his divide-and-conquer strategy concerning legitimate civil rights and political organizations. The purpose of this program, COINTEL, is to expose, disrupt, and otherwise neutralize the activities of the various New Left organizations, their leadership and adherents. In every instance, consideration should be given to disrupting the organized activity of these groups, and no opportunity should be missed to capitalize on organizational and personal conflicts of their leadership. By the mid-1960s, Hoover's force of almost 8,000 agents did occasionally arrest blundering minor mobsters, whose mistakes could not be ignored. However, with Robert Kennedy gone, there was no longer encouragement from FBI headquarters in Washington to put in exhaustive hours on Mafia LCN cases. Some dedicated agents continued to be vigilant, but in most regional bureaus, the incentive was missing. It was easier to win promotions by capturing amateur bank bandits or concentrating on political dissidents, Hoover's perennial targets, than through the tedious and unrewarding pursuit of insulated mob generals. So the Bureau removed the electronic bugs from the mob's hangouts and installed them in the gathering places of persons and groups Hoover deemed as subversive or leftist. Investigations of violent radical fringe groups like the Underground, bomb-planting weathermen, were unquestionably justified. But the FBI resorted to illegal, unconstitutional methods to bug, wiretap, and place under surveillance prominent political and civil rights figures, who Hoover, by his own fiat, determined were threats to America's fundamental values. These included Adlai E. Stevenson, Democratic presidential candidate in 1952 and 1956. Civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., considered a communist tool. British writer Graham Greene, producer of anti-American works, and anti-Vietnam War activists from show business, including John Lennon and Jane Fonda. The federal cutbacks were matched by a similar slackening off in the few big city police departments that had special units investigating organized crime. Robert Kennedy's drive, combined with Joe Valachi's compelling testimony, had temporarily persuaded high-ranking police officials in New York of the Mafia's extensive threat. With Kennedy gone from Washington, New York detectives Ralph Salerno and Remo Franceschini saw interest in the Mafia at the top police department echelons, the brass, gradually diminish in New York. Franceschini's investigations and wiretaps of gambling activities in the Bronx convinced him that sophisticated organized crime elements were running multi-million-dollar networks. A chief in the Central Intelligence Bureau, the CIB, rejected Franceschini's request to expand his investigation, insisting that the mafia was a fictional delusion. The chief thought Italian hoods were just a couple of guys rubbing two 50-cent pieces together, Franceschini recalled. He told me, it's not formalized, it's not a bureaucracy, it's not Wall Street. The consensus among the department's brass was that Jewish bookmakers were raking in the big bucks, as organized crime's most productive moneymakers. Franceschini got nowhere trying to convince officials that major bookies were not independent and could operate only with the acquiescence of one of the five families. Many CIB cases and intelligence tidbits stemmed from illegal gambling. It was one of the easiest crimes to investigate, even though those arrested were usually petty runners, collectors of debts, and bookkeepers who got off easy with fines or light sentences. One method of unearthing tips about gambling operations was bugging and wiretapping social clubs, mafiosi gathering spots in predominantly Italian-American neighborhoods. The clubs were storefronts converted into private dens, where made men and wannabes could drink espresso, play cards, gossip with their pals, and plan their activities before heading out for the day's illicit work. In many respects, the clubs were American mobsters' versions of cafes in Sicilian village squares. CIB investigators in the summer of 1964 were listening to a bug and a wiretap in Salvatore Big Sam Cavalieri's club, a Lucchese family rendezvous in East Harlem. Cavalieri was a Lucchese soldier overseeing a large-scale numbers and sports betting complex of more than 50 bookies. Like the FBI, the CIB used bugs primarily for intelligence purposes, though New York state law allowed tapes to be used as court evidence under restricted conditions. Seemingly unconcerned about electronic eavesdropping, the leading lights in Big Sam's place talked openly, and their conversations often allowed the police to puff up arrest statistics by raiding several of Cavalieri's gambling parlors. More useful to CIB detectives than the low-level callers were the insights they picked up through secret microphones about the Lucchese family's culture and connections. One day, Carmine Tramunti, a top capo, showed up at Cavalieri's club and telephoned a soldier about an assignment for his crew from none other than Tommy Lucchese, the boss. Tramunti did not specify details about the job, but said gravely, "He wants us to do it." Franceschini, at a plant, a listening post a few blocks away, heard the exchange. Tramunti's tone clearly overflowed with reverence and pride at being selected for the job. It was like Lucchese just elevated them to sainthood, Franceschini said. That same summer, the detective heard Tramunti telephone Julie Rizzo, the proprietor of July's, a trendy midtown restaurant, and a friend of Frank Sinatra. "Hey," Tramunti said to Rizzo, "the feast is on. Back at the social club, we're going to have some steaks. We're going to have some sausage. Why don't you come on up? Bring the ball players up, too." Franceschini was aware that some New York Yankee players often stopped by July's. "Oh, yeah?" Rizzo replied. "Frank's in town. Maybe I'll bring Frank up." Several hours later, according to police surveillance logs, Sinatra showed up with Rizzo at the social club for an impromptu meal with leading members of the Lucchese family. Wise guys from all over town streamed into the club to shake hands and speak with Sinatra. After Sinatra left, one of the neighborhood wannabes who served him drinks called his grandmother with the exciting news of the singer's visit. "Frank Sinatra gave me a $50 tip," he exclaimed. New York's police headquarters simply disregarded the intelligence that investigators were compiling of the mafia's growing affluence and its indifference to law enforcement. A wave of frustration and cutbacks hit the CIB, the only group responsible for keeping an eye on the Borgatas, as officials turned to new commitments. Duplicating the FBI's fear of political and civil unrest by opponents of the Vietnam War, the department organized a hand-picked unit, the Bureau of Special Services Investigations. Many officers assigned to the ominous-sounding BOSSI, also known as the Red Squad, believed their main tasks were to destroy terrorist radical organizations, prevent riots in Black and Hispanic neighborhoods, and investigate groups supposedly dedicated to assassinating cops. Franceschini and other mafia specialists were transferred to Bossi in the mid and late 1960s. The department's shift in emphasis, Franceschini observed, gave the mob pretty much of a free ride during those years. Even the lowliest wannabes in New York, the mafia's capital, sensed the relaxation of law enforcement. Enjoying the balmy atmosphere, mafiosi and their legion of associates coined a popular slang name for themselves: wise guys. The new generation of wise guys felt they had carte blanche for every imaginable violent crime and financial scheme. Everyone I know was into money schemes, and almost nobody ever got caught. Henry Hill, a Lucchese associate in that era, recounted to the writer Nicholas Pileggi. That's what people from the outside don't understand. When you're doing different schemes, and everyone you know is doing these things, and nobody is getting caught, except by accident, you begin to get the message that maybe it's not so dangerous, and there were a million different schemes. Corruption also was an underlying factor in providing New York's wise guys a comfortable environment. Investigations later revealed that through most of the 1960s, a sizable portion of the 30,000-member police department was paid off for protection by mob-affiliated bookies and gamblers. The routine graft was known as the pad, in which bribes were distributed regularly to officers in units primarily responsible for enforcing gambling and vice laws, the amounts depending on their rank and status. Officers and supervisors who accepted occasional or systemic bribes, Ralph Salerno said, did not want to be told by members of his anti-mafia squad that the bribers were organized crime ogres and monsters with blood on their hands. Very few people in the department wanted to believe that they, the mafia, existed and were as powerful as they were. They simply wanted to picture them as bookies and gamblers, not as murderers and drug dealers. Nevertheless, Salerno's understaffed unit kept a watchful eye on the mob, and its digging and surveillance work was tolerated, if not encouraged, by the police brass. Why didn't they squash us? You got to have some guys who are honest in breaking balls. It allows the dishonest ones to say to the bad guys, "We will protect you from the ball breakers." The more balls I broke, the more money I made for them, Salerno commented wryly. More than one mafioso racketeer chastised Salerno for investigating fellow Italian-Americans. They complained, "Why does it have to be one of your own kind that hurts you?" Salerno would snap back, "I'm not your kind, and you're not my kind. My manners, morals, and mores are not yours. The only thing we have in common is that we sprang from an Italian heritage and culture, and you are the traitor to that heritage and culture, which I am proud to be part of." A native New Yorker, Salerno's first knowledge of the mob's terrifying aura came from frightening events in the lives of his immigrant parents. Before his birth, they lived in mafia-dominated East Harlem. One summer day, his mother, while buying ices for her 4 older children from a street vendor, witnessed the shooting murder of a hood known as Charlie the Dude by another neighborhood gangster called Mickey Icebox. That night, Salerno said, a guy, a paisano, from my father's hometown in Italy, came to their apartment with a message from my father. "Tell your wife to keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, your kids could get thrown in the East River." Salerno said his mother was consumed by anxiety for months, fearful that Mickey Icebox would be arrested and that she would be tagged as an informer and her children killed. She was able to breathe again after 18 months when someone killed Mickey Icebox, and the threat to her family was over, said Salerno. About that same time, Salerno's parents and their children were sitting down to dinner when several men burst into their apartment through an open fire escape window. On the run from the police, they told the family to remain silent until they felt it was safe to leave. A week later, Salerno's father stopped at a barber shop that served as a center for news about the neighborhood and the old country. A parcel was waiting for him from the men who had escaped the police through the Salerno's apartment. Attached was a note. "You did the right thing." The package contained a gift of a straight-edged razor and a shaving mug, engraved in gilt letters with his father's name. Those episodes inspired Salerno to detest the mafia and to devote his 20-year police career to uprooting gangsters. "I kept that shaving cup on my desk for decades, as a reminder how those bastards intimidated my parents. I didn't want my children and grandchildren or anyone's children to grow up in that kind of atmosphere." In 1967, Salerno, a sergeant in charge of the CIB's detectives, left the police department, convinced he would be more effective working as a consultant on organized crime for congressional investigation committees. "Unfortunately, when I was on the police force, the mafia was probably 20 times more powerful than they had been in my parents' time." Joe Bonanno's private 1960s sobriquet for the New York Mafia was the Volcano. Although outside pressure from federal and local investigators had receded, internal disturbances were seething beneath the volcano's surface. Running a borgata in New York was beginning to have drawbacks, as each of the 5 money-hungry families competed for greater wealth and importance. In cities that had only one family, godfathers enjoyed long careers and died of natural causes, Bonanno later wrote about that era. In New York City, however, where strife was almost routine, fathers led precarious lives. The death from cancer on June 11, 1962, of Joe Profaci, Bonanno's fellow godfather and closest ally, suddenly undermined his position as a commanding force on the commission and in New York's unpredictable underworld. Bonanno was the last of the 1931 bosses still alive and active, and Profaci's death abruptly and decisively shifted the balance of power on the commission to the tandem of Carlo Gambino and Tommy Lucchese. The imprisoned Vito Genovese maintained de facto control of his family, and Bonanno expected that his delegates in a showdown would side with the Genovese-Lucchese alliance. In another setback for Bonanno, his powerful cousin Stefano Magaddino, the Buffalo Godfather, a permanent commission member, had grown increasingly estranged and opposed to Bonanno's views because of a festering territorial dispute in Canada. Bonanno was maneuvering to expand his criminal empire into Magaddino's backyard in Toronto. "He's planting flags all over the world," Magaddino was heard on an FBI bug, fuming about his cousin's attempt to muscle into areas in California and Canada deemed open by the Commission. Magaddino was right. After 30 years as a boss, and still a relatively young 58, Bonanno had lost none of his cunning or ambition to remain on top of the mafia pyramid. His first move was to support Joe Magliocco, Profaci's brother-in-law and underboss, as the new head of Profaci's Borgata, although Magliocco's claim to the title was shaky. Profaci's last years had been troubled by a revolt led by Crazy Joey Gallo and his brothers, Albert Kid Blast and Larry, contract killers for Profaci. They considered Profaci a voracious despot and wanted a larger share of the family's spoils for carrying out the family's essential work of murders and beatings. The Gallos were believed to have been the core of the barbershop hit team that assassinated Albert Anastasia in 1957. Headlined as the Gallo Wars, the brothers' insurrection was the first serious breach of discipline in a New York family since the bloody struggles in 1930 and 1931. The conflict was unresolved at the time of Profaci's death, and the Gallos' refusal to accept Magliocco as their boss encouraged Gambino and Lucchese to deny Magliocco, Bonanno's candidate and ally, a seat on the commission. Bonanno's solution to his and Magliocco's roadblocks, according to most mafia investigators at the time, was to eliminate by murder his main rivals, Gambino and Lucchese. The experts speculated that he also wanted his cousin Magaddino executed. Grateful for Bonanno's support, Magliocco went along with the plan and gave the multiple hit contracts to Joseph Colombo, a loyal Profaci capo, with a deserved reputation for violence. By deviously using Magliocco and Colombo as fronts for removing his enemies, Bonanno thought the bloodbath would not be traced to him. Joe Colombo was 40 years old, experienced, and wise enough to comprehend the futility of devising a double or a triple execution of godfathers, and he sensed which bosses had the upper hand in the internal struggle for dominance in New York. He reached out to Gambino, not to kill him, but to warn him of Bonanno and Magliocco's machinations. Armed with Colombo's evidence, Gambino, Lucchese, and the rest of the commission summoned Bonanno and Magliocco for a mob trial. Magliocco, physically ailing and betrayed by one of his own capos, readily confessed and pleaded for mercy. Instead of a bullet in the back of his head, he was banished from the Mafia for his lifetime. Acting as if the commission were subject to audits, the godfathers fined Magliocco $43,000 to cover the costs incurred in investigating the complaints against him and Bonanno. The disgraced Magliocco assembled his loyal capos in September 1963 to announce a ceasefire in the war with the Gallows and to tell them that the commission had deposed him as Profaci's heir. Within a year, he was dead of a heart attack. Gambino and the remaining bosses rewarded Colombo for being an ace stool pigeon, and perhaps saving some of their skins, by anointing him boss of the old Profaci family, with a seat on the commission. Joe Bonanno never showed up for a confrontation with other commission godfathers. He went on the lam, hiding out in California and in Canada, while exploring opportunities for poaching on rackets in those areas. He left his New York operations to trusted aides and appointed his eldest son, Salvatore Bill, as the family's consigliere. California loomed large in Bonanno's plans. Tremendous wealth was being generated in Southern California, and Bonanno felt that Frank DeSimone, the boss of the Los Angeles family, had failed to exploit it. Bonanno plotted to replace DeSimone and his crew with Bill, who would provide better leadership, and 40 soldiers who would generate larger profits. As a commission member, Bonanno already had some oversight responsibilities in California, of small families operating in San Francisco and San Jose. By seizing control over Los Angeles, Bonanno believed he would dominate mafia activities on both coasts. Some FBI tapes were still spinning, and agents got an earful about Bonanno's conflict with the commission, from a bug installed in the headquarters of Simone, Sam the Plumber, di Cavalcante, the boss of a New Jersey family based in Elizabeth. Talking with a capo in his family, Joseph Sfera, on August 31, 1964, di Cavalcante mentioned Bonanno's difficulties. "It's about Joe Bonanno's Borgata. The commission don't like the way he's comporting himself." Di Cavalcante added that Bonanno had promoted Bill to consigliere, and that the son also had angered the commission by refusing to appear before it when summoned for questioning. "Well, he made his son consigliere, and it's been reported, the son, that he don't show up," Di Cavalcante explained. On September 21, 1964, Di Cavalcante outlined to Joseph Ziccarelli, a Bonanno soldier, why the all-powerful commission balked at Magliocco's attempt, with Bonanno's backing, to become a boss. "The commission went in there and took the family over. When Profaci died, Joe Magliocco took over as boss. They threw him right out. Who the hell are you to take over a Borgata? And Signor Bonanno knows this. When we had trouble in our outfit, they came right in. You people belong to the commission until this is straightened out." Bonanno's rival godfathers relied on the commission as the foundation of the mafia's strength and structure, and resented his defiance and newly spun expansionist schemes. Magaddino, speaking with one of his soldiers in Buffalo about Bonanno's plots, without commission approval to control California and Canada, said, "Not even the Holy Ghost could come into my territory without authorization." The Genovese family hierarchy also lined up against Bonanno. On an FBI bug in September 1964, Thomas, Tommy Ryan Eboli, a capo, told Vito Genovese's brother Michael that Bonanno was creating a rift that could destroy the mafia or make it as divisive as other ethnic gangs. If one member can dispute a commission order, you can say goodbye to Cosa Nostra, because the commission is the backbone of Cosa Nostra. It will be like the Irish mobs who fight among themselves, and they, the Italians, will be having gang wars like they had years ago. In Chicago, an FBI bug heard Sam Giancana's solution to Bonanno's refusal to appear before the commission. Don't send him another message. Kill him. Don Peppino Bonanno had another problem. He was the only major mafia leader endangered by the anti-racketeering organized crime bills steered through Congress by Robert Kennedy before he resigned as Attorney General. A grand jury impaneled by Robert M. Morgenthau, the aggressive U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, subpoenaed Bonanno for a round of questioning. On the night of October 20th, 1964, the day before he was to testify or face possible imprisonment for contempt, Bonanno had dinner with 3 of his lawyers in Manhattan. Afterward, he and attorney William Power Maloney taxied to Maloney's apartment building on Park Avenue and 36th Street, where he was going to spend the night. It was close to midnight and raining. Bonanno stepped out of the cab to pay the fare when, he later claimed, he was grabbed by 2 strong-armed men who warned, "Come on, Joe, my boss wants you," and shoved him into the rear of a waiting car. Maloney told the police that when he ran over to intervene, shouting at the 2 men, one of them fired a warning shot to scare him off. In his autobiography published 2 decades later, Bonanno asserted that his kidnapping was carried out by men who worked for his cousin Stefano Magaddino. Forced to crouch on the car's floor, he was driven to a farmhouse in a rural area in upstate New York, where his cousin warned him that he had fallen into disfavor because the commission considered him power-hungry. Bonanno's account was vague. He said his captors held him for 6 weeks, then drove him at his request to Texas and released him unharmed. Free again, he grew a beard to disguise his appearance and spent the ensuing 19 months in hideaways in Tucson and in New York. What really happened to Bonanno during his disappearance is a mystery. What is clear is that, without notice, he surfaced in May 1966 with his lawyer at the federal courthouse in Manhattan's Foley Square, with the terse explanation that he had been abducted 2 years previously. His long delay in complying with the subpoena led to an indictment for failing to appear before a grand jury. He challenged the legality of the indictment for 5 years, until the accusation was dropped. From the night Bonanno's lawyer reported him missing, New York and federal investigators doubted that he had been abducted. The police were unable to verify Maloney's account that a warning shot had been fired. No shell casing was found at the scene. Moreover, since Bonanno was engaged in a brewing mortal confrontation with Gambino and Lucchese, it was uncharacteristic and foolhardy for him, an endangered boss, to roam around unescorted by bodyguards. Detective Salerno learned that after the Vanishing Act, it was quickly apparent from electronic eavesdropping that he was alive. When someone of importance is killed, mob guys refer to him as La Buonanima, the good soul, Salerno pointed out. No one close to Bonanno spoke about him that way. Rather, they were saying, "That son of a bitch took off and left us here alone." 2 days after the Park Avenue incident, FBI agents bugging New Jersey's Sam the Plumber DeCavalcante obtained a clue that Bonanno had staged the kidnapping. Discussing Bonanno with one of his lieutenants, Frank Maggiore, DeCavalcante said that the New York bosses were mystified and knew nothing about the disappearance. "Then he must have done it," Maggiore replied, reinforcing the suggestion that the abduction was a fake. Most investigators theorized that Bonanno had 2 compelling reasons to get away from New York. He wanted time to work out a truce or a peace pact with his enemies on the commission, and he feared an indictment by Morgenthau's grand jury. During his absence, Gambino and Lucchese happily incited turmoil in the Bonanno family, by encouraging dissidents to oppose the surrogate leadership of Bill Bonanno. The son was resented by old-timers in the family, who believed he had not earned his spurs as a proven leader. While Bonanno was missing, there were several casualties in the conflict for control of the Borgata. The battles were headlined as the Bananas War. The elder Bonanno's surprise reappearance in May 1966 was probably propelled by an attempted ambush of his son 5 months earlier. Showing up for a nighttime meeting in Brooklyn, Bill and his bodyguards were greeted by a hail of gunfire. No one was hit, but at least 20 shots were fired, and police recovered 7 handguns tossed onto the pavement. Soon after his return to New York, Bonanno, after 35 years as an indomitable boss, conceded defeat. Even one of his closest lieutenants, Gaspar Gasparino di Gregorio, the best man at his wedding and Bill Bonanno's religious godfather, had defected to lead the internal opposition against him. Bonanno had overreached in his clash with the Commission, and it crushed him, retaining its prerogative to confirm the selection of bosses and its power to determine expansion rights. In a deal with the Commission, the chastened Bonanno was allowed to abdicate and retire peacefully as the head of the gang that once was the nation's most powerful mob organization. He sold his regal house in Hempstead, Long Island, and a 14-room farmhouse near Middletown, New York. Severing all ties to New York, he exiled himself to Tucson, where he had maintained a home for health reasons since the early 1940s. Although he was finished as a majestic godfather in the East, Don Pepino continued to dabble in lesser rackets in Arizona and California with his sons. The last of the original Commission members, he began planning his memoirs, a document that would lead to far-reaching complications for himself and other mafiosi. Bonanno's lust for power almost cost him his life. Years after the episode, Ralph Salerno learned that the Commission, after much debate, gave Bonanno a pass because he was one of the Mafia's founding fathers, and because he pledged never to meddle again in mob affairs in New York or other Cosa Nostra centers of power. If he dared to return to New York, he would have faced an automatic death sentence. Salerno and other investigators believed that the Commission godfathers also realized that killing one of their own would be a precedent that endangered themselves. In the late 1960s, with the brief and minor Bananas War over, and with barely any concern about law enforcement interference, Mafia leaders could conduct their businesses with equanimity. They might be followed and badgered occasionally by FBI agents or local detectives, but there was no longer a concerted effort to destroy their organizations. For public relations reasons, police departments in major mob cities like New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia periodically sprang into action against them, usually before elections for a district attorney or sheriff, or after an outrageous murder or internecine war that left too many corpses on the streets to go unnoticed. These were temporary interruptions. Sometimes, however, there was a slip-up, an unforeseen careless Mafia blunder. For example, on the Thursday afternoon of September 22, 1966, 13 men gathered around a banquet-sized table in a private dining area of La Stella, a modest Italian restaurant in the New York borough of Queens. The middle-aged and elderly men joked and talked, sipping cocktails, awaiting the first course. Before they could taste the robust meal, plainclothes policemen trooped in and arrested the lot of them. All the diners were mob bosses and hierarchy officials. The arrests resulted from a routine tale of the high-ranking Genovese consigliere Mike Miranda by detectives from Salerno's police intelligence squad. They followed Miranda to La Stella, and while staked out there, the sharp-eyed cops were astonished to see the pride of the American Mafia arriving separately and entering the restaurant. The startled police notified their supervisors that they had stumbled onto something big and needed help. When reinforcements arrived, the plainclothesmen marched into the restaurant. None of the mobsters was in sight. Noticing a stairway, the cops descended to a secluded downstairs dining room, where the group was settling in for lunch. "Don't move," a detective commanded. "Keep your seats." Plainclothesmen then collected the names of the chagrined diners. They included Carlo Gambino, his underboss, Agnello Della Croce, Joe Colombo, Tommy Eboli, the acting boss for Vito Genovese, Carlos Marcello of New Orleans, Santo Trafficante of Florida, assorted top henchmen, and the apparent host, Mike Miranda. Uncertain what charges to lodge against the baker's dozen of mafiosi, a supervising detective came up with an old standard harassment complaint, consorting with known criminals, each other. Hauled away in handcuffs from their aborted lunch for booking at a police station house, the 13 prisoners were compelled, like all criminal suspects, to strip ignominiously to their underwear for a body search. Like ordinary thieves and robbers, they were fingerprinted and photographed for the Rogues Gallery mug files. When Queens District Attorney Nat Hentel learned of the arrests, he rushed to the station house. A Republican, Hentel had been appointed as an interim district attorney by Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller, and he was an underdog candidate for election as a full-term prosecutor in a heavily Democratic borough. The bagging of celebrity mobsters in his jurisdiction was an unexpected publicity windfall. Hentel quickly rescinded the consorting charges. He convened a grand jury for the stated purpose of investigating organized crime in Queens, and thought it wiser to hold the 13 as material witnesses. The consorting charge was vague, and judges were increasingly dismissing it as unconstitutional. Hentel was right about the publicity bonus. The arrests were played as a major story in New York and elsewhere. Faces of the arrested mobsters were splashed on page 1, and the meeting was headlined as Little Appalachian. Hentel milked the affair for publicity and name recognition for himself. Basking in television, radio, and newspaper attention, the prosecutor, without the slightest evidence, issued hyperbolic statements that the gangsters had assembled to chart the future course for the mob in the entire country. He melodramatically termed the curtailed luncheon a historic gathering, more important than the Appalachian meeting 9 years earlier. Showing their disdain for the DA and the police who arrested them, the Southern bosses Carlos Marcello and Santo Trafficante, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards and lawyers, returned a week after the raid to the same table at La Stella. This time they invited the press and posed for photographs, lifting wine glasses in merry toasts, shouting salute. "Why don't they arrest us now?" Marcello asked contemptuously, as reporters took notes. The Dons then ordered the same banquet they had been denied by the raid: escarole and brodo, linguine in white clam sauce, and baked clams, topped off with several bottles of wine, and ending with fruit and espresso. All of the Little Appalachian 13 invoked the Fifth Amendment when called before a grand jury. Hentel's investigation fizzled into obscurity without producing a single indictment or sliver of information. Unfortunately for Hentel, the publicity generated by the arrests failed to help his election bid. He was overwhelmingly defeated. For the big-shot mobsters, the arrests were a trivial inconvenience. For law enforcement officials, the restaurant raid displayed both their ineffectiveness in combating the mob and their ravenous appetite for publicity. Trafficante told his attorney Frank Ragano that the luncheon meeting was a sit-down to resolve a complaint by Marcello that New York mobsters were intruding on his territory in New Orleans without permission. New York detectives had different ideas. Some believed that the La Stella gathering was a sidebar event for several of the families, following the regular meeting of the nation's mafia bosses, which was then held every 5 years. That year, it had been conducted in the New York region, without a hitch and undetected. Other detectives theorized that the main topic for the small group at La Stella concerned enlarging the size of Marcello's family in Louisiana. Another theory was that the principal discussion dealt with Tommy Three-Finger Brown Lucchese, who was incurably ill. and the question of who would succeed him. Little Appalachian was a bigger mystery than Appalachian, and another glaring example of the decline in law enforcement's knowledge of the mob's business plans and motives. Lucchese, suffering from a brain tumor, died a few months later at age 67. His funeral was a revealing underworld and upperworld event. Despite the unconcealed surveillance cameras wielded by local detectives and federal agents, the rites were attended by hundreds of mafiosi, as well as judges, politicians, and businessmen. The mobsters showed their respect for a distinguished idol, while simultaneously exhibiting their scorn for the impotent lawmen. Even more disturbing was the appearance of eminent civilians who felt indebted to the criminal chieftain, and who had reasons to remain on good terms with his successors. 2 years after Lucchese's death, Vito Genovese, who had retained the title of boss during his narcotics trafficking imprisonment, died of a heart attack in a prison hospital on Valentine's Day in 1969. He was 71. Bonanno's forced exile and the deaths of Lucchese and Genovese catapulted Carlo Gambino to the Mafia's Olympian heights. He emerged as the supreme figure on the commission and exalted leader of the mob's largest and most influential family. While the Mafia never acknowledged the rank of boss of bosses, Gambino, in effect, assumed the power that went with it. For New York's unchallenged Borgatas, success seemed boundless, and the decade was ending with an inexhaustible supply of wannabes competing to enlist as wise guys in the enterprise bigger than U.S. Steel. At the time, few police commanders were knowledgeable or concerned about the Mafia's inroads. An exception, Assistant Chief Raymond V. Martin bluntly assessed Cosa Nostra's alluring appeal in Italian-American neighborhoods in Brooklyn and other parts of New York. In so many street corners in Bath Beach, in so many luncheonettes and candy stores in Bensonhurst, boys see the mob-affiliated bookies operate. They meet the young toughs, the mob enforcers. They hear the tales of glory recounted. Who robbed what? Who worked over whom? Which showgirl shared which gangster's bed? Who got hit by whom? The techniques of the rackets, and how easy it all is, how the money rolls in. What wonder it is that some boys look forward to being initiated into these practices with the eagerness of a college freshman, hoping to be pledged by the smoothest fraternity on campus. With a little luck and guts, they feel, even they may someday belong to that splendid high-living band, the mob.
Truth, audiobooks with the people.